Section 50 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 50. There are some who are certain, in being ones being in later living, who are certain that they could have been ones having it, that they had teachers really knowing something, and then, if they had had them, they would have been ones living a different way, in being ones learning, in being living, in being one being, in being living. There are in each kind in men and women, some having such feeling in them. David Hersland was not at all one of such of them. It is a curious thing that the one I was describing as being one, certainly knowing about thinking being in any one, is in a way such a one. Surely this one is not such a one, and yet in a way that one is such a one. That one is such a one, although certainly not any one to that one, was when that one was a young one, was one really knowing how to be teaching something to that one, and that one, when that one was in the later living in that one, was understanding thinking, being in each one thinking, and was one certainly thinking, and one then certain that he would be one not teaching, as it was not a thing that one was then feeling any one could be understanding, excepting one not needing that thing, and this one was surely then one certain that someone, when that one was a young one, could have been teaching that one something if the one teaching that one had been understanding teaching. As I was saying, in a way, David Hersland was one like this one. In a way, David Hersland was one not like this one. Certainly, David Hersland was one certain about almost everyone teaching him when he was a young one, that they were not understanding what they were teaching. And if they were understanding what they were teaching, were not understanding how to be teaching. He was not certain about everyone. He was, to some teaching him, a quite completely pleasant one. There are some not thinking, not feeling about their knowing anything, not having angry feeling in them with those teaching them regularly, but have very much such feeling about some teaching them in some irregular fashion. Some being ones someone is teaching, it is just the other way in them. David Hersland was certainly not of either of these kinds of them, being one someone is teaching. There are many kinds of ways of having angry feeling. Each one certainly was having sometimes angry feeling when that one was being one someone was teaching. Each one certainly is having sometimes angry feeling when that one is being one someone is teaching. Some are thinking, some are feeling, some are thinking and feeling. Some are thinking someone is feeling. Some are thinking someone is thinking. Some are thinking someone is feeling and thinking. Some are feeling someone is thinking. Some are feeling someone is thinking and feeling. Some are feeling someone is feeling. These are so very many ways of thinking and feeling connecting, not connecting, of being existing, of not being existing. There are so many ways of realizing and not realizing thinking and feeling being. Thinking being, feeling not being, thinking not being, thinking and feeling not being, some kind of thinking, some kind of feeling not being in someone. Certainly, it is a trouble to me to be doing this thing. I certainly cannot in any way know it is a trouble to you to do this thing when you asked me whether you should or should not do this thing, and then did what I said you should do about doing this thing. I certainly can be realizing it is a trouble to me to do this thing. I certainly cannot be realizing it is a trouble to you to do this thing. You asked me, and I told you, and you did what I told you. And now you are thinking I should have been feeling that you were doing that thing from the feeling you were having about that thing. You certainly asked me what you should do about doing that thing. I certainly told you what you should do about doing that thing. You certainly did what I told you to do about doing that thing. Some are younger ones than other ones. Some are asking ones by being ones not feeling it to be ones to be deciding ones. Some are ones being ones quite certain that other ones can be ones working to do deciding. Some are ones liking other ones to be ones being quicker ones. Some are ones not being ones realizing anything inside them at any time before it is a completely finished thing. And certainly very many, in their being ones being living, are being ones to whom someone can be saying, is saying, will be saying, what I have just been telling someone said, or could have said, or might have said, or will be saying, or is saying to someone. This is to be some description of angry feeling being in men and in women about such a thing, in all of them. This will be then some description of one kind of angry feeling, of some explaining, and then some more angry feeling, and some more angry feeling, and then sometimes not any more angry feeling, and then sometimes more angry feeling being in men and in women. It would be easy to have angry feeling for some if they were not coming to be certain that some other one was one coming to be one not thinking anything that was an important thing to be doing as thinking. Very many are having sometimes, and quite often, angry feeling about someone, and then that one comes to be for them one certainly not being one doing important thinking or feeling or acting. And this one then is going on being asked advice by the one having had and now not having any angry feeling about that one. So then asking advice and taking advice is one thing, and asking advice and taking advice is another thing, and that in the same one in relation to the same other one. Giving advice and talking to someone is one thing, and giving advice and talking to someone is another thing in the same one giving advice and talking to the same other one. Some would like to be certain about someone who has been one talking to them, giving advice to them, whether that one is one, really one not important in feeling and in thinking. Some are thinking very often about wanting to be certain about this thing. If they were certain about this thing, they certainly would not be having in them in any way that is certainly not in most ways angry feeling against that one. Some are never really certain inside them about this thing. Some are certain, and then they are not certain about this thing in someone who has been one talking to them, giving advice to them when they asked advice of that one. Some are completely certain, and they have angry feeling in them when that one is talking to them, giving advice to them that they are asking of that one. Some are certain of that thing, that the one having been one talking to them often and giving advice to them when they were wanting to have advice given to them, is one not important in thinking and in feeling, and are not at all in any way angry inside in them when that one is talking then, when that one is giving advice to them. Asking advice is in some kinds in men and in women, in some men and women, of many kinds in men and women. Asking advice means a different thing in one than it does in another one in the being in them. Giving advice is in the same way in some kinds in men and women, is in some men and women of very many kinds in men and women. It means different things in the being in different kinds in men and women. David Hersland was one certainly giving advice, some from well in the beginning of the ending of young living. It meant something in the being in him. He was one who certainly could have angry feeling in him in being one giving advice to someone. Mostly, he was one not having angry feeling in giving advice to anyone. He was one who certainly did come to be certain about someone, about some, who had been one talking to him, who had been ones talking to him, giving advice to him when he was asking for advice to be given. He was one certainly coming to think of someone, of some, of such of them, that they were ones, that one was one, not important in thinking, not important in feeling, and mostly then, Hersland did not have then any angry feeling in him about that one, about them. He could have some time, in coming to be certain, angry feeling about someone of such of them. Mostly, he did not have angry feeling inside him in being certain about anyone. As I was saying, he was one giving advice, certainly a good deal of advice in being one being living. Some certainly are liking to be working with sharp knives or sharp scissors. Some are not liking to be working with sharp knives or sharp scissors. Some have angry feeling when someone has been sharpening the knives or scissors they have been using. Some have angry feeling in them when someone has sharpened a knife or a scissor for them. Some have very angry feeling when someone will not let the knife or scissors they are using be sharpened, so that they will be sharp ones. Some are very angry when someone is wanting to be using knives and scissors which are not sharp ones, and is preferring them to be not sharp ones. Some are asking always that someone sharpen the knives or the scissors they are using. Some are angry when they find that someone will not sharpen a knife or a pair of scissors for them. As I was saying, Martha Hersland was the oldest of the 3 Hersland children. Certainly she could have angry feeling. Certainly she could ask advice sometimes from someone. She did ask advice sometimes, that is certain. She certainly did ask advice sometimes from David Hersland. David Hersland did quite often enough give advice to Martha, and she quite often enough took the advice he gave her. Certainly she very often listened very much to him. He certainly listened some. As I was saying, he was one who certainly gave advice quite often, while he was one being living. He certainly listened some to advice that might have been given to him. Some are thinking that he was one not at all ever listening. He certainly did listen some. Some are certainly not listening to some, and some of such of them are certainly listening some then. Some are feeling about some other one that that one is repeating very much, and that that one is very certain that that one is not liking anyone to be repeating in talking, and certainly that one is repeating and repeating and repeating. Some are certain about such a one that that one is one mostly having an angry feeling when that one is listening, and sometimes that one is not having then an angry feeling, and certainly sometimes then that one is having angry feeling. Certainly very many are sometimes quite certain about some other one that that one is not listening to everything that one is hearing, and that that one is one judging in that one as one being one having been listening completely to everything that one has been hearing, and certainly that one has not been listening to everything that one has been hearing. Mostly everyone sometime is certain of this thing in everyone, and very many, when they are certain of this thing, have then very much angry feeling in them. Each one has their own way of having angry feeling in them and coming out of them. Angry feeling is coming, not coming, certainly not coming, to be in them in some. Angry feeling is certainly coming to be in them in some. It is really a surprising thing to some that they have been having really angry feeling in them. Some are certainly not feeling in them before, during, after they have been having angry feeling, any of the feeling that would be for them in their thinking, in their feeling, in their realization, angry feeling. It is a curious thing that certainly very many are not feeling any feeling in them, giving to them angry feeling, and yet certainly they are just then having angry feeling in them. This is happening quite often to some. Some are ones of such a kind of them, and of some of such of them, not many are knowing that they are having angry feeling in them when they are having angry feeling in them. In a way, David Hersland quite often was of such of them. Some of such of them have it that they would be to themselves having angry feeling if they had more realization in being one feeling some of them. Some of such of them are ones who would not have been having angry feeling if they had all the feeling they were having just then being active in them to them. Some would be having angry feeling to themselves then, if they could be certain to be going on having angry feeling. In a way, as I was saying, David Hersland was such a one. In a way, he had never in him really a complete angry feeling. In a way, he had sometimes almost complete angry feeling. In a way, really inside him, he had sometimes very angry feeling in him. In a way, he had inside him not ever any really angry feeling in him. He could be telling his sister Martha sometimes about angry feeling being existing in some. Certainly, she would ask him quite often about angry feeling being existing in some. Some are not understanding that everyone is not always knowing that everyone can come to be a dead one. Some are always being ones, being quite certain that each one sometime will be coming to be a dead one. Some are certain every minute in their living that each one ever living will come sometime to be a dead one. Some are certain that each one will come to be a dead one, are always certain of this thing. Some of such of them have quite an angry feeling when they are realizing that some other one is not always certain of this thing, that each one sometime is being one coming to be a dead one. That sometime each one ever living is a dead one. Some who are certain of this thing are always in their living having angry feeling when someone is not certain of this thing in being one being living, that each one is sometime a dead one. Some who are all their living completely certain that each one is sometime certain to be a dead one, have in part of their living very angry feeling when someone is not certain of this thing. Some who are living are in a way having angry feeling and having irritated feeling. Some who are certain all their living that each one sometime is coming to be a dead one, when they are hearing some talking who are not ever feeling about each one coming to be a dead one sometime. Some who are certain that each one will sometime be a dead one have some angry feeling in them all their living when some are not listening to anyone who is telling that sometime everyone will be a dead one. Some are pretty nearly certain all their living that each one sometime will be a dead one. Some are completely certain all their living that each one ever living will come to be a dead one sometime. Some have sometimes in their living angry feeling about what other ones are feeling or are not feeling about each one being sometime a dead one. Certainly some are very every minute certain that sometime each one ever living will be a dead one. Some of such of them are having angry feeling inside them in being one being certain of this thing. Some are not always being completely certain that sometime each one will be a dead one. Some are having angry feeling inside them about this thing. Some are having angry feeling about some such thing, about being certain, about everyone being a dead one sometime, about always being certain about this thing, about not often being certain about this thing, about never coming to themselves inside them being completely certain, completely not certain every minute about this thing, about not remembering this thing, about not listening about this thing, about other ones not saying they are certain about this thing, that they are not certain about this thing, about others listening, about others refusing to listen to this thing, that each one sometime is a dead one. Some are having angry feeling in them about such a thing sometime in their living, and then in parts of their living they are having very little angry feeling about such things, and part of their living they are remembering having angry feeling about such a thing, and part of their living they are not having at all angry feeling about such things. David Hersland was one of such of them. He certainly all his living was talking some and listening some. He was talking a good deal and listening a good deal in his living. He certainly was sometimes talking. He certainly was listening very often to talking about each one coming to be sometime a dead one. Some are certain that they are understanding why everyone is being living. Some are certain that they are understanding why any one is being living. Some are certain that they are understanding that everyone who is living is living. Some are certain that they are understanding that anyone who is living is living. Some are so certain that they are understanding that everyone who is living is being living that they are boasting about this thing, and sometimes someone hearing them telling about this thing has angry feeling in that one. One can have been in living, to that one and to mostly everyone, one certain that everyone is living in being living, but that one is not understanding this thing, living being in anyone. Such a one can have it come then, to that one one is understanding this thing, living being in everyone being living. And then that one is finding that one to be a very different one from what that one has ever been in being living. And that one is telling that thing, and telling it so much and in such a way of telling it again and again that some are then certain that that one is a different one, and some are not certain, and some are certain that that one is not a different one from what that one has been. And some of each of these kinds of them have in them then angry feeling. Some of them have some angry feeling. Some have very little angry feeling. Some have very much angry feeling about that one. It is certainly interesting what each one feels, thinks, says, knows, would like to know, does not care about knowing, about living, feeling, being in anything, in anyone, in everyone. It is certainly a very exciting thing to some to feel something in them about living being in men and in women. It is not at all, not the least bit, an exciting thing to some to feel anything about living being in men and in women, in anything, in everything. Someone has been one to that one, to everyone knowing that one. One certainly not going ever to be certain that living being in anyone, in everyone, in everything, is a thing that one is ever going to be understanding. And then, all of a sudden, sometime when that one has been changing in some way in doing something, that one is one to keep on telling that that one certainly does understand everything. That is to say, living being in men and in women. Certainly such a one can have then angry feeling, but very often, almost mostly, such a one is not just then having angry feeling. And certainly some are having about such a one then angry feeling, and some are not having then about such a one any angry feeling. David Hersland was one who almost came to be one certain sometime to be completely understanding being in men and in women, being living. He was one certainly almost, and not so very often, still quite often coming to be certain of being one completely understanding everything. As I was saying, he had sometimes then angry feeling. Certainly some had about him then some angry feeling. Sometimes then he had not any angry feeling. Certainly there were some then interested about him then who had not then angry feeling. Some who were not very much interested had about him then angry feeling. Some who were not very much interested in him then had not then about him any angry feeling. As I was saying, he was almost one having it to be in him to be completely certain that he was understanding everything again and again, and sometimes all of a sudden. As I was saying, he was almost such a one. He was quite often almost such a one. There are certainly some coming to be quite certain, some all of a sudden, that they are understanding everything. Some have about some such a one very angry feeling. David Hersland did have in being living about some of such of them angry feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very gentle feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very sympathetic feeling. About some others of such of them he had a very interested feeling. About some others of such of them he had a scared feeling. About some others of such of them, he had really a completely surprised feeling. About some others of such of them, he had a very silly feeling. About some others of such of them, he had an annoyed feeling. About some others of such of them, he had quite an indifferent feeling. About some others of such of them, he had sometimes a very earnest feeling. About some others of such of them, he had intensely an inquiring feeling. About some others of such of them, he had a disgusted feeling. About some others of such of them, he had a very sorrowful feeling. About some others of such of them, he had a disappointed feeling. About some others of such of them, he had a feeling that made him be one going on scolding them every time he thought about them. About some others of some of them, he was not certain, but perhaps they really did understand everything, and then sometimes he was quite certain that they did not understand everything. And then sometimes he had a humble feeling, perhaps they were understanding everything, and then sometimes he had a certain feeling that they were not understanding everything. As I am saying, David Hersland was one, having it to be almost one, to be sometimes completely certain that he was understanding everything. Certainly some in one way of being one's being living, some in other ways of being one's being living, come to be certain, some gradually, some all of a sudden, some sometime, some sometimes, some quite often, some very often, come to be certain that they are understanding everyone being one being living. Some, as I am saying, are having, when they are having this thing, angry feeling. Some, when they are having this thing, are not having it to be having any angry feeling. Some about such of them have angry feeling. Some have not any angry feeling about any one of such of them. As I am saying, there are very many ways of coming to be certain of being one understanding living being in men and in women. As I am saying, there are very many ways of being impressed, of not being impressed, by any one of such of them, by some of such of them, by many of such of them, by every one of such of them. There are certainly many ways of feeling, of thinking, of liking, of not liking, living being in men and in women, living being existing. Very many are convinced that living is a real thing, something they are certain is existing. Some are not so certain of this thing. Some are content with living being existing. Some are not at all content with this thing. Some are certainly certain that if everyone were understanding everything, that not anyone will only be wanting to be certain only that living is being existing. Some are so certain that understanding anything is amusing to everyone. And certainly it is not. It is not at all amusing to some. It is not at all interesting to some. Some are so certain that understanding anything is interesting to everyone that they are certain that sometime everyone will be understanding something. Some are so certain that understanding everything is a necessary thing that they are certain that sometime they will be understanding everything. Some of such of them come to be certain that they are understanding everything. To some of such of them it comes all of a sudden. As I was saying, some of such of them have angry feeling in them then. As I was saying, some of such of them have not at all angry feeling in them then. As I was saying, David Hersland, in a way, was almost such a one. If he feels it, and he knows it, and he tells it, and he thinks it, and he says it, clearly tells it why then perhaps it is something, and perhaps it is not anything. Some are certain that clear thinking and clear telling, and certain feeling, and complete emotion are something someone can be doing. Some are certain that sometime they will be having complete emotion and certain feeling and clear thinking and eloquent expression. Some are certain that they are having clear thinking and complete emotion, and adequate expression and absolute conviction. Some are certain that they have been having clear thinking and complete emotion and complete conviction and adequate expression. Some are certainly very clearly thinking. Some certainly have then complete conviction. Some are certainly having complete emotion and are clearly thinking and are having adequate expression, and perhaps are really having then absolute conviction. Some are certainly having sometime complete emotion and adequate expression. Some are perhaps having sometime complete emotion and clear thinking and adequate expression. Some are perhaps having clear thinking and adequate expression and some emotion, very much emotion, and pretty nearly absolute conviction. Some are certainly having clear thinking and adequate expression and considerable emotion. Some are certainly not having completely clear thinking and complete emotion and adequate expression and absolute conviction. Someone is certain that some other one is doing clear thinking, is having adequate expression, is having almost complete conviction, is certainly not having complete emotion. That one is certain that the other one is one having pretty nearly complete emotion, not at all any clear thinking, not at all absolute conviction, might easily be having adequate expression. Which is then the important one? Certainly one of the two of them. One of the two of them is certainly, in a way, the important one. One of the two of them is certainly, in a way, not the important one. David Hersland was certain that really one of them was the more important one. David Hersland was one certainly, in a way, not having complete emotion. Certainly, in a way, doing clear thinking. Certainly, in a way, having adequate expression. Certainly having very nearly absolute conviction. He had absolute conviction. He had clear thinking. He had adequate expression. He felt inside him complete emotion. Some are working hard to be ones telling someone something. Some are working and are telling someone something. Some are not working hard to tell someone something. Some are not working hard, and they are then telling someone something. To some, spirituality and idealism have no meaning, excepting as meaning completest intensification of any experiencing. Any conception of transcending experience has to some not any meaning. To some, anything to have meaning must be existing. To some, anything to have meaning must be being, having been going to be experienced as something existing by someone. Many who are carefully and completely thinking have it to leave out something they have been, they will be, they are, they can be experiencing. And this is a very natural thinking, as very many who have it to be ones clearly and completely reasonably thinking have it that they are thinking to be solving a problem, and naturally then they are not thinking into them everything they can be experiencing. Some are quite certain that anyone very clearly thinking are not ever completely experiencing. Some are quite certain that anyone clearly thinking is leaving out very much that should be being remembered by that one. Some certainly have a conception that everything should be intelligible to someone. Certainly some of such of them are to some others, listening to them, not convincing. Some have it to be experiencing that they are experiencing more than experiencing, and this is to very many completely convincing. And it is to some completely convincing in some, and it is altogether convincing to some, and to some it is convincing when these, having it in them to have such experiencing of something that is not experiencing, explain their experience. To some it is not then convincing. To some having experiencing of something which is more than any experiencing, are convincing when they are explaining this thing. To some it would be a very pleasant thing if not anyone having such experiencing ever got mixed up between what was, what is, what will be to that one, and how it comes to be, how it came to be, how it will come to be. In short, the explanation, the description, the condition, what as experienced to them, was without any condition. As I am saying, some are working in being one's being thinking. Some are not working in being one's being thinking. Some are certainly thinking and working in being one being thinking, and certainly coming to an ending in their thinking, and doing it, the thinking, as a complete thing, and certainly carefully doing that thing, and certainly clearly telling the thinking they have been doing. Some certainly then have not been putting in everything that anyone could be experiencing that is connected with the thing about which they have been thinking. Some will not put in some experiencing. Some cannot put in some experiencing. Some are certain that they have put in all that experiencing. Some put in almost all experiencing that has anything to do with that thing when they are thinking about that thing. Certainly to be completely experiencing, to be clearly thinking, to have real conviction, to have enthusiasm, to keep on going in doing thinking and having experiencing is a very enjoyable thing. Certainly very many are very clearly thinking. That is, quite a number are certainly quite thinking quite clearly. David Hersland was such a one. He certainly had enthusiasm. He certainly could have some experiencing. He certainly was needing for his own satisfaction to put in everything anyone could be experiencing in thinking about anything. He certainly was one completely wanting to do this thing. He was one, in a way, doing this thing. He was one, in a way, never coming to be completely doing this thing. He was one having almost absolute conviction. He was one having real enthusiasm. He was one not being certain that experiencing, being intensified, was spirituality and idealism. He was not certain that one could not be experiencing something that was a different thing. He almost came to be certain that one could not be experiencing something more complete than any experiencing. He came to be almost certain that one can be experiencing something that is more than experiencing. He came to be certainly quite certain that not anyone could explain such a thing. He came to be almost certain that perhaps he could sometime explain such a thing. Some certainly, and certainly they were not expecting to be doing that thing, come sometime to be explaining what they were certain certainly was not existing. This is quite common. Some certainly come to be quite certain that something is existing, that they were completely certain was not ever existing. David Hersland was, in a way, not at all such a one. Many are very logical in being one's being thinking. Some demonstrate something in being one's being thinking. Many are very logical in being one's being thinking. Some keep on demonstrating something. Many are very logical in being one's being thinking. Some of these are demonstrating something. Some of these are beginning demonstrating something. Some of these are not really demonstrating anything. Some of these are occasionally demonstrating something. It is like this. Many who are logical ones are, while they are being logical, are always experiencing being one being living. Some, while they are being logical ones, are being ones experiencing a great deal of being one's being living. Some, while they are being logical, are experiencing very little of being one's being living. Some, while they are being logical, have at times the conviction of being one's experiencing being living. Some are certain that being logical ones makes of them one's being one's experiencing being living, and this is perhaps true of them. The way each one is experiencing the amount each one is experiencing living is then a thing that someone is knowing, that someone is not knowing, that some are not knowing of themselves inside them, that some are knowing of themselves inside them, about which some have conviction, about which some do not have conviction, about which some have conviction, and they certainly are not knowing what they are certain they are knowing, about which some have conviction, and they certainly are knowing what they are knowing, about which some are not knowing that they are having a conviction, about which some are having a conviction, and are not certain of that thing, about which some are quite certain they have not any conviction, about which some are certainly not knowing everything, about which some are knowing more than others are knowing, about which some are knowing very much, about which some are knowing hardly anything. So then, experiencing being one, being living, is a thing about which some are knowing very much in themselves, in other ones. Experiencing being one, being living is something some have very much in them. Experiencing being one, being living is something many are certainly having some. Experiencing being one, being living is certainly something everyone is having some. Certainly some are having more than others are having of being one, experiencing being one, being living. Surely someone is meaning something by what that one is saying. It would be a nuisance for some not to be certain of this thing. Someone is meaning something when that one is saying something. Certainly in each one there is a connection between what that one is saying and that one is meaning. Certainly in some way there must be some connection. Each one has their own way inside them of meaning something. Each one has their own way of having connection between what that one is meaning and what that one is thinking, between what that one is meaning and what that one is saying, about what that one is meaning and what that one is feeling, about what that one is meaning and what that one is certain is conviction in that one. It would be a nuisance for some not to be certain of this thing, that each one has some connection in them between what they are meaning, what they are saying, what they are feeling, what they are thinking, what they are certain about in being one, being living. Certainly some are pretty certain that there is not enough connection to make it interesting in very many between what they are meaning, they are thinking, they are feeling, they are saying, they are certain in something existing. I mean, and that is not what I mean. I mean that not anyone is saying what they are meaning. I mean that I am feeling something. I mean that I mean something, and I mean that not anyone is thinking, is feeling, is saying, is certain of that thing. I mean that not anyone can be saying, thinking, feeling, not anyone can be certain of that thing. I mean, I am not certain of that thing. I am not ever saying, thinking, feeling, being certain of this thing. I mean, I know what I mean. And certainly someone is right in saying such a thing. Such a one, some of such of them, certainly are right in saying such a thing. Some of such of them have it that the moment of sensibility, emotion, and expression, and origin is all in a state of completion, and then it is a finished thing. And certainly then that one was meaning something, and he was saying, I mean, and it was all finished. And then there was another something, and this one certainly very often said, I mean. That one said that very often in being one, being living. Surely in some way there is some connection between what each one is meaning and saying and feeling and thinking and being certain of in living. Surely it would be a very great nuisance to one's being living if there were not some connection in each one between meaning and feeling and saying and thinking and being certain in each one. Some are quite certain that there is very little connection, certainly not enough to make it interesting, between what everyone is meaning and what everyone is thinking, and what everyone is saying, and what everyone is feeling, and of what everyone is certain. David Hersland, yes, he might be one of such of them. Some are quite certain that there is enough connection to make it completely interesting between what everyone is meaning and what everyone is thinking, and what everyone is feeling, and of what everyone is certain. David Hersland was certainly one of such of them. Some are certainly knowing what they are meaning. Some are certainly not knowing what they are meaning. Certainly everyone, in a way, is meaning something. Certainly everyone, in a way, is saying, is thinking, is feeling, is quite certain of something. Which way someone is meaning anything, which way someone is meaning everything, how someone is meaning what that one is saying, meaning, feeling, thinking, and being certain what that one is doing, feeling, thinking, and of what that one is certain, how that one is going on meaning something, meaning anything, meaning everything, which way that one is going on meaning what that one is saying, feeling, thinking, doing, what connection there is in that one between living in that one and being in that one, how that one is liking, is not liking, what that one means to anyone knowing that one, how that one is liking, is not liking, what that one is not meaning to someone, to anyone, how anything coming into that one comes out of that one, how some things coming into that one hardly are coming out of that one, how much the things coming out of that one are different from the things going into that one, how quickly and how slowly, how completely, how gradually, how intermittently, how noisily, how silently, how happily, how drearily, how difficultly, how gaily, how complicatedly, how simply, how joyously, how boisterously, how despondingly, how fragmentarily, how delicately, how roughly, how excitedly, how energetically, how persistently, how repeatedly, how repeatingly, how dryly, how startlingly, how funnily, how certainly, how hesitatingly, anything is coming out of that one, what is being in each one, and how anything comes into that one and comes out of that one, makes of each one one meaning something, and feeling, telling, thinking, being certain, and being living. Certainly the way of experiencing anything and expressing that thing is the being in each one. Certainly there are groups of men and women as to ways of experiencing things in being one's being living. Certainly there are groups of them who, in a way, have the same ways of experiencing in them, and these have each of them ways of experiencing something. Each one of them are meaning something to themselves inside them, to any other one, in being one's being living, and having their own way of being one's experiencing anything, of being one's expressing anything. Some are not knowing what kind they are of one's experiencing, of one's expressing. Very many are not knowing what kind they are of one's experiencing, of one's expressing. In a way, David Hersland did know very well what kind he was of one's experiencing, of one's expressing. In a way, he never came to be completely certain that he was not perhaps another kind of a one experiencing, another kind of a one expressing. Some have almost a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have a way of thinking, a way of feeling in them, and a way of needing to be meaning something in them, and they have, for very much of their living, almost a way of saying what they are meaning, and for part of their living, they have a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have a way of feeling something, and almost a way of thinking something, and they have all their living a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have all their living a way of saying what they are meaning. Some have a way of saying what they are meaning dimly. Some have a way of saying what they are meaning dreamily. Some have a way of saying what they are meaning doubtingly. Some have in their living a way of saying what they are meaning, and then they have not a way of saying what they are meaning. They have not then any way for them of saying what they are meaning. Some certainly are slowly coming to a way of saying what they are meaning. Some certainly, any time in their being one, being living, are ones having ways of saying what they are meaning. Some certainly are ones feeling, completely feeling something, are ones thinking very well about everything, are ones certainly to themselves sometime going to be needing to be ones saying what they are meaning, and some of such of them are saying what they are not meaning while they are not saying what they are meaning, and some then are not saying anything when they are not saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are certain that sometime they will be ones saying something, saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are almost certain that they will not ever be saying anything, saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are sometimes saying something, saying what they are meaning. Some of such of them are not sometimes saying something, saying what they are meaning. David Hersland was not at all one of any such a kind of them. Some are quite certain that they are knowing what each one saying anything is meaning by what they are saying. David Hersland was, in a way, one of such of them. Some are quite certain that each one is meaning something when they are saying anything. In a way, David Hersland was almost such a one. Some are certain that each one is one wanting to be meaning something by what that one is saying. David Hersland was not such a one. He was somewhat such a one sometimes in his living. Some are certain that each one is one not wanting to be meaning something by what that one is saying. David Hersland was hardly ever at all really such a one. Some are certain that each one is one liking it to be one meaning something by what they are saying when they are saying anything. David Hersland was pretty nearly one of such of them. Some are believing that mostly everyone is meaning the same thing in being one being living. David Hersland could have been one being such a one. David Hersland was not one being such a one. Just the way each one is experiencing what they are experiencing, how much they are experiencing in the way they are experiencing, how much of the time in being one being living they are experiencing much. They are experiencing little. How strongly they are experiencing what they are experiencing in the way they are experiencing, and what way and how much they are thinking, what connection there is in them, each one, between experiencing and thinking, what result it has all in them as meaning, and how and when and what way they are telling what they are meaning. That is a thing certainly in each one interesting to some. That is a thing in everyone interesting to some. That was a thing certainly completely interesting to Hersland, a thing he needed to have completely interesting to him, a thing about which he was completely thinking, and, in a way, he was one wanting to be needing to be one completely certain that there was not complete interest in him in any such complete realization. In a way, he was one needing to be completely certain that he was complete in needing the realization of experiencing and thinking and meaning and telling in all men and women. In a way, he was one wanting to be needing to be certain to be interested in not being certain that any such realization would be complete living for him. He was one sometimes in being one being living, feeling one way of wanting to be needing to be a complete one, and sometimes in being living, feeling another way of wanting to be needing completeness in being living. He was one sometimes wanting to be needing not completeness in being one being living. He was one, certainly very much an interested one in experiencing, in thinking, in meaning, in telling being in men and in women. Someone is feeling very strongly about something. That one is thinking about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. That one then is telling about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. This one is telling about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. Certainly not anyone is having then strong feeling about that thing, excepting the one telling about that thing. Not anyone, perhaps, could have strong feeling about that thing, excepting the one telling about that thing. There are some who have it in them to have strong feeling about something, and perhaps not anyone ever being living could be having that kind of a strong feeling about that thing. David Hersland was not such a one. Someone is feeling very strongly about something. That one is thinking about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. That one then is telling about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. This one is telling about the thing about which that one is having then strong feeling. Certainly one other one is having then strong feeling about that thing. The one telling about that thing is having then about that thing strong feeling, and another one. David Hersland was not such a one having strong feeling about something, and thinking about that thing, and telling about that thing, and having one other one having then a strong feeling about that thing. There are some having a strong feeling about something. They are thinking about that thing. They are telling about that thing. There are other ones then having strong feeling about that thing about which these ones, such a one, is feeling a strong feeling, is thinking about, is telling about. David Hersland was one of such of them, ones having strong feeling about something, and thinking about that thing, and telling about that thing, and these being then some who are having then strong feeling about the thing, about which the one had been having strong feeling, about which that one had been thinking, about which that one had been telling. End of section 50, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 30th, 2024. Section 51 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 51. Some are remembering how something was happening when they are feeling about that thing, when they are thinking about that thing, when they are telling about that thing. David Hersland was pretty completely one of such of them. Some are remembering what was happening when they are telling about something, not when they are feeling about that thing, not when they are thinking about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening not when they are telling about that thing, not when they are feeling about that thing. They are remembering what was happening when they are thinking about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening when they are feeling about that thing, and not when they are thinking about that thing, but when they are telling about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening when they are feeling about a thing, and when they are thinking about that thing, but not when they are telling about that thing. Some are remembering what was happening when they are feeling about a thing, not when they are telling about the thing, not when they are thinking about the thing. Some are certainly clearly thinking, completely clearly thinking. Some have all their living been pretty clearly thinking. Some have it to be needing to be to themselves what they are, that is, one certainly thinking clearly, completely clearly about anything about which they are thinking. Some of these certainly are thinking very clearly about anything about which they are clearly thinking. Some of these are boasting, not to themselves, some, yes, to themselves, some to some others, some to very many others, some to one, of this thing. Some are certain that they are not boasting about this thing. Some are quite certain they are not boasting about this thing. Some who are telling it very much and very often that they certainly are clearly thinking about anything they are thinking, and they certainly are thinking clearly about anything about which they are thinking, are completely certain that telling about this thing by them to a good many, to everyone, is not boasting. Some who are clearly thinking, who are thinking clearly about everything about which they are thinking, are needing to be certain that they have come to the right conclusion, sometime about everything. David Hersland, in a way, was not such a one. Some who are thinking clearly about everything about which they are thinking are not certain that they will sometime come to a right conclusion about anything about which they are thinking clearly. Some are certain that if they can keep on clearly thinking, they will certainly sometime come to a completely right conclusion about everything about which they are thinking clearly. That is, about anything about which they are really thinking. David Hersland was, in a way, not such a one. Some certainly are thinking very clearly about anything about which they are thinking. Some certainly can keep on pretty well thinking clearly about everything about which they are thinking. Each one has her own way of being one experiencing in being one being living. Each one is of a kind in men and women, of a kind of way of being one experiencing anything, of being one experiencing being one being living. Each one in some way can know, each one in some way cannot know, each one in some ways does know, each one in some ways does not know, of each one, someone in some ways can know. Someone in some ways cannot know. Of each one, some can in some way know. Some can in some way not know what they are meaning by being one being living. Each one, how they are thinking, how much and what way they are boasting, how they can and how they cannot be experiencing. What some other one could be meaning, who might be having almost such a being in them as that other one has in them. Certainly some are not thinking about anything, and these are ones very clearly certain about many things, and are clearly certainly expressing what they are knowing, and they are not changing when others are changing. Certainly some are not thinking about anything, and they are clearly feeling something, and they are clearly telling that thing, and they certainly are not changing when they have not been feeling a new feeling about the thing they have been clearly telling, their feeling. David Hersland might have been one of such of them. He was not one of such of them. He certainly was one thinking about mostly everything about which he was having feeling. He might have been one not thinking about anything, but having clearly a feeling about that thing, and clearly expressing the feeling he was having, and not doing any thinking, and not doing any changing, and having then more clear feeling, and clearly expressing that clear feeling. He might have been such a one. He certainly might have been such a one. He certainly was one having clear feeling about something. He was one certainly thinking about things. He certainly was one clearly expressing what he was feeling when he was clearly feeling something. He was one certainly thinking about almost everything. He was one in a way needing to be having complete thinking. He was one not really wanting to be needing complete thinking. He was one certainly thinking about almost everything. He was certainly to someone, in a way, boasting about being one being living, and being one being the one he was then. To very many he was certainly one not boasting about this thing. He was one certainly to himself, one sometimes boasting of this thing. He certainly was one liking to be to some, one boasting of this thing. Mostly everyone is needing someone to be one listening to that one being one boasting. David Hersland, in a way, was not one needing one to be one listening to him, being one boasting. There certainly were some who were listening then to him. He was one, in a way, not really needing this thing, and that was because he was one so clearly telling what he was so clearly feeling. He needed some to be listening while he was thinking. He did have very many to listen while he was thinking. He almost was not needing this thing. Some who are thinking are very much needing someone to be one boastingly listening. Some who are thinking are needing someone to be listening to them and saying something, and not really saying that thing. Some are needing to be having someone saying something, and they are not seriously considering the serious thing they are needing that someone is saying while they are thinking. David Hersland could, in a way, be one of such of them. Very many are completely ones of such of them. Thinking, boasting, listening, remembering, forgetting, feeling and meaning, and telling are in some being living. Some are certainly completely interested in going on being living. Some are not completely interested in this thing. Some are almost completely interested in this thing. In a way, David Hersland was not completely interested in this thing. In a way, he was almost completely interested in this thing. Some are thinking about being interested in this thing, about being interested in going on being living. Some are telling everyone how interesting it is to be interested in this thing. Some are boasting about being completely interested in this thing. Some are boasting about not being at all interested in this thing. Sometimes it is astonishing that someone has been forgetting that one is completely interested in this thing. Some are pretty nearly always remembering that they are completely interested in this thing. Being ones completely interested in being ones going on being living is what very many are certain is not all of living to them. Being ones completely interested in being ones going on being living is what very many are having as very nearly all of living for them. Each one ever living is certainly sometimes completely interested in being one going on being living. David Hersland, as I was saying, was in a way not completely interested in this thing, was in a way almost completely interested in this thing. He was one certainly talking about this thing. He was one certainly listening to some talking about this thing. He was one certainly sometimes boasting about being one perhaps sometime going to be completely interested in this thing. He was one certainly mostly remembering about being interested in this thing. He was one certainly sometimes quite forgetting about anyone being interested in this thing. He could certainly be feeling something about the meaning of this thing. He certainly could do very much thinking about the meaning of this thing. He could certainly be feeling something about being one going on being living, about anyone going on being living. He certainly could think very much and very often about anyone being one going on being living. He could certainly feel something about this thing. He could certainly think very much indeed about this thing. He could certainly feel a little something about this thing. He could certainly feel a little something about anyone not going on being living. He could certainly think very much about this thing. Some are thinking very much in being one's being living. Some are not thinking very much in being one's being living. Some are thinking very much about being one's going on being living, in being one's being living. Some are not thinking very much about being one's going on being living, in being one's being living. Some are feeling very much about being one's going on being living. Some are not feeling so much about being one's going on being living. Some are certainly boasting very much about feeling about being one's being going on being living. Some are boasting very much about being one's not feeling very much about being one's going on being living. David Hersland went on being living until he was at the ending of the beginning of his middle living, and then he was not any longer going on being living. Some are changing while they are living in their feeling about being one going on being living, about anyone being one going on being living. Some are changing very much in their feeling about this thing. Very many are changing very much in their feeling about this thing during the time they are being one being living. Some do not change so very much in their feeling about this thing while they are ones being living. David Hersland certainly changed some in his feeling about this thing while he was one being living. He certainly did not change so very much in his feeling about this thing in being one being living. He was one thinking very much and very often about anyone going on being living. He certainly thought very different things about this thing at different times in his being one, being living. Each one, in a way, is feeling something about one's going on being living, about that one, being living. Certainly, each one feels in some way something about such a thing. Feeling and thinking about that one, being going on living, thinking, boasting, listening, remembering, forgetting, feeling and meaning, and telling about being one, about being one's, going on being living, is in some going on being living. Some are having a very delicate feeling, and they are ones that can be thinking, and they are ones sometimes delightfully telling something, beautifully telling something, touchingly telling something, quaintly telling something, freshly telling something, and there are ones dully telling something, and flatly telling something, and harshly telling something, and telling and not telling anything, and telling something so that someone can be saying certainly, that one was thinking that other one was not knowing anything, and certainly the one was knowing that that one was certain that the one was not knowing anything. Some are having quite a delicate feeling, and they are often thinking, and they are telling what they are meaning, and certainly it is sometimes quite a beautiful telling they are doing, and certainly sometimes not a beautiful telling that they are doing. Some are feeling very delicately, and they are thinking, and they are completely telling very beautifully something. Some are feeling delicately, and they are not doing very much thinking, and they are sometimes quite beautifully telling something. David Hersland was not of any of these kinds of them. Some are not feeling delicately about anything, and they are thinking very much and very often, and they are sometimes almost beautifully telling about something. Some are not feeling at all delicately about something, and they are thinking very much and very often, and they are persisting, and they are sometimes almost really completely beautifully telling something, almost beautifully telling something, almost completely telling something, almost beautifully completely telling something. David Hersland was not of any such a kind in men and women. Some are certainly quite not having any delicate feeling about anything, and they are persisting, and they have complete realization of being one loving everything, and they are thinking very much and very often, and they are quite completely delicately thinking, and such of them can be ones succeeding very well in being ones being living. They can be ones not feeling beautifully or delicately about anything. They can be ones succeeding very well in being ones going on being living. They can be ones living very completely to be ones teaching, being good ones, in being ones going on being living. David Hersland was not one of such of them. Some are feeling delicately about something and are not feeling delicately about any other thing. Some are feeling delicately and sensitively and completely about some things and not about other things. Some of these are thinking very much and very often. Some of these are almost completely telling beautifully about something. David Hersland was, in a way, one of such of them. Some are thinking to make a thing a complete thing more when they are younger ones than when they are older ones. Some are thinking to make anything a complete thing more when they are older ones than when they are younger ones. Some are wanting to be needing to think something to be a complete thing more when they are younger ones than when they are older ones. Some more when they are older ones than when they are younger ones. Some are needing to be thinking a thing a complete thing when they are younger ones and when they are older ones. Some certainly are all their living needing to be thinking something to be a complete thing. Some are certainly needing all their living to be thinking everything to be a complete thing. Some are certainly all their living wanting to be needing to be thinking everything to be to them a complete thing. Some are certainly all their living wanting to be needing to think something out to be a complete thing. David Hersland was certainly sometimes in his being, one being living, almost needing to be thinking something out to be a complete thing. He certainly was in his younger living. He certainly was sometimes in his older living, needing to be sometimes thinking everything out to be a complete thing. He was not in his living ever completely wanting to be needing to be thinking everything out to be a complete thing. He was certainly in his living, in his younger living certainly, and perhaps in his later living, almost completely wanting to be needing to be thinking something out as a complete thing. David Hersland was of a kind in men and women, having it in them to have feeling clearly in them, to be telling clearly the feeling they have in them, to have very much feeling in them and to have it in them, some of them, very often. David Hersland was one who was thinking very much and very often, and he was certainly thinking very clearly when he was thinking, and he certainly was thinking very much in being one being living. He was one in a way needing to be thinking out a thing to be a complete thing. He was one feeling clearly, telling clearly what he was clearly feeling. He was one feeling very much and very often. He was one wanting to be needing to be feeling, having every woman being in some ways a beautiful one. He was one feeling very much and very often. He was one feeling clearly and completely what he was feeling. He was one telling clearly what he was feeling. He was one thinking clearly very much and very often. He was one in a way needing to be one thinking things to be completed things. He was one then making anything a transparent thing, and then it was a little a confused thing, for certainly he was wanting to be needing to be feeling that any woman was, in some ways, a really beautiful one. He was one clearly thinking, clearly feeling, and doing both very much and very often, and that together made it that he was one needing in a way to be thinking everything to be a completed thing. And in a way then he was not succeeding in being and living, for then he came to be one making everything a pretty transparent thing, a thing so clear that it was a sparkling thing, a thing so clear that it did not have beginning or middle or ending. And as I was saying, it was not a completely clear thing, as certainly he was pretty completely wanting to be needing to be feeling, that any woman that could ever be existing was in some way a really beautiful thing. David Hersland was not any longer living, and someone had a trunk that he had had and always liked to use it when that one was traveling. Someone was very indignant that he had come to be a dead one and almost went out to where he was not any longer living to complain to someone about this thing. Someone knew only some time later, after David Hersland was not any longer living, that he was not any longer living. And that one felt it to be a completely strange thing that David Hersland was not any longer living. And after that, it was not a strange thing. And after that, it was not a real thing, as certainly he could not have been one being living. And after that, there was another one very much like David Hersland, and that one was already not any longer living, the one like David Hersland, before the one who had known David Hersland knew about this one. There was another one who had certainly been one going to be very sorry if anything happened to David Hersland, and that one was sorry when David Hersland came to be a dead one. There was one who was excited about David Hersland having come to be a dead one, because David Hersland certainly might have been going on being living if he had not come to be a dead one. This one was excited again and again about this thing. There was one who was tenderly, completely a sad one, and then always was about this thing about David Hersland being a dead one, a tenderly complete sad one. David Hersland then, in a way, was one having been living in being living. David Hersland was of a kind in men and women. There are many kinds in men and women. Each kind has a way of thinking, of feeling, of experiencing anything. Some have babies in being one being living. Some do not have any of them. David Hersland never had any of them. Some would like to have them. Some would not like to have them. David Hersland was never really wanting to be needing to have much feeling about having babies in being one being living. He did not have any of them. He did not ever come to have very much feeling about he himself having them. He could come to have feeling about some needing to be wanting to be having some of them, about some needing to be wanting not to be having some of them. Some do have many of them. Some do not have many of them. Certainly some completely do not want to have any of them. Some almost completely do not want to have any of them. Some certainly completely want to have some of them. Some certainly completely want to have one of them. Some certainly completely want to have many of them. Some almost completely want to have many of them. Some almost completely want to have some of them. Certainly very many are interested in some wanting, in some not wanting to have any of them. Some are not at all interested in anybody wanting, in anybody not wanting to have any of them. David Hersland was certainly not completely, not almost completely interested in anybody wanting, in anybody not wanting any of them. Being a baby was not to him completely interesting. It was not to him completely uninteresting. Certainly not completely uninteresting. Really certainly not completely uninteresting. David Hersland was certainly one needing to be saying something about babies and men and babies and women. Babies and men and babies and women were not to him completely interesting. He certainly sometimes was talking and certainly sometimes was listening to talking about babies and women, about babies and men. Babies and men and babies and women were not to him almost completely interesting. He certainly sometimes, and sometimes quite often, talked very much about babies and men and babies and women. Certainly many are talking sometimes and sometimes very often about something, and that thing is not to them completely interesting. And that thing is not to them almost completely interesting. And they are liking very well the talking they are doing about this thing, and they are liking very well the listening they are doing to anyone talking about this thing. Certainly then babies, having them, not having them, was not completely an interesting thing to David Hersland, was not almost completely an interesting thing to him. Some things were completely interesting things to David Hersland. Some things were almost completely interesting things to him. Some things he was wanting to be having as completely interesting things to him. Some things were almost completely not interesting things to him. Certainly some remembered that David Hersland had said something sometimes about anyone having, about anyone not having, not going to be having having had, not having had, liking, not liking, having babies. Certainly some remembered what David Hersland had been saying about such a thing, and some were talking quite often about what he had been saying about such a thing. And some were certainly talking quite often about such a thing, and not then any more remembering very much about what he had said about such a thing. And some were not then, some of such of them, remembering that he had talked sometimes about such a thing, and some of such of them, were remembering very well that he had sometimes been talking about such a thing. He certainly had been talking sometimes about such a thing. He certainly sometimes was convincing someone of something when he was talking about such a thing. Certainly everyone can have been one, can be one imagining something. Some are imagining everything to be anything. Some are very carefully imagining something to be anything. Some are dreamily imagining something to be anything. Some are daintily imagining anything to be something. Some are very carefully imagining again and again the same thing to be something. Some have earnest feeling in imagining everything to be anything. Some have a tired feeling in imagining something to be anything. Some are telling very much and very often the way they were, the way they are, the way they will be imagining anything to be something. Some are very much interested in their being one having been, being, going to be being one imagining everything to be something. Some are very much interested in their own imagining everything being something, and in everyone else's imagining everything being something. Some find it very interesting that everyone else is imagining everything being something. Some were imagining some things being some things when they were young ones, and then were imagining everything being something when they were older ones. Some are talking very much and very often about being one being imagining in being one being living. Some are very convincing in being one telling about being one being imagining in being living. Sometime each one has been telling very much and very often what that one is thinking about, that one being imagining in living. Being one talking in living, being one listening in living, being one succeeding in living, being one failing in living. Sometime each one has been telling very much and very often about living having been, about living being in that one. Some have been doing something very often, they have been doing that thing very much and very often, and yet they are not then knowing being in being one doing that thing. That is to say, someone may be one living all the living of that one doing some one thing again and again with many men and many women, and this one then has not been learning anything about how to be one doing that thing. Someone might be ruining many men and many women, certainly was one ruining one, and certainly then that one might be one not knowing anything about ruining, about not ruining anyone. Might be one certainly not knowing anything about ruining men and women. Might certainly be one not knowing anything of being in men and women who are not ruined by that one. In short, it is sometimes surprising how some are not being ones having had experience in being ones doing something when they have been ones doing something. Some have been ones doing something, and really then they have not very often done that thing. It is surprising very often how some who have been ones doing something have been ones very rarely doing that thing, and some who have been ones doing something have been doing that thing very often. Everyone certainly is telling very much and very often everything in being one being living, and some are listening to some, and some are listening to many, and some are not doing very much listening, and some are listening more, and then are listening less, and some are talking more, and some are talking less, and each one is one being living, and then each one is one going on being living all the time that one is one being living, and each one is sometime a young one, and each one is sometime quite a young one. Some are jumping when they are young ones, jumping from a place and are landing way below from where they were jumping, and it is a pretty thing to see them doing. And many of them, when they are doing this thing, are not hurting themselves in landing. Certainly very many when they are young ones are jumping a long distance and are landing somewhere, and to some of such of them it is not an important thing at all to be knowing where they are going to be landing when they are beginning jumping. Some are certain that not any one is such a one when they are a young one. Some are certain that every one, when they are jumping, even when they are quite young ones, have it that it is to them an important thing to be certain that they can be landing safely somewhere below the place from which they have been jumping. Some are certain that mostly every one, when they are young ones, are ones jumping, and not being ones being interested in knowing that they will be landing somewhere, and not be ones having been hurt by jumping. Some are quite certain that being young ones is being in some way in being living. Some are quite certain that being young ones is in some one way of being in being living. and in others another way of being in being living. Some are quite certain that there are some ways in being living that everyone, being a young one, has then in that one. Some are certain that this is not a true thing. Some are certain that not anyone, being a young one, having been a young one, has been then one saying a certain thing. Some are quite certain that mostly everyone, having been a young one, is one then not saying a certain thing. Each one being in being living, having been a young one, is remembering, is not remembering, having been being then. Some are certain that not anyone is remembering very much in having been a young one. Some are certain that everyone is remembering very much in having been a young one. Some are certain that they are remembering completely having been a young one. And then someone who was a young one too then is remembering, and that then makes it to the first one that one really is not at all remembering being living in being a young one. Sometimes this is a pleasant thing. Sometimes it is a thing indifferent to that one. Sometimes it is a thing making that one feel a feeling of being one, having been existing, without having been one going on in being one, being living. Some are not listening to other ones remembering being a young one. Some are listening very often to other ones remembering being a young one. Each one being living is certainly one having been one going on being living. Many, when they are being young ones, are talking very much and very often. Many, when they are being young ones, are ones going on being living. Many, when they are being young ones, are sometimes ones not going on being living. Many, when they are young ones, are being ones going on being living, and they are then remembering this thing, and they are then forgetting this thing, and they are sometimes ones telling something about being ones not going on being living. Some are certainly not remembering being ones being young ones. Some are certainly remembering and very clearly remembering, and remembering completely being young ones in being living. Many are quite certain they are remembering being young ones in being living. Many are completely certain they are not remembering being young ones in being living. Some are remembering someone being a young one in being living. Some are not remembering anyone being a young one in being living. David Hersland, in the beginning of his being living, was being a young one. There were others then being young ones. Some had then one way of being in being young ones, and others had then other ways of being in being young ones. And David Hersland was a young one then, and later some of them remembered their being in being young ones then, and some did not remember much of their being in being young ones then. David Hersland remembered some of them being in being young ones then. Something of some of them, a little something of being a young one then. Certainly something of being in him when he was being a young one. And sometimes he was one quite certainly remembering being in being a young one. And sometimes he was one quite certainly not remembering being in him as being in him in being a young one. Certainly some are remembering better than others being young ones in being living. There are such very different ways of feeling anyone being a dead one, and anyone being a living one at different times in being one being living. Certainly to very many being living when they are being young ones, being a dead one is a thing a little terrifying, not very exciting, quite interesting, not happening, certainly not happening. To some, it is a thing completely terrifying when they are young ones, certainly not happening, certainly not interesting, certainly very often being a thing that one is a good deal remembering. To some, when they are young ones, it is a thing happening. It is a thing terrifying them. It is a thing mostly forgotten. It is a thing quite interesting. To some, it is a thing completely forgotten, quite interesting. Not happening, might be quite terrifying. To some, it is a thing, when they are young ones, needing to be then completely forgotten. Sometimes then completely desolating. sometimes then making in that one is wanting to be certain that it is something not happening, is something not happening, is something that one is finding interesting, is something that one is then a good deal forgetting. In a way, David Hersland was such a kind of one. Some, when they are being young ones, are certainly not certain that anything is not existing, and then they certainly are certain that not anything is existing. And then they are wanting to be needing that anything being, that anything not being existing, is a thing completely interesting to them. And then it is not really at all then completely interesting to them. And these are ones going on being living, some of them, and David Hersland was one of such of them. Certainly there are very many who, being young ones, are not certain about anything being existing, anything being not existing, and are sometimes feeling completely in them about such a thing. There are some who, when they are young ones, are not certain about anything being existing, about anything being not existing, and are not feeling anything at all in them about any such thing. Certainly some, when they are young ones, are quite certain that everything is existing. Certainly some, when they are young ones, are wanting to be needing to be quite certain that not anything is existing. There are certainly very many going on being living when they are young ones. A very great many being young ones are being then ones going on being living. Some are certainly then and later remembering having been ones then going on being living. Certainly some then and later are not remembering having been then ones going on being living. Some are remembering then, when they are young ones going on being living, are remembering it then that they are young ones going on being living, and then later are forgetting that they were remembering this thing when they were young ones. David Hersland might have been one of such of them. There are a very great many being young ones, and there are a great many having been being young ones. David Hersland knew some who were being young ones, and he was a young one then. David Hersland knew some being young ones, and he was not really being a young one then. There certainly have been and are being very many being young ones. Each one has their own way of having it in them, being a young one, when that one is being a young one. Certainly some are ones having been young ones, and ones then having been talking very much and jumping very much, and being then being ones almost completely ones certain then that they were ones completely feeling being ones talking and being ones jumping. Very many certainly are not, when they are young ones, feeling themselves to be completely ones then jumping, then talking. Some are ones certainly not altogether completely then, when they are young ones, feeling themselves then in being ones jumping then, being ones talking then, being ones then completely jumping and talking. Very many later are remembering themselves having been ones feeling themselves being completely one jumping, completely one talking when they were young ones. Some are certainly being ones when they are young ones doing very much jumping, doing very much talking then when they are young ones. Some of such of them are certainly then feeling themselves to be ones, pretty nearly completely ones, being ones talking, being ones jumping. Some of such of them are certainly then not completely then feeling themselves ones being completely ones being jumping, completely ones being talking. Certainly very many, when they are being young ones, are ones then talking then and jumping then, and certainly some of such of them are ones certainly feeling themselves being completely then ones talking, ones jumping. Some, and certainly some of them are ones that are not ones anybody would be thinking were feeling themselves being such ones, are ones not feeling themselves at all being ones completely jumping, completely talking, when they were being young ones. In a way, Hersland was such a kind of a one. In a way, he was one certainly not one completely feeling being one jumping, being one talking, when he was being a young one. In a way, he was very nearly completely feeling himself being one being talking, being one being jumping, when he was being a young one. Certainly he was quite a good deal, one being one feeling being completely one jumping, completely one talking then, when he was a young one. Each one certainly is one being a young one, when that one is one beginning being living. Some are remembering being one beginning being living. Some are not remembering being one beginning being living. Some are ones who might be remembering and were, and some are ones who might be remembering and were not. In a way, David Hersland was one of such of them. In a way, he was one who might have been remembering he was a young one, and very much he was one not remembering. He certainly was one knowing very many when he was a young one, many who were then being ones being young ones. Some are saying someone looks like someone, and then some other one says yes, and then they are both laughing, and then they are telling another one about this thing, and they are all then laughing, and they keep on then for a very long time laughing, and beginning telling one another about this thing, and sometimes then they are not telling one another about this thing, and sometimes they are not then telling some other one about this thing, but certainly then they can be. They are laughing then. Some are telling that someone is like someone, and that one telling that thing has angry feeling, and is having more and more angry feeling in telling this thing, while that one is telling this thing is certainly not saying that this one is finding a resemblance that is convincing to this one. Sometimes some are beginning telling about something, and then certainly a number are saying something, and certainly very many of them are having then angry feeling, and they are then talking and talking and talking and telling that thing, and every minute each one of them is having angry feeling. Certainly some are talking, each one, about a thing, and each one is having angry feeling, and they are ones going to be playing something then, and certainly mostly each one of them is talking then, and certainly mostly each one of them is having angry feeling in them, and perhaps it is quite exciting to all of them then, and perhaps it is not really exciting to most of them then. Certainly some are talking very long times and quite often, and another one is with them and is talking very long times and quite often, and another one is with them, and each one of them is certainly talking very long times and quite often. Certainly each one being living is beginning being living, and certainly some of such of them are doing these things in being ones being then being living. David Hersland was one beginning being living, and there were others then being ones beginning being living, and they sometimes were with each other then, and sometimes some were with some then, and others were with others then. Certainly each one, everyone being living, is being one sometime beginning being living, and this is in different ways in them, in each one ever living. To some certainly not any one is ever a young one. To some not any one is certainly to themselves inside them a young one. Some are certain that not any one is ever to themselves inside them a young one. Some are doubting whether anyone is to themselves inside them, to themselves, then a young one. Some are certain that no one is ever to themselves inside them a young one. Certainly not anyone is being to themselves a young one inside them to some. Certainly anyone is being to themselves a young one inside them to some. To some, certainly not anyone is ever a young one. To some, certainly everyone is sometime a young one. To some, everyone is sometimes a young one. Certainly each one has a way of feeling about young being, about beginning being living in that one, in everyone. There are certainly very different ways of feeling about being young ones, about anybody being a young one, about that one being a young one, about anybody having been a young one, about that one having been a young one. Certainly each one is beginning being living when they are beginning being ones being living. Certainly some are not to themselves in being living, being young ones. Certainly some are to themselves in a way in being living young ones. Some perhaps are to themselves in being living in the beginning of being living, really being young ones. Each one ever living is certainly sometime beginning being in living. There are certainly many ways of being to oneself in being one beginning being living. To some certainly not anyone is ever a young one. Certainly not anyone is one being to themselves a young one inside them to some. To some certainly not anyone is ever a young one. Certainly each one is one beginning being living. Certainly not everyone is to themselves inside them then one beginning being living. Not everyone is one to themselves inside them having been beginning being living. Certainly in a way David Hersland was such a one. He certainly in a way was such a one certain in a way that not anyone is ever a young one. He was one in a way not ever to himself inside him, one being a young one. Certainly there are very many being ones, and always there are very many of them, and very many of them are such of them, are ones being certain then that not anyone is ever a young one, being certain then that one is not then a young one, being certain then that one is not one having been a young one. David Hersland was one being once beginning being in living. There were very many then being ones beginning being in living. Some of them were in a way young ones then inside them to them. Some of them were not in a way young ones then inside them to them. Being one needing to be listening to someone is being in some when they are young ones, when they are older ones, when they are middle-aged ones, when they are old ones. Being one needing to be listening to someone is what very many being in living are being in being one being living. Certainly very many are ones needing to be listening to someone, to be ones certain to themselves to be ones going on being living. Going to be going on being living. Some are needing being one listening to someone while they are young ones, while they are older ones, while they are beginning being in middle living, and then they are ones listening to someone, and some of such of them are then ones not needing to be listening to someone. Some are needing someone to be very convincing in being one to whom they are listening. Some are certainly needing this thing very much in being one being living. Some are needing this thing sometimes in being one being living. Some are needing this thing and are needing it again and again. Some are not needing this thing, but it is certainly a comforting thing to them to be having this thing. Some are having this thing, and it is a comforting thing to them, and they are wanting to be needing this thing. Some are wanting to be needing this thing, and they are almost needing this thing. Some are wanting not to be needing this thing. Some are having someone being a convincing one to whom they are listening, and it is then almost a comforting thing to them, and they are then ones wanting to be needing this thing, and then it is coming to be in them that they are not having this thing. In a way, David Hersland was one of such of them. In a way, it was something he was having, and it was then, in a way, a comforting thing to him. And then, in a way, he was wanting to be needing this thing, and then, in a way, he was certain not to be having any more of this thing, and of there being someone being convincing to whom he was listening. When he was a young one, he was almost knowing that he was wanting to be needing this thing. When he was an older one, he was knowing that he was having this thing, and having it again and again. When he was older, he was knowing that he was wanting to be needing this thing, and that certainly he was not going to be having anything of this thing. And perhaps he was then going to be completely needing this thing. And perhaps he was going to be then not at all needing this thing, and then he did not go on being one, being living. End of section 51, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, August 2nd, 2024. Section 52 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 52. Certainly he was one being living when he was being a young one. He was often then quite certainly one being almost completely interested in being one being living. He was then quite often wanting to be one being completely interested in being one being living. He was then one quite often almost completely interested in being one being living. He certainly then went on being living. He did this thing certainly all of his being living in young living. He certainly, when he was a young one, was needing then sometimes to be sure that he was one being living. This is certainly what some being living are needing when they are ones being young ones in being living. David Hersland certainly was one almost completely one being living when he was being a young one. Some he was knowing then were certainly being completely living then, and being young ones in being living. Some he was knowing then were not quite completely being ones being living then. Some were quite a good deal not being ones being completely living then, when they were being young ones in being living. David Hersland did a good deal of living in being living then when he was a young one. He was knowing very many then, and very many knew him then. He remembered some of them in his later living, and he did not remember some of them. He certainly was one almost completely then interested in being one being living then. Certainly every one being living is being one going on being living, and some are then knowing that thing, and some are then not knowing that thing, and some are remembering doing that thing, and some are not remembering having been doing that thing, having been going on being living. Certainly every one being living is one going on being living. Certainly very many are not remembering having been doing that thing. Certainly very many are remembering having been being doing that thing. Certainly everyone living is one going on being living. Certainly everyone having been living is one having been going on being living. Certainly everyone being living is one going on being living. Some are doing some things then, some are not doing some things then. Some are enjoying some things then, some are not enjoying some things then. Some are certainly needing to be ones, knowing they are being ones going on being living. Are needing to be doing some things that are making them be feeling that they are being ones going on being living, by being things that anyone is needing to be one going on being living, that is, breathing and breathing and breathing. There are very many such of them always being existing. There are very many certainly knowing then that they are ones going on being living then, when they are doing more breathing than just breathing in being living. Very many are doing very much breathing to be ones knowing they are going on being living. Very many are certain to be ones going on being living when they have been regularly doing more breathing than breathing to be being living. Some certainly are liking very much being living doing this thing. Quite a number are liking very much being living doing this thing, being ones knowing then being one going on being living. To some, certainly everyone is always a young one. To some, certainly someone is almost always a young one. Certainly any one being living is then one going on being living. Certainly some are breathing more than they are always breathing, and certainly some of such of them are ones knowing then that they are ones going on being living. Some are knowing they are ones going on being living when they are young ones. Some are not knowing they are ones going on being living when they are young ones. Some are ones not knowing it then when they are ones going on being living in being young ones. Some are ones knowing it then when they are young ones, knowing that they are ones going on being living then. Some, when they are being young ones, are liking being ones going on being living. Some, when they are being young ones, are not liking it, being ones going on being living. Certainly, some are then wanting to be liking being one going on being living. Some are certainly then not wanting to be liking being one going on being living. Certainly going on being living. David Hersland was sometimes not liking being one going on being living. He certainly was one sometimes, almost always, liking being one going on being living then. He certainly was one going on being living then. He certainly was sometimes knowing this thing then. He certainly was sometimes almost knowing this thing then. He was doing some things then, and some others were doing some things then, and he was doing some things, and some others were doing the things he was wanting to be needing to be doing then. And he was doing some things then, and he was doing some things he was needing to be doing then, and some others did things then when he was doing things. And some were doing things then, and he was going to be doing things then, and he was doing things then, and some others were doing things then, and some others were going to be doing things then, and some were doing things, and he was doing things, and some others were doing things, and he was going to be doing things, and he was needing to be doing things, and he was doing things, and he was wanting to be doing things, and he was doing things, and some others were doing things, and some others were going to be doing things, and some others were wanting to be doing things, and some others were doing things, and some others were needing to be doing things, and some others were doing things, and some others were doing things. Certainly some, when they are ones being dreaming, and they are young ones then, and ones being dreaming then, are ones then not dreaming then about anything. There are certainly some being young ones, and ones being dreaming then, and they are then not being ones dreaming then about anything. There are some being ones being dreaming, and they are young ones then, and some of them are ones dreaming then about something. Certainly some of them who are ones being one being dreaming, and being ones being then young ones, are ones dreaming then about something. Some certainly are ones being dreaming when they are ones being young ones, and some of such of them are ones being ones not dreaming then of anything. And some are ones, certainly some of them are ones dreaming of something. Some, when they are being ones being young ones, are ones sometimes then being ones being dreaming, and some of such of them are ones dreaming then of something. Sometimes when they are then ones dreaming then, and sometimes are ones not dreaming of anything when they are ones being young ones, and being sometimes then ones being dreaming. One is doing something, and then doing that thing again, and then doing another thing, and then doing that thing again, and then doing the one thing and then the other thing, and that one certainly would be doing some other thing and doing that thing again, and would be then doing another thing, and would be doing that thing again, and would then be doing the one thing, and then would be doing the other, if that one were not doing the things that one is doing in being one being living. Certainly some are doing something, and doing that thing, and doing another thing, and certainly some are completely ones needing to be ones doing that thing again, and then some other thing, and then that other thing again, and then one thing, and then another thing, to be ones being ones living. Certainly some are doing something and are doing it again, and are doing another thing, and are doing it again, and are doing the one thing, and are doing the other thing, and are completely wanting to be needing to be doing the one thing and the other thing to be one being living. There are some that certainly are almost completely wanting that they should be ones needing to be one doing one thing, to be one doing that thing again, to be one doing another thing, to be one doing that again, to be one doing the one thing and the other thing, to be one needing doing the one thing and the other thing to be one being living. There are some who are almost completely wanting that they should be one who is one that is needing being one doing the one thing and doing it again, and doing another thing and doing it again, and doing the one thing and the other thing to be one being living. Certainly, each one being living is doing something and doing another thing, and the one thing again and the other thing again, and the one thing and the other thing, and something, and that thing again and something. Each one being living is one being one doing something and doing it again, and another thing and something, and another thing and doing something and doing another thing again. Each one being living is one doing something and doing that thing and another thing and that thing and another thing and another thing and that thing and another thing and another thing again. Certainly each one living is one in some way doing something, doing another thing, in some way needing doing something, doing another thing, in some way wanting to be needing doing something, doing another thing and doing something again, and another thing again, and another thing again. Some are certainly needing to be ones doing something, and they are doing one thing and doing it again and again and again and again, and they are doing another thing, and they are doing it again and again and again, and they are doing another thing, and they are doing it again and again and again, and such a one might have been one doing a very different thing then, and doing another very different thing then, and doing another very different thing then, and doing that then each or any one of them, and doing it again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being living, and ones being ones doing something, and doing it very well in doing it again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being living, and are ones doing something and doing it well, and not doing it well in doing it again and again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being and are ones doing something, and are ones doing it quite well, and are ones doing it quite well in doing it again, and are ones doing it again and again. Some are ones being living and doing something, and are doing that thing, and are doing some other thing, and are doing some other thing, and certainly they are then doing some other thing, and certainly they are doing each thing, and hardly anyone is doing anything better than such a one is doing anything. There are some being living, and they are doing something, and they are doing that thing, and they are going on doing that thing, and then they are not any longer doing that thing. Some are quite doing something in being living. Some are being living and are quite steadily and completely doing something. Some are being living, and they are then doing something, and they are then doing that thing again. Some are being living, and certainly they are ones doing something, and are then ones being living. Certainly each one being living is one in some way doing something, in some way being living to some in being one doing something, is in some way being living inside that one in being one doing something, is in some way needing being living, is in some way needing being doing something, is in some way wanting to be needing being doing something. Each one being living is one doing something and doing it again and doing some other thing and doing it again and doing the one thing and doing the other thing and doing another thing and doing one thing and the other thing and doing another thing and doing it again. Certainly some are ones completely being living to themselves inside them. Some of such of them are ones being ones doing something and another thing, and doing the one thing and the other thing, and doing them again, and doing them again, and doing them again and again. Certainly some are ones completely being living, and they are this thing to themselves then. They are this thing to some other one. They are ones being completely living in being ones being living, and doing something, and another thing, and another thing, and doing some of them again and again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being ones completely being living, and when they are ones being living and are ones being completely living in doing something and doing that thing again and doing some other thing and doing that thing again and again and again, and being one doing such a thing again and doing some other such thing and doing it again and again and again and again, and being one completely living and being such a one to everyone, certainly to anyone knowing that one, knowing anything of that one. There are some, when they are being living and when they are beginning being living, are ones completely being living, and are ones completely being living to themselves then, and to mostly everyone, and are ones being completely being living, doing many things, and doing them, most of them, very often. There certainly are some being living who are ones certainly being ones completely being living, and are such ones, and anyone can be completely certain of this thing, being one knowing such a one, being one knowing anyone knowing such a one. Certainly there are very many being completely living in being living, and are such to anyone, and are ones doing something and another thing, and doing one again and again and again, and doing the other thing again and again, and doing the other thing again and again and again. Certainly there are some being ones completely being living in being living, and doing something, and doing it again and again, and doing another thing of the same kind of thing, and doing it again, and being one being completely living in being one being living. Certainly some are ones completely being living in being living, and are such ones to anyone, to everyone, and certainly there are ones being living, not being ones completely living, that is, not to some knowing them, knowing of them, and some of such of them are ones certainly doing something, and certainly doing another thing of the same kind, and another one of the same kind, and doing each one of them very much and very often, and again and again and again and again. Certainly some are ones being ones completely being living to themselves in being living, and some knowing them are certain that this is not being in them, in some of such of them, that they are ones being completely living in being living. There certainly are ones who are ones not being completely living in being living to themselves then, and some are certainly certain that some of such of them are ones being completely being living in being living, and some are certainly certain that some of such of them are not ones being completely living in being living. Certainly each one being living is beginning being living, and some are then knowing this thing, and some are not then knowing this thing, those being in being beginning being living. Some who are beginning being living are then knowing that thing. Some who are beginning being living are then not knowing that thing. Some beginning being living are almost then knowing that thing. Certainly, some beginning being living are quite certainly not knowing anything at all of any such thing being in being living. Certainly, there are many ways of being ones being completely living in being living, being ones not completely living in being living. There are certainly many ways of being ones completely being living in being young ones. There are certainly many ways of being ones not completely being living in being young ones. When one is a young one is a young one. Certainly when one is a young one is then a young one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then a young one. In a way, is knowing it then that one is then a young one. When one is a middle-aged one is then a middle-aged one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is then a middle-aged one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then a middle-aged one. When one is an old one is then an old one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is then an old one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then an old one. When one is a young one is a young one. Certainly when one is a young one is then a young one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is then a young one. In a way, one is knowing then that one is not then a young one. When one is an older one is then an older one. One is then, in a way, knowing then that one is then an older one. One is then, in a way, knowing then that one is not then an older one. When one is a young one is a young one. When one is a young one is certainly then, in a way, a young one. When one is a young one is certainly, in a way, then not a young one. When one is a young one is a young one. One is a young one and is then, in some ways, then not a young one. One is a young one and is in some ways then a young one. One is a young one and one is knowing in some way that one is a young one. One is a young one and one is knowing in some way that one is not a young one. One is a young one and is knowing that one is not a young one and is knowing that one is a young one. One is an older one and is knowing that one is an older one and is knowing that one is not an older one. One is a middle-aged one and is knowing that one is a middle-aged one and is knowing that one is not a middle-aged one. One is an older one and is knowing that one is a middle-aged one and is knowing that one is not a middle-aged one. One is an older one and is knowing that one is not an older one and is knowing that one is an old one. One is an old one and is knowing one is an old one and is knowing that one is not an old one. One is an older one and is not knowing one is an older one and is knowing one is an older one. One is a very old one and one is knowing one is a very old one and is not knowing one is a very old one. One is an older one and is knowing one is an older one and is not knowing one is an older one. One is a young one and one is not knowing one is a young one. One is a young one and one is knowing one is not a young one and one is knowing that one is a young one. One is a young one and is then knowing that one is a young one and is then knowing that one is not a young one. One is a young one and is knowing and is not knowing then that that one is then a young one. One is a young one and is knowing then that that one is not a young one, is knowing then that that one is then a young one. David Hersland was a young one. He was knowing he was then a young one. He was knowing that he was then not a young one. He knew some who were young ones then. Some of them were knowing then that they were young ones then, and knowing then that they were not young ones then. Everyone is doing something in being a young one, in being living. Some are jumping, and some are then not jumping very much, and some are not jumping well enough then so that they are interested in doing that thing. And some are jumping then, and it is an extraordinary thing that they can do that thing so wonderfully, the thing they are doing then, the jumping they are doing then. Some are jumping then, and mostly not anyone is jumping a longer distance than they are jumping. Some are jumping, and they go on jumping, and it is certainly very satisfying to be one then jumping. Some are jumping, and certainly it is a very wonderful thing, the jumping they are doing. Some are jumping, and anybody would be satisfied with jumping in such a way unless they were ones jumping in quite a different way. Some are ones jumping very well, and it is quite interesting being jumping then, and certainly not anyone would not be an interested one in being one jumping in the way these are jumping. David Hersland was one of such of them. Certainly he was jumping and jumping very well and jumping quite often. Some, when they are jumping, are wonderfully jumping. David Hersland knew some of such of them. Everyone is doing something in being a young one, in being living. Very many are jumping then, and David Hersland was jumping then, and he jumped very well and was quite interested in jumping then. Some jump quite wonderfully when they are jumping. Some are interested in such jumping. Some are wanting to be doing such jumping. David Hersland was interested in such jumping. He was almost wanting to be doing such jumping. He jumped very well when he was one doing jumping. He was not feeling very much about wanting to be doing wonderful jumping. He did extremely good jumping when he was one doing jumping. Everyone is doing something in being a young one, in being living. Mostly everyone is doing something when they are being one, being young ones. Certainly jumping is doing something. Some are doing a good deal of jumping when they are young ones. Some are doing then very wonderful jumping. Some are jumping very well then. David Hersland jumped very well then. Each one, when that one is a young one, is knowing then that that one is a young one, is knowing then that that one is not a young one. Each one, when that one is a young one, is not knowing then that that one is then a young one, is not knowing then that that one is then a young one. Some, when they are young ones, are knowing then very well that everyone is certain to be sometime a young one. Some, when they are young ones, are feeling that they are then completely knowing this thing. In a way, they are completely then knowing this thing. In a way, they are not completely then knowing this thing. Some are certainly, when they are young ones, not in any way completely knowing the thing that everyone is sometime a dead one. Very many are in some way knowing this thing that everyone is sometime being a dead one. Very many are knowing something of this thing when they are being young in being living. Very many are not knowing very much about everyone being a young one. Very many, when they are young ones, are not then knowing very much about this thing. Very many are not knowing very much about everyone being a dead one. Very many, when they are young ones, are not then knowing very much about this thing. Certainly David Hersland, in a way, knew almost completely then, when he was a young one, that everyone would sometime be a dead one. In a way, he did not at all completely know about this thing, about everyone coming to be sometime a dead one, then when he was being a young one in being living. There were very many being young ones in being living then, when David Hersland was being a young one in being living. David Hersland knew some who were being young ones when he was being a young one. He knew some of them, and he was with some of them some of the time then. And he did some things with some of them, and he did not do some things with some of them, and he certainly talked enough then with some of them, and he did not talk very much to some of them, and he was going to talk some with some of them, and he certainly would have liked sometimes not to have talked much with some of them. But mostly he talked a good deal with a good many of them, and he mostly always could have talked more with most of them, and certainly he did not talk to some, and he would have liked to have talked to them, but mostly he talked a good deal with a good many of them, and he did things with some of them, and he was being young in his living when others were being young in their living. And he knew a good many of such of them, and he did some things with them, and he talked some with them, and he certainly did know some of them being young ones in their living when he was being a young one in his living. Some do not do things very much with others who are being young ones in living when they are being young ones in being. Some do, very much do, things with others who are being young ones in living when they are being young ones in being living. David Hersland did things a good deal with some who were being young ones in being living when he was a young one in being living. He did not do some things with anyone who were being young ones in being living when he was a young one in being living. Certainly everyone who is being living. Certainly some are certain that in being living they are ones feeling that being living is something. Certainly some being living are feeling that being living is something. Certainly very many in being living are feeling that being living is something. Very many are feeling that being living is a thing making of them ones being existing. Some are feeling that being living is a thing not making of them ones being existing. Certainly being existing is something very many are feeling in being ones being living. Certainly very many are very often doing something. Certainly very many are going on living for quite a long time. Certainly very many are always feeling themselves then being existing. Certainly very many are certain that being existing is something. Certainly some are sometimes feeling that being existing is almost not something. Certainly some are sometimes feeling that being existing is not something. Certainly quite a number being living are feeling that being existing is not anything. Certainly a very great number are feeling that being existing is something. Certainly David Hersland was sometimes feeling that being existing is something. Certainly David Hersland was sometimes feeling that being living is not something. Some are quite certain that being existing is not anything. David Hersland was almost certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. Some are certain that being existing is something. Certainly David Hersland could be almost being certain of this thing, that being existing is something. David Hersland, when he was a young one, could be feeling that he was completely certain that being existing is not anything. David Hersland, when he was a young one, was feeling that he was as nearly certain as anyone could be who was not completely certain that being existing is not anything. David Hersland was feeling, when he was a young one, that he might come to be certain that being existing is not anything. David Hersland was certain then, when he was a young one, that being existing is not anything, and he was completely certain of this thing, and he was as completely certain of this thing as anyone can be who is not completely certain of this thing. David Hersland was almost completely certain of this thing then, when he was a young one, certainly almost completely certain that being existing is not anything. He was completely certain of this thing, that he was feeling this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was almost completely certain of this thing, that being living is not anything. He was completely certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was almost completely certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was completely certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was almost completely certain that being existing is something. He was almost completely certain of this thing then, when he was a young one. He was almost completely certain that being existing is something. He was completely certain that he was feeling, completely feeling, that being existing is something. He was completely certain that being living is something. He was almost completely certain that being living is something. He was almost certain, when he was a young one, that being existing is something. He was completely certain then of this thing, that being existing is something, then when he was a young one. He was feeling certain, then when he was a young one, that he was almost certain of this thing, that being existing is something. He was feeling certain then, when he was a young one, that he was almost certain of this thing, that being existing is not anything. He was one being living, and he was one feeling something about being existing. Very many are ones being living, and very many of them are ones feeling something about being existing. Very many are ones feeling something about existing when they are young ones. Very many are being living, and all of them are being young ones in being living, and some of them are ones feeling something about being existing. Feeling something about being one being existing is in very many being living. Feeling something about being existing was in David Hersland in being one being living. Some are wanting to know about someone, whether that one is a young one or is an older one. It is an important thing to know that of someone. That one being a young one is, in a way, one being one kind of a one, and that one being an older one is then, in a way, not that kind of a one. Someone is being one being living, and that one is then a young one. That one is a kind of a one. That one being that kind of a one is being one living in a certain way, thinking and doing in a certain way, and that one is one certainly doing that in a way, one way being a young one, and in a way, in a different way, being an older one. It is an important thing to be knowing of that one, of anyone, whether that one is then a young one or an older one. Some are knowing about someone that that one is an older one, and that one is not then an older one. That one is then in the very beginning of the middle living of that one, and not in the middle of the middle living of that one. Perhaps that then is the reason that one is doing something in the way that one is doing it then. Perhaps that is not the reason that that one is doing that thing the way that one is doing that thing then. Perhaps that one will be doing that thing that way in the ending of the middle of the living in that one. Perhaps that one will not be doing that thing in that way at the ending of the middle living in that one. Certainly, I am asking each one how old that one is just then. Certainly, I am doing this thing. David Hersland was a young one in the ending of the beginning of the ending of young living, and he certainly was then one that some were needing to be asking how old he was then, and certainly some were thinking then that he was as old as he was then, and certainly some were thinking then that he was older than he was then. Certainly he was at the beginning of the ending of young being in him then, and he certainly was knowing quite a number who were being living then, and some were young ones who were younger than he was then, and some were ones who were as old as he was then, and some were ones who were older ones than he was then. He had been knowing very many all his living, and some were older ones than he was then, and some were younger ones than he was then, and some were just as old as he was then. Certainly all his living he knew quite a number who were being living, and quite a number knew him. Sometimes in his being living he was not knowing so many who were being living, and not very many knew him. Sometimes in his living he knew quite a number who were living. Sometimes in his living he did not know very many who were living. Sometimes in his living very many knew him. Sometimes in his living there were not very many who knew him. Sometimes to someone knowing anybody in being living is to that one something really existing. Sometimes to someone knowing somebody is to that one a thing that in a way is not really existing. Sometimes someone is wondering about this thing. Sometimes that one is not wondering about that thing. Certainly some are not ever wondering about such a thing. Certainly some are knowing somebody, and that thing is existing. Certainly there are some who are doing this thing. Certainly some are knowing somebody, and that thing is not existing. Certainly there are some who are doing this thing. David Hersland was certainly one having all of such ways of being in him. He certainly was one knowing someone, and that thing being existing to him. He certainly was one knowing someone, and that thing being not existing to him. He certainly was one knowing someone, and that thing being sometimes not existing to him. He certainly was one wondering about such a thing. He was certainly one not wondering about such a thing. He certainly was one being existing inside him to him. He was certainly one being not existing inside him to him. He was certainly one wondering about such a thing. He was certainly one not wondering about such a thing. Certainly sometimes he knew a number of people being living, and he knew some of them in some way, and he did not know some of them in that way, and he was then knowing some in that way. Some of those he had been knowing in that way, and he was not knowing some then in that way. Some of those he had been knowing in that way, and he was knowing then some of those in that way, some of those he had not been knowing in that way. He certainly sometimes in being living knew quite a number of ones being living. He certainly sometimes in being living did not know very many being living. He certainly was one having ways of knowing ones in him, and certainly he was sometimes having very many ways of knowing ones being in him. He certainly had very many ways of knowing ones being in him, and certainly sometimes in being living he was knowing very many being living, and certainly sometimes in being living he was not knowing very many being living. He was one wondering about knowing ones in being living. He certainly was one wondering quite often about being one knowing ones being living. The way some other one is not frightened by something, the way some other one is frightened by something, makes some almost certain that not anyone is existing. The way some other one is frightened by something, the way some other one is not frightened by something, makes some wonder whether they are realizing being in anyone. Some other one being frightened by someone, some other not being frightened by someone, makes some feel uncertain whether they are themselves being living. Some other one being frightened, some other one not being frightened by something, by someone, makes some certain that that other one is not understanding anything. Some certainly are not believing another one who is then a frightened one, who is then not a frightened one. Some are explaining to someone who is not a frightened one by something that that one is not understanding what a thing it is, the thing that is not frightening that one. Some are certainly then completely being astonished ones in realizing that that one who is not frightened by one thing is frightened by another thing, which is certainly not a dangerous thing, and the other thing is a dangerous thing. And why should anyone be frightened by anything that is not a dangerous thing? And why should anyone not be frightened by anything that is a dangerous thing? Some certainly are frightened by some things that are not pleasant things. Some certainly are frightened by some things that are dreary things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are dangerous things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are dirty things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are lively things. Some certainly are frightened by things that are quick things. Some certainly are ones being frightened by things because those things are slow things. David Hersland was one all his living learning to be believing that what frightened someone did frighten that one, that what did not frighten someone did not frighten that one. David Hersland certainly was one all his living trying to be learning to be one believing this thing, believing that what frightened someone did frighten that one, that what did not frighten someone did not frighten that one. He was sometimes being one, in trying to be learning this thing, one who was certain that not anyone is being existing. He was sometimes one certain that what was frightening that one was not frightening that one, that what was not frightening that one was frightening that one. He was explaining very often that he was not believing that what was frightening someone was frightening that one, that what was not frightening that one was not frightening that one. Certainly he was one trying to be one learning to be believing that what was frightening anyone was frightening that one, that what was not frightening someone was not frightening that one. He was, in his living, sometimes knowing very many who were living. Sometimes in his living, very many who were being living knew him. He knew quite a number who were being living when he was a young one then, when he was a young one. Someone was not having angry feeling when he was asking why anyone is doing anything. This one did not have angry feeling when someone was explaining that each one did the thing that each one was doing so as to be satisfying the wanting to do that thing that each one had then inside in them. Some are wanting to be asking why each one is doing the thing each one is doing, and have not any angry feeling in asking this thing. Someone was explaining that each one doing anything, certainly some of them, were doing that thing to satisfy the feeling of wanting to be doing that thing. Someone was asking what was the use in doing anything, and the one asking this thing did not have any angry feeling when that one asked this thing. Someone was explaining that the use of doing a thing was to be satisfying the need anyone had to be doing that thing, and this explanation did not give to the one receiving this explanation any angry feeling. It did not give to that one any satisfied feeling. It did not give to that one any sad feeling. It did not give to that one any angry feeling. Some are not having any angry feeling when they are asking why anyone is doing anything. Some are not having any angry feeling when they are asking why each one is doing the thing each one is doing. Some are not having any angry feeling when someone is giving an explanation of why each one is doing what each one is doing. Some are not having any angry feeling when someone is explaining why anyone is doing anything. Some are not having any angry feeling when someone is explaining that each one is doing what each one is doing and is in some way completely explaining that thing. Some are not then having any angry feeling. Some are not then having any satisfaction. Some of such of them are not then having any sad feeling. Some of such of them had been then perhaps expecting to be having some satisfaction. Some of such of them are not having any weary feeling. Some of such of them are not having then disappointed feeling. Some of such of them are not then having any excited feeling. Some of such of them are not then not asking why each one is doing what each one is doing. Some of such of them are not then having any angry feeling. Some are explaining that each one is doing the thing each one is doing because they are needing to be doing that thing, because they are needing to be wanting to be doing that thing, because doing that thing is a thing that is feeding them, because doing that thing is a thing that they are needing to be doing so that they can be ones doing something that they are ones needing to be wanting to be doing. Because doing that thing is a thing that is something anyone will be doing who is one needing to be one doing some things that this one is needing to be doing. Because doing that thing is a thing in some way satisfying that one as being the one being that one. Some having someone explaining each one being one doing what each one is doing are not having then any angry feeling. Some of such of them are explaining that exchanging anything is a completely pleasant thing, and they are not exchanging anything just then. Some of such of them are explaining that exchanging anything is a completely pleasant thing, and they are exchanging a good deal just then. Some of such of them are not having in them any angry feeling. Some of such of them are asking then why each one is doing what each one is doing. Some of such of them are hearing some then explaining that thing. Some of such of them have not in them then any angry feeling. In a way, David Hersland was one not completely asking why each one is doing what each one is doing. In a way, David Hersland was not ever completely explaining why each one is doing what each one is doing. In a way, he did have angry feeling in him in asking, in listening, in explaining this thing. Certainly he very nearly did not have angry feeling in him about any of this thing. Certainly he might have been one completely asking about this thing, about why each one is doing what each one is doing. He might have been one, certainly he might have been one completely explaining this thing, why each one is doing what each one is doing. He was not ever completely asking this thing. He was not ever completely explaining this thing. He might have been one having completely angry feeling in asking, in explaining, in having explanations of this thing. He certainly was not ever completely angry in asking about this thing, in explaining, in hearing someone explaining this thing. He was one who certainly might have been one completely asking about each one doing the thing each one is doing. He was one who certainly might have been one completely explaining each one doing what each one is doing. David Hersland was not completely asking himself, asking anyone, why each one is doing what each one is doing. Sometimes he was almost completely asking this thing. He might have been one sometime completely asking this thing. He might not have been sometime completely asking this thing. He was not ever really completely asking this thing. He certainly might easily be thinking, anyone might easily be certain about it, about him, when he was living, that he was one completely asking this thing. He certainly was not completely asking this thing. He certainly was not ever completely explaining why everyone is doing what each one is doing in being living. He might have been one explaining this thing. He might have been one not explaining this thing. Certainly, many were certain that he was one having been, being, going to be being, explaining this thing. He could be one wanting to be explaining this thing. He was not ever completely wanting to be explaining this thing. He was not then ever really in living, completely explaining why each one is doing what each one is doing in being living. He certainly might have been one completely listening to anyone explaining this thing, why each one is doing what each one is doing. He was pretty nearly completely listening to anyone who was one explaining this thing. He was then one, sometimes, explaining something. He was then sometimes wanting to be being one completely explaining everything. He was then sometimes almost completely wanting to be one explaining everything. He certainly listened very much and very often, and certainly he very nearly completely listened when he listened to very many who were explaining everything. Certainly he was one who was listening, who was explaining, who was asking, who was answering in being one being living. He was one certainly completely clearly feeling a good deal in being one being living. He certainly was one clearly thinking. He certainly was one pretty nearly completely explaining everything. He certainly was one pretty nearly completely asking about each one being one doing the things each one is doing. He was a young one, and he was an older one, and he was a little older then, and then he was not any longer living. He certainly sometimes then was knowing very many who were living then. He certainly sometimes then was known by some who were living then. He certainly was one who was, in a way, completely clearly feeling some things. He certainly was one who was, in a way, very completely clearly thinking. He was, in a way, one pretty nearly completely needing to be wanting to be completely asking about each one being the one that one is in being living. He was one certainly wanting to be needing to be certain that some things being existing are beautiful things being existing. He was one certainly not in a way completely feeling such a thing. He was, in a way, completely, clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was one certainly not completely explaining everything. He was one certainly not completely asking about each one being the one that one is in being living. He was one feeling some things, clearly feeling some things. He was one knowing some very well in being one being living. He was one who was doing some things. He was one clearly thinking in being living. He was one listening and talking and asking and answering. He was one, and certainly some were certain of this thing, he was one clearly feeling, clearly thinking, completely clearly feeling, completely clearly thinking some things. And he was then feeling and listening and talking and asking and answering, and almost completely then needing to be sometime explaining everything. He was not ever really completely needing to be explaining everything. He was not ever completely explaining everything. He might have been one completely explaining everything. He might not have been one completely explaining everything. End of section 52, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, August 6, 2024. Section 53 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 53. He was one, and certainly there were some who were certain of this thing, he was one almost completely listening to anyone who was explaining everything. He was one, and he certainly was that to some, he was one not in a way completely listening to anyone explaining everything. He was one who certainly to some was very nearly explaining everything. He was not one explaining everything. He was not completely needing to be such a one. To be young, to be older, to be middle-aged, to be older, to be old, each one is a way of being, and each one means something to each one being living. In a way, being young means something to everyone, and it is not the same thing. One is a young one, that is to say that one is in the beginning of being living. That is to say that one is not yet a middle-aged, is not yet beginning to be a middle-aged one. That one is thinking, is feeling about being in that one. That one is telling about that thing. That one is doing something and is thinking about that thing. That one is not then to that one being a young one. That is to say, that one is not then to that one beginning being living. That one is then to that one being living, one being one doing something, and thinking about that thing. One being one thinking, one being one feeling, one helping someone to be one doing something. One realizing the way some other one should begin doing something. One telling someone how that one should go on doing something. This one, then, is in a way not a young one. That is to say, this one is, in a way, not one being beginning in being living. This one, in a way, is a young one. That is to say, this one is one not feeling something, not thinking something, not being in being living, one being what that one will be being when that one is an older one. That one is then, in a way, a young one, and is, in a way, beginning being living. And this is then in this one, and this one is one not then having that thing in that one, that is being a young one, is not then having that thing in that one as something that one is needing to be one deciding anything, to be one directing some other one, to be one working and feeling and thinking, and that one is then a young one, and this is in that one as being, and that is then making that one be the one that one is then in being living. David Hersland was such a one in being a young one. He certainly was then one being one not needing it to be a young one, to be one being then living, to be one being then working and thinking and feeling and directing some and deciding anything. He was then a young one, and being then a young one made it that he was one being existing as being one doing anything, feeling anything, thinking anything, deciding anything, directing anything, in the way that he was then doing such a thing, then when he was a young one. Some are needing themselves being a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an older one, an old one, to be ones realizing what any one telling about different ways of feeling anything, of thinking about anything, of doing anything, is meaning by what that one is telling. Some are needing themselves being a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an older one, an old one, to be one being certain that it is a different thing inside in one, being a young one, from being an older one, from being a middle-aged one, from being an older one, from being an old one. Some are needing themselves being different ages in being living, to be realizing that each one is different in being one being feeling, in being one being thinking, in being one doing anything, in being one deciding anything, in being one directing anything, in being a young one, in being an older one, in being a middle-aged one, in being an older one, in being an old one. David Hersland was such a one. David Hersland was needing being at different ages in being living to be realizing the different ways anyone can be thinking, feeling, doing at different times in being living, in being a young one, an older one, a middle-aged one, an older one, an old one, a very old one. Some are needing being at different ages in being living to be to themselves one doing something, thinking something, feeling something, directing some, deciding something. David Hersland was such a one. Some are needing being at different ages in being living so that they can be realizing that each one is feeling differently, is thinking differently, is doing anything differently, is deciding differently, is directing anything or anyone differently at different ages in their being living. David Hersland was such a one. David Hersland was a young one, and he was then thinking and feeling and doing some things and deciding some things and directing some things and directing some whom he knew then, directing some of them in doing things, directing some of them in thinking things, directing some of them in feeling things. He was directing some then in thinking about some things. He was directing some then in their feeling about some things. He was deciding some things then, and deciding some things then for some who were knowing him just then. He was one then being living all his living. He was one being living to himself inside him almost all of his being living. He was one being a young one. David Hersland was in a way being a young one when he was a young one, when he was in the beginning of his being living. He was one being a young one in a way being a young one when he was a young one. He was experiencing then, in a way, he was experiencing then being a young one. In a way, he was not experiencing then being a young one. He was a young one when he was in the beginning of his being living. And, in a way, he was then experiencing that thing. He was a young one when he was beginning being living, and in a way, he was not then experiencing that thing. In a way, he was not then a young one then when he was in the beginning of his being living, and he was then experiencing that thing, experiencing being not then a young one. He was, in a way, not a young one then when he was in the beginning of his being one being living, and he was, in a way then, not experiencing that thing, experiencing being then not a young one. He was one experiencing being one being living all of his being living. He was experiencing being at some age in being living in all of his being living. He was one experiencing being living then when he was a young one. He was one experiencing being a young one then when he was a young one. He was one experiencing not being a young one then when he was a young one. He was one experiencing living being in him. He was one experiencing living being in some when he was knowing them who were knowing him then when he was a young one. He was experiencing in them their being a young one, some who were then being young ones. He was experiencing in them their not being young ones, some who were then young ones. He was experiencing being not young ones in some who were not then young ones. He was experiencing then some being young ones in some who were not then young ones. He was experiencing living then when he was a young one. He was experiencing being living then. He was experiencing being living all his living. He was experiencing living all his living. David Hersland was sometimes certain that he was living in being one, having very much feeling in being one, being living. He was sometimes certain of this thing. He was sometimes certain that he was not living in being one, having very much feeling in being living. He was sometimes certain of this thing. When he was in living in the beginning of his being living, he was sometimes really certain that he was living in being one, having very much feeling in being one, being living. He was sometimes then, when he was in the beginning of being living, he was sometimes then certain of this thing. When he was in living in the beginning of his being living, he was sometimes then really certain that he was living in being one, not having very much feeling in being one, being living. He was sometimes then, when he was in the beginning of being living, he was sometimes certain of this thing. Some are almost really certain sometimes that they are ones being living in being one, having very much feeling. Some are almost really certain sometimes that they are ones being living in being one, not having very much feeling in being living. David Hersland was sometimes really certain that he was one having very much feeling in being one, being living. He was sometimes really certain that he was one not having very much feeling in being one, being living. He knew some who were living when he was living. He was certain about some of them that they were ones having very much feeling in being ones, being living. He was sometimes not completely certain about this thing. About some he was knowing, having very much feeling in being ones, being living. He was sometimes certain that he was one, being living, having very much feeling in being one, being living. He was sometimes certain that he was one not having very much feeling in being one, being living. He was one having very much feeling in being one, being living, and then he was clearly thinking about such a thing. He was one not having very much feeling in being one, being living, and he was very clearly thinking about this thing. Certainly, he was always thinking quite clearly about something. He certainly was quite clearly thinking about very many things. He was one clearly thinking in being one, being living. He was one knowing it about some, that, in a way, they were ones clearly thinking, that, in a way, they were ones not clearly thinking. He was not knowing it about some, that they were ones clearly thinking, that they were not ones clearly thinking. He was one knowing some who were living while he was living, and certainly some of them were completely certain that he was one clearly thinking about everything. He was one knowing some who were living while he was living, and some of them were certain that he was one living and feeling very much in being living. He was knowing some who were living while he was being living. He was sometimes telling some of them about his being one clearly thinking. He was sometimes telling some of them about his being certain of being one, living and feeling very much in being living. He was sometimes telling some of them about his being certain of being one living and not feeling very much in being living. He was telling some of them about his thinking clearly about being being one feeling very much in being living. He was telling some of them about his thinking very clearly about his being one living in not feeling very much in being living. He was one living in being one feeling very much in being living. He was one living in not feeling very much in being living. He was one clearly thinking about something. He was one very clearly thinking in being one being living. He was one certainly knowing that he was one being living. He was one certainly thinking, certainly clearly thinking about that thing. He was one knowing some who were living while he was being living. He was one certainly clearly thinking about that thing. He was one certainly feeling very much in being living. He certainly was clearly thinking about that thing. He was one certainly not feeling very much in being living. He certainly was clearly thinking about that thing. He knew some who were living while he was living. He was feeling something about some of them. He was clearly thinking about that thing. He was one needing to be one clearly thinking about something, about almost everything. He was one wanting to be needing to be one clearly thinking about something, about almost anything, about everything. He was sometimes wanting to be needing some other thing. He was sometimes not wanting to be needing some other thing. He certainly was sometimes wanting to be needing some other thing. He was sometimes almost needing some other thing. He certainly was always needing to be quite clearly thinking. He was sometimes almost needing some other thing. He was sometimes wanting to be needing some other thing. He was sometimes not wanting to be needing some other thing. He knew some who were living while he was being living. He sometimes knew quite a number of them. He sometimes did not know very many of them. He was feeling something about some of them. He was sometimes feeling something about quite a number of them. He was sometimes thinking clearly about some of them. He was sometimes feeling very much about some of them. He was sometimes not feeling very much about some of them. He was sometimes feeling something about some of them. Perhaps very many would be pleased to be with him. Perhaps very many would be pleased to be with someone, to be with him quite often. Perhaps very many would be pleased to be with him, and that was a thing that anyone would expect would be what very many were feeling. Anyone might expect that very many would be with him very often if he wanted very many to be with him. Certainly some would be quite certain that very many would not want to be with him. Some would be quite certain that not very many would want to be with him very often. Some could be quite certain that hardly anyone would be pleased to be with him very often. Certainly, very many were quite certain that very many would be pleased to be with him very often. Certainly some were pleased to be with him quite often. Very many might have been pleased to be with him quite often. Some were pleased to be with him quite often. David Hersland knew some who were living while he was being living. He was with some of them very often. Some were pleased to be with him very often. Some were pleased to be with him, but they were not with him very often. Some were certain that anyone might be pleased to be with him quite often. Some were certain that not anyone would be pleased to be with him very often. Some certainly were with him very often. Some were certainly very pleased to be with him very often. Some were with him very often. Some were not pleased to be with him very often. Some were with him quite often. Some of such of them were very pleased to be with him. Some were with him quite often. Some of such of them were not pleased to be with him. Some were very certain that someone would be very pleased to be with him very often. Sometimes someone was very pleased to be with him very often. David Hersland certainly knew quite a number who were living while he was being living. Some of them were very pleased to be with him very often. Some of them were very pleased to be with him quite often. Some were very pleased to be with him and not very often. Some were pleased not to be with him very often. Some were not pleased when they were with him. Some were not at all pleased when they were with him. Some were certain that anyone could be pleased to be with him. Some were certain that some would be very pleased to be with him and to be with him very often. Some were certain that not anyone would be pleased to be with him very often. Some were certain that not anyone could be pleased to be with him. Some certainly were very pleased to be with him very often. Some certainly were very pleased to be with him quite often. Some certainly were very pleased to be with him. Some certainly were not very pleased to be with him. Some were with him very often. Some were with him quite often. Some were not very often with him. Some did not believe that anybody did not like to be with him sometimes. Some did not believe that anybody ever really liked to be with him. He sometimes knew that someone did not like to be with him. Some sometimes were certain that he knew that thing. Some sometimes were not certain that he knew that thing. He knew that someone sometimes did like to be with him. Some were certain that he did sometimes know that thing. Some were not certain that he did sometimes know that thing. When he was living, he was knowing some, and some knew him. He was knowing ones in different ways, in different times in his being living. Some knew him, and some of such of them were certain that they did not like this thing, did not like knowing him. Some knew him, and they were quite certain that everyone who knew him would sometime like him. Some knew him, and were quite certain that anyone knowing him might come to like him, and they were quite certain that some knowing him did not like knowing him. And they were certain that some knowing him were completely liking this thing, liking knowing him. And they were certain that he might come to be knowing that some who were knowing him were not liking that thing, liking knowing him. And they were certain that he might not come to be knowing that some were not liking to be knowing him, some who were knowing him. He was one living in being living, and sometimes he was knowing very many who were living then, and sometimes he was not knowing very many who were living then. Some he was knowing were very often with him, and some of such of them were completely then liking this thing. Some of such of them were almost completely liking that thing. Some of such of them were quite liking that thing. Some of such of them were not liking that thing. Some of such of them were wanting to be not liking that thing. Some of such of them were needing to be not liking that thing, not liking being with him very often. Some who were knowing him some time were wondering whether they should ever be telling him anything about anyone's liking, about anyone's not liking to be with him. Certainly some who were knowing him were quite often wondering about this thing, about whether they would ever be talking with him about anyone's liking, about anyone's not liking to be with him. Certainly he was one completely listening, completely talking in being one being living. He certainly was one sometimes knowing very many who were living while he was being living. He was one certainly very many were quite pleasantly liking. He was one some were not so pleasantly liking. He certainly was one some were almost liking. He was one certainly clearly thinking in being living. He was one clearly telling anything he was telling. He was one almost completely clearly feeling something. He was one almost completely clearly thinking, certainly very often quite completely clearly thinking. He was one certainly not completely needing being one clearly thinking. He was one not needing being one clearly feeling. He was one certainly almost completely needing being one, being in being one completely clearly thinking. He was not needing being one being in being completely clearly feeling. He certainly was very nearly completely needing being one completely clearly thinking. He knew very many who were being while he was being living. He was one living in being one almost completely clearly thinking. He was one pretty nearly feeling very clearly what he was feeling. He was not needing this thing. He was not living in needing this thing. He was living in needing, almost needing, being one completely clearly thinking. He was one certainly needing to be feeling something and not to be clearly feeling this thing. He was one almost completely clearly feeling what he was feeling in being living. He certainly was almost completely needing feeling something, and he was not at all clearly feeling that thing. He was not needing to be clearly feeling that thing to be one being living. He was clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was not living in clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was living, almost living, in being one completely clearly thinking. He was one who was almost completely clearly thinking. He was sometimes knowing very many who were living while he was being living. He was sometimes not knowing very many who were being living while he was being living. Some he was knowing were almost completely liking his knowing them then. Some were not liking his knowing them then. Some were almost completely not liking that thing, his knowing them then. Some were completely liking this thing, his knowing them then. Some were liking it very well, his knowing them then. Certainly some were sometimes very much liking knowing him. Some were not liking knowing him. Some were certainly quite needing knowing him. Some were wanting to be needing knowing him. Some were wanting not to be needing knowing him. Some were very nearly completely pleasantly knowing him. Some were wanting to be completely pleasantly knowing him. Some were mentioning this thing. Some were certainly not mentioning this thing. Some were certainly sometimes wondering about talking to him, about knowing, about not knowing. Some he was sometimes knowing. Some did sometimes talk to him about this thing. Some certainly did not talk to him about this thing. Understanding being in someone makes the one understanding the being in someone come very nearly to telling that one, the one whose being is being understood by the one understanding the being of someone, makes that one come sometimes very near to telling the one whose being that one is understanding that that one will certainly never be doing the thing that that one is needing to be one going on being living. Someone is understanding the being in someone. That one might be telling that one, the one whose being that one is understanding, that that one will never be doing the thing that one is needing to be one really going on being living. Someone is understanding the being in that one. Certainly that one whose being is being understood then is one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be one going on being really living. The one understanding the being in the other one might be telling that one this thing. The one understanding the being in the other one is very nearly telling that one this thing. The one understanding the being in the other one is certainly not telling the other one this thing. The one understanding the being in the other one is knowing that that one will never be telling the other one anything about this thing. The one understanding the being in another one and understanding then that that one will not ever be doing the thing that one is needing to be one being to that one inside that one going on being living, is telling the one that one is understanding, is telling that one this thing that that one will not ever be doing the thing that one is needing to be one going on, to that one inside that one going on being living. Certainly someone to whom someone understanding the being in that one has been telling that thing is not ever completely forgetting that thing, is not ever completely forgetting that that one will be one not going on being living, not really going on being living. Someone understanding someone and being certain that that one will not be doing the thing that one is needing to be really one going on being living is certainly hoping that some other one understanding that one will not ever tell that thing to the one certainly not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be one going on living. That one is not telling that thing. Certainly that one did not ever tell that one that thing, did not ever tell that one would never be doing the thing that one was needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. Someone is understanding someone sometime, and that one is then certain that the one that one is then understanding is one certainly not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. Perhaps that one, the one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on being living, would be wanting to have the one understanding that one tell about understanding that one. The one understanding the other one is telling that one about being one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. The one being pretty nearly certain then that the other one understanding the being in him is really telling what will be happening, that is, that one will not ever be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living, is sometimes almost forgetting this thing, that this one will not be doing what this one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. Someone understanding being in someone is certain not ever to be telling that one will not ever be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on living. Someone understanding someone is telling that one and explaining that thing, completely explaining that thing, that one is understanding, is one certainly not going to be one doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on being really living. That one, the one not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be one going on being living, is completely understanding the explanation of that thing that the one understanding that one has been giving. Someone is certain that the one that one is understanding then is one that will certainly not be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on really being living. That one, the one the other one is understanding, is one certainly not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one really going on being living. The one understanding the one not going to be one doing the thing that one is needing to be one going on being living is not mentioning this thing to that one. The one the other one is understanding, the one who is not going to be doing the thing that one is needing to be doing to be one going on being living, is sometimes quite certain that one will be surprising the one who is understanding the being in that one. David Hersland was understanding the being in someone, and was telling that one then about this thing, about understanding the being in that one. Someone was understanding the being in David Hersland, and was not telling him about this thing, was not telling about understanding the being in him. David Hersland was understanding the being in someone, and was certainly never telling that one very much about that thing, about understanding the being in that one. Someone was understanding the being in David Hersland, and was telling him something about this thing, something about understanding the being in him. Someone was not understanding the being in David Hersland, and was telling some other one about this thing, about not understanding the being in Hersland. Someone was understanding something of the being in David Hersland, and was telling some other one about that understanding of his being. Someone was not understanding the being in David Hersland, and was asking David Hersland about this thing, about not understanding the being in him. And David Hersland was explaining about this thing, about that one not understanding the being in him. Someone was understanding something of the being in David Hersland, and was asking someone who was not understanding the being in Hersland to explain that thing, the not understanding in the one not understanding, the understanding in the one understanding something. One not understanding the being in David Hersland was asking everyone, knowing that one, to explain that one, not being one, understanding the being in Hersland. Someone understanding the being in David Hersland was explaining that someone was understanding some of the being in David Hersland, and that one was one who was not needing any more explaining, for certainly that one needed that David Hersland was not needing any more explaining. Someone was understanding the being in David Hersland, and this was one needing that some other one was not understanding the being in David Hersland. One was understanding something of the being in David Hersland, and was sometime telling about this thing, that one had been understanding something of the being in David Hersland, and that one was then forgetting this thing, forgetting the understanding of the being in David Hersland. Someone was not understanding the being in David Hersland, and was not ever forgetting this thing, not ever forgetting not understanding the being in David Hersland. Someone understood the being in David Hersland and was explaining this thing, explaining, understanding the being in David Hersland to everyone understanding the being in David Hersland. Someone was understanding the being in David Hersland and was sometimes explaining this thing, sometimes explaining the being in David Hersland. David Hersland was the son born of his mother Fanny Hersland, after Martha Hersland, Alfred Hersland, and two who did not come to be ones going on being living were born out of her. He was the son of Fanny Hersland and her husband David Hersland. David, the son, was something like his mother and something like his father. He was something like his sister Martha. He was something like his brother. He was different, quite different from his mother and his father and his sister and his brother. He was remembering in his being living that the one who was his mother and the one who was his father and the one who was his brother and the one who was his sister was his mother, was his father, was his brother, was his sister. He was not remembering in his being living, sometimes he was not remembering anything about anyone being his mother, anyone being his father, anyone being his sister, anyone being his brother. He was living the living each one in the Hersland family was living when the Hersland family was living their family living. He was living a living not any other one in the Hersland family living was living when the Hersland family was living the Hersland family living. He was one needing to be one being living to himself inside him, and to be one sometimes having some be certain of this thing, be certain that he was one being living to himself inside him. He was one needing to be one being living to himself inside him, and to be one sometimes having everyone not knowing anything of any such a thing being in him, of his being one being living to himself inside him. He was one being living to himself inside him, and some were knowing this thing. They were not mentioning this thing. They were not remembering this thing. They were knowing this thing, and he was one to them living and being living, and not then knowing them in being one, being living with them. He was one being living in being one, being living to himself inside him. And he was not remembering this thing, and he was knowing this thing, and sometimes he was certain that some were knowing him in knowing this thing, and sometimes he was certain that some were not knowing him in knowing this thing. He was sometimes certain that he was knowing some he was knowing, he being one knowing himself, being one being living to himself inside him. He was sometimes certain that he would be one knowing some he was knowing, if he could be one not knowing it inside him, that he was one being living to himself inside him. He was sometimes certain that he was knowing some knowing him, he being one, being quite certain that he was not knowing that he was being one being living inside him. He was one being quite certain that he was not knowing anyone knowing him, he being one knowing inside him that he was one being living to himself inside him. Surely he said some things and did some things that some said he said and did. David did some things alone when he was a young one. Some things he did not do alone when he was a young one. Some are knowing someone, are hearing that one say some things, are knowing that that one is doing some things, and it is then, when that one is telling some other one what that one has been hearing, what that one has been knowing, that some other one is a surprised one. Surely, someone is saying the things that some other one is hearing that one saying. Certainly that one is saying those things. Only it happens that some other one never happens to be one hearing anyone saying such things. Surely David Hersland was saying some things, was doing some things that some said he said and did. Surely he was saying some things, and some said he said such things, and some were certain that he had not said any such thing, and some were wondering about his saying such a thing, and some were wondering if some are saying the things some are saying they are saying, and some are certain that some are saying some things, and some are ones not being ones hearing such things. Surely David Hersland said some things and did some things that some said he said and some said he did. Certainly, some knowing him were wondering if he had been saying some things he had been saying. Certainly, some knowing him were wondering if he had been doing some things he had been doing. When he was a young one, he did some things alone, and when he was a young one, he did not do some things alone. Certainly, he did some things that he was certainly wondering, when someone was telling that he had been doing, that he was wondering if he had been ever doing any such a thing. Certainly, he was saying some things, and certainly when some said such things to him as things he had been saying, he did not recognize them as a thing he could ever have been saying. Certainly some are doing the things and are saying the things some are saying they did, some are saying they said. Certainly David Hersland did some things some said he did, and said some things some said he said. Sometimes someone knowing someone is saying that that one said something, and it is something that would astonish some to believe that one was saying. And surely that one had been saying that thing, because the one telling about the thing was one certainly not one having it to be one thinking any such thing, hearing any such thing from any other one. Sometimes it is very astonishing to some knowing someone to be knowing everything that that one they are knowing is saying, everything that one they are knowing is doing. Certainly it is very often astonishing to someone when that one comes to be knowing what someone that one is knowing has been saying. Certainly each one is saying very much in being one, being living. Certainly something someone has been saying is astonishing to someone when that one comes to be hearing that that one has been saying that thing. Surely each one certainly did some things and said some things that some said he did and said. Certainly it is astonishing to someone hearing that someone has said something that that one has said. Certainly it is astonishing to someone knowing that someone did something that that one did. Each one is doing some things in being one, being living. Some are knowing such a one, anyone. Some are knowing what this one is saying in being living. What someone is saying, is believing, is sometimes hearing some other thing that this one has been saying, that someone has been saying. And then the one knowing this one is wondering whether the one did say such a thing, and then sometimes is one finding it to be very astonishing that the one is one saying such things. And then sometime is one hearing the one saying such things, and then is one not then astonished at knowing the one as being one saying such things in being one, being living. Certainly each one in being one, being living is saying some things, is doing some things. Certainly each one knowing anyone is hearing some of the things that one is saying. Certainly each one knowing someone is hearing some things that that one has been saying to some other one knowing that one. This is sometimes something that astonishes the other one, the one then hearing what the one that one is knowing has been saying to the other one. David Hersland said some things in being one, being living, and some heard him saying some things, and some repeated what he had been saying. Sometimes he was not certain that he had not been saying some things he was hearing then. Sometimes he was certain that he had not been saying any such thing, and sometimes he had been, and sometimes he had not been saying the things he was certain he had not been saying. He said some things, and sometimes he was certain that they were not things he could have been saying, but he was not certain that they were not things he had been saying. He was one saying some things in being one being living. Some certainly were certain that they had been hearing every kind of thing he was saying in being one being living. Some of such of them had been hearing every kind of thing he could be saying. Some of such of them had not been hearing every kind of thing he had been saying. Some of such of them were sometimes wondering about such a thing, about not having heard every kind of thing he was saying. David Hersland said some things when he was a young one, said a good many things when he was a young one, and some heard very many things he said then, and some heard very few of the things he said then. Some were certain that they heard very many of the things he said then when he was a young one, and some were certain that they heard every kind of thing he said then when he was a young one. Certainly David Hersland said some things then when he was a young one that some said he said then. He knew that he had said some of them. He did not know whether he had said some of them. He knew he did not say some of them. He did say some he knew he did not say. Some he knew he did say. Some he did not know whether he did or whether he did not say. He did say some he knew he could not say. He could not have said, as they were not the kind of things he did say. He did not say some of the things he knew he did not say, the kind of things he could not say, because they were the kind of things he did not say. Each one in being living is saying things, is doing things. David Hersland, in being living, was doing things, was saying things. When he was a young one, he did some things alone. When he was a young one, he did not do some things alone. When he was a young one, he said some things, and some heard the things he said. And he said some things, and some did not hear the things he said. Some told some other ones some things he said and astonished them. Some told some other ones that he did not say some things, and that astonished them. Certainly he said some things in being one being living then when he was a young one. Certainly he said some things that some said he said. Certainly he said some things that some said he had not said. Certainly some are saying some things to someone listening, and it is quite astonishing that they should say that thing. And it is not at all astonishing that they should say that thing. Certainly sometimes they are astonished at having been saying that thing, and certainly sometimes they are not astonished at having been saying that thing. Certainly sometimes some are astonished at that one having been saying such a thing. Certainly sometimes some are wondering about that one having been saying such a thing. Certainly some are not ever believing that that one has been saying such a thing. Certainly some are certain that that one is one often saying such a thing. Certainly some are saying that it is a very simple thing that that one is saying such a thing. Certainly some are wondering if he will ever say such a thing again, the thing the one said to someone who was listening. Certainly when one is a young one, someone is hearing that one saying something that not anyone else is hearing that one saying, and very often that one is telling some other one that the one said that thing, and is telling that thing, and pleasantly and simply telling that thing, and the one hearing that thing, hearing that the one was saying such a thing, is wondering if the one was saying that thing, or whether the one telling that the one was saying that thing is simply and pleasantly imagining that the one was saying that thing. It certainly is astonishing that each one is saying all the things each one really has been saying. It certainly is astonishing that anyone can be saying so many kinds of things, so many things, as everyone is saying in being living. This is astonishing to some, interesting to some, exciting to some, simple to some, doubtful to some. David Hersland was a young one when he was one, being a young one. He knew some then, some knew him then, some heard him saying some things he was saying then. Some heard him saying these things and saying other things. Some did not hear him saying any of these things then. Some heard him saying many things. Some heard him saying a few things. He was one saying things. Each one is one saying many things in being one, being living. Some were with him very often when he was a young one. He was with someone very often when he was a young one. Someone was with him very often when he was a young one. He was with some very often when he was a young one. He did some things alone when he was a young one. He did some things with some other one when he was a young one. He did some things with some other ones when he was a young one. One thing is certain. Some do not like some one thing. Some do not like a thing, and certainly that thing is a thing that some do like. That some are certain is a thing anyone would like if one understood the meaning of that thing. Some do understand the meaning of that thing, and certainly they do not like that thing. They completely do not like that thing. David Hersland was such a thing. Some certainly did not like him as a thing being existing. Some were certain that anyone understanding the being in him would be ones liking that thing, would be ones liking his being one being existing. Some were understanding the being in him. Some of them, were ones not liking his being one being existing, were completely not liking that thing, were not at all liking his being one being existing. Certainly, some were certain that anyone understanding the meaning in his being existing would be liking that thing. Some were certain, and then later were certain, that this was not what everyone understanding the meaning of his being one being existing would be feeling. Some were certain that anyone understanding the being in him would be liking his being one being existing. Some of such of them were learning in being ones going on being living that some could be understanding the being in him and would then be ones not liking that thing, not liking his being one being existing. He was one being existing, and some were completely liking that thing. He was one being existing, and certainly some were completely not liking that thing. He was one being existing, and certainly some could be persuaded to be ones liking that thing. He was one being existing, and some were almost persuaded to be ones liking that thing. He was one being existing, and some were ones telling about liking that thing. He was one being existing, and some were not liking that thing, and were ones wanting some other ones to be persuaded to be ones liking that thing, his being one being existing. He was one being existing, and some were certainly not liking that thing, not liking it that he was one being existing. He was one being existing, and some were certain that anyone coming to be one understanding the being would be ones liking his being one being existing. Some of such of them were certainly all their living certain of this thing. Some of such of them were telling again and again about this thing, about everyone liking him, being one being existing, when they came to be ones understanding the being in him. Some were liking it all their living that he was being one being existing, were completely liking this thing. Some of such of them were telling this thing again and again, and were then ones learning that certainly some completely understanding the being in him were completely not liking his being one being existing, were completely not liking that thing. End of section 53, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, August 7th, 2024. Section 54 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 54. David Hersland was all his living clearly feeling some of the things he was feeling. He was clearly thinking some of the things he was thinking. He was completely thinking some of the things he was thinking. He was almost completely completely thinking the things he was thinking. He was completely feeling some of the things he was feeling. He was not needing to be completely feeling the things he was feeling. He was not completely feeling some of the things he was feeling. He certainly was one thinking in being living. He was completely thinking about some of the things about which he was thinking. He was not completely thinking about some of the things he was thinking about in being one, being living. He was completely thinking about some of the things he was thinking about in being living. He was not completely needing being one completely thinking in being one, being living. He was one completely thinking about some things in being one, being living. He was not completely needing to be one completely thinking about anything. He was not completely needing this thing, not completely needing being one completely thinking about something. He was one completely thinking about some things. He was one not completely needing to be one completely thinking about some things. He was one completely feeling some things. He was one clearly feeling some things. He was one completely, clearly feeling some things. He was one wanting to be needing to be one completely, clearly feeling some things. He was one not needing to be clearly feeling anything. He was one clearly feeling almost anything. He was one wanting to be needing to be clearly feeling to be completely feeling anything. He was not one needing to be clearly feeling anything. He was not one needing to be completely feeling anything. He was one clearly feeling everything. He was one not wanting to be completely feeling everything, and he was one wanting to be completely, clearly feeling everything. He was one wanting to be needing feeling completely, feeling everything completely. He was not wanting to be feeling everything completely, everything clearly. He was not wanting to be feeling everything clearly, everything completely. He was feeling everything clearly. He was not feeling everything completely. He was feeling everything completely clearly. He was not wanting to be feeling everything completely clearly. He was not wanting to be feeling anything clearly. He was sometimes wanting to be feeling something completely. He was not wanting to be feeling anything completely clearly. He was one feeling everything completely clearly. He was not one feeling everything completely. He was one wanting to be needing feeling everything completely, some things completely. He was one sometimes wanting to be needing feeling everything completely clearly. He was sometimes wanting to be needing not feeling everything completely clearly. He was not needing to be one completely feeling anything. He was not one needing to be one feeling anything completely clearly. He was one feeling everything completely clearly. He was one needing to be thinking clearly about everything. He was one needing to be thinking almost completely about anything. He was one thinking clearly about anything. He was one thinking almost completely about something. He was one not completely wanting to be one, needing being one thinking completely clearly about anything. He was one not completely wanting to be one, needing being one thinking completely about something. Some are not liking someone and are telling about that thing. Some other ones are not liking that one and are telling about that thing. Sometimes, then, very many are not liking someone and are telling about that thing. Some are liking someone and are telling about that thing. Some other ones are liking that one and are telling about that thing. Very many are then liking that one and are telling about that thing. Some are liking someone and are telling about that thing, and some are not liking that one and are telling about that thing. Some who are liking someone are telling about that thing to some who are not liking that one. Some who are liking someone are telling about that thing to some who are liking that one. Some who are not liking someone are telling about that thing to some who are liking that one. Some who are not liking someone are telling about that thing to some who are not liking that one. Sometimes some who are not liking someone do not mind that some who are liking that one are telling them about that thing. Some who are not liking someone sometimes do not mind that some who are not liking that one are telling them about this thing. Sometimes they do mind. Some who are not liking someone that someone liking that one is telling about that thing. Sometimes some who do not like someone do mind that some who do not like that one are telling about that thing. Sometimes some who do like someone do not mind if someone who likes that one is telling them about this thing about liking that one. Sometimes some who do like someone do not mind if someone who does not like that one tells about that thing about not liking that one. Sometime someone who likes someone does mind when someone who likes that one tells about that thing, tells about liking that one. Sometimes some who do like someone do mind if some who do not like that one tell about that thing, tell about not liking that one. Certainly very many sometimes were telling about liking, about not liking David Hersland while he was one being living, and later then, when he was not any longer being living. Very many were telling about liking, about not liking David Hersland then when he was being a young one. Certainly some were sometimes telling about the feeling they had about him, about the feeling some others had about him, about liking, about not liking him. Certainly some were certain about the meaning there was in anyone being one liking, in anyone being one not liking him. Certainly some were not certain about the meaning there was in anyone being one liking, in anyone being one not liking him. Some were certain about the meaning there was in liking, in not liking him, and then they were not so certain about this thing, about the meaning there was in liking, in not liking him. Some were certain that they were completely understanding the meaning in being one liking, in being one not liking him. Some were always all their living certain in understanding this thing. Some were not certain all their living in understanding this thing. Some were ones sometimes certain that there were different ways of liking, of disliking him. Some were certain that there were not different ways of liking, of disliking him. Some were certainly liking him. Some certainly were not liking him. Some of them were telling about this thing. Some of them were telling about this thing again and again. Some certainly know, some certainly do not know, that they are liking, that they are not liking someone. Some do know, some do not know what meaning they are needing in anything being living. Some do know that they are liking, that they are not liking someone. Some do not know that they are liking, that they are not liking someone. Some are clearly knowing this thing, that they are liking, that they are not liking someone. Some completely clearly know this thing, that they are liking, that they are not liking someone. Some are knowing they are needing that anything being living has some meaning. Some are not knowing that they are needing that anything being living has some meaning. Some are knowing that they are needing that everything being living has some meaning. Some are knowing that they are not needing that anything being living has some meaning. Some are knowing that they are not needing that anything being living has any meaning. Some are knowing that they are liking something. Some are knowing that they are not liking something. Some are knowing that they are not liking that they are liking anything. Some are knowing that they are liking that they are not liking everything. Some are knowing that they are not liking everything. Some are knowing that they are liking everything. Certainly, some are clearly, completely, clearly knowing that they are liking everything. Some are knowing completely, clearly knowing that they are not liking anything. Some are completely, clearly knowing that they are not liking everything. Certainly, very many are needing that everything being living is having meaning. Certainly, very many are needing that something being living is having meaning. Some are not needing any such thing, are not needing that everything being living is having meaning, that anything being living has meaning. Certainly, David Hersland, in Being One Being Living, was liking everything, was completely, clearly knowing that he was liking everything. Certainly, David Hersland, sometime in Being One Being Living, was liking anything, was completely, clearly knowing that he was liking anything. Certainly, David Hersland, in Being One Being Living, was sometimes not liking something. Sometimes he was completely, clearly knowing, sometimes in his Being One Being Living, that he was not liking something. Sometimes in his being living, he was liking something. Sometimes he was completely, clearly knowing this thing. Sometimes when he was liking something. Certainly, each one being living is one, then being one going on being living. Sometimes someone in Being One Being Living is one, then not then going on being living, is one then not being one being living. Certainly some are living and are being ones going on being living, and are needing for this thing, being certain that being living is having meaning, and is being then existing. Certainly some are living and are being ones going on being living, and are not troubling, and are needing for this thing being certain that being living is having meaning, and is being then existing. Certainly some are living and are being ones going on being living, and are not troubling, and are not needing for this thing being certain that being living is having meaning, and is being then existing. Certainly some are living and are going on being living, and are troubling, and are needing for this thing that being living is having meaning, and is being then existing. Certainly some are being living and are going on being living, and are troubling, and are needing to be certain that being living is not having meaning, that being living is not existing. Some are being living and are going on being living, and are troubling, and they are needing that being living is not having any meaning, and that being living is existing. Some are being living and are going on being living, and are then not going on being living, are then not being living. Some are being living and are not troubling, and are needing that being living is having meaning, that being living is existing. Some are being living and are not troubling, and are not needing that being living is having meaning, is being existing. Some are being living and are going on then being living. Some are being living and are then going on being living, and are then not going on being living, and are then not being living. Some are being living and are troubling, and are needing that being living is not existing, that being living is having meaning. Some are being living and are troubling, and are needing that being living is not having meaning, that being living is existing. Some are being living and are not troubling, and are needing that being living is not having meaning, that being living is existing. David Hersland was one being living, and he was one going on being living, and he was one then not going on being living, and he was one then not being living. He was one troubling. He was one not troubling. He was one needing that being living is having meaning. He was one needing that being living is existing. He was one troubling. He was one not troubling. He was one needing that being living has not any meaning. He was one needing that being living is not existing. David Hersland, when he was a boy, was gentle enough, and active enough, and happy enough, and earnest enough, and quick enough, and eager enough, and strong enough, and angry enough, and glad enough, and serious enough, and lively enough, and willing enough, and quarrelsome enough, and obstinate enough, and quiet enough, and enthusiastic enough, and energetic enough, and generous enough, and selfish enough, and talkative enough, and hearing enough, and remembering enough, and forgetting enough, and light enough, and slow enough, and foolish enough, and silly enough, and daring enough, and weak enough, and bashful enough, and forward enough, and careless enough, and careful enough, and easy enough, and respectful enough, and doing enough to be one being living then. He certainly was one being living then. He was sometimes then almost completely wanting to be needing being living then. Certainly some did what he was doing then. Certainly some heard what he was saying then. Certainly some were wanting some others to be doing what he was doing then. Some did what he was doing then. He did what some were doing then. He listened to what some were saying then. He talked a good deal and quite often then. He listened some quite often then. He did what some were doing then. He wanted some to be doing what some others were doing then. He sometimes quite completely wanted some to be doing what some others were doing then. He did some things quite suddenly then. He did some things some others were doing, and he did them quite suddenly then. He was sometimes talking very much and very often. He was sometimes listening some quite often. He was doing some things some others were doing. He was wanting some others to be doing things some others were doing. Some certainly were doing some things he was doing then. Some certainly did want some others to do what he was doing then. Certainly some of such of them did not do what he was doing then. Certainly sometimes some of them did do what he was doing. He was one being living, and almost completely then, sometimes wanting to be one being living then. He certainly was one being living. He certainly was doing then what some others were doing. Some were certainly then doing what he was doing. Some were certainly then wanting some others to be doing what he was doing then. He certainly wanted some to be doing what some others were doing then. He was doing what some others were doing sometimes then. He certainly was sometimes wanting some others to be doing what some others were doing then. He was being living when he was beginning in being one being living. He was doing what some others were doing. He was doing some things, and some were doing these things with him. He was doing some things, and he was not doing them with anyone. He was doing some things when he was being one beginning living. He was being one then knowing some then. Some were knowing him then. He was having being in being living some insight in him then. Someone sometimes ran after him. Someone sometimes ran after David Hersland when he was walking, and that one ran quite breathless then, and then said to him, "How are you?" And then that one did not really have anything to say to him. Sometimes that one ran after him to say, "How do you do?" to him, and then had not any other thing to say to him just then. Sometimes he was wondering why that one ran after him when that one had not anything to say to him, and was out of breath then from having been running, and would then just ask him how he was, and had not then just then any other thing to say to him. David Hersland had been a quite young one, and then he was not a very young one. He was coming then to the ending of the beginning being living. He was then knowing a good many men and women. Some were then ones at the end of their beginning being living. Some were then a little older. Some of them were then a little younger. Some were then a good deal older than he was then. When someone ran after him and was quite breathless then, and said, "How do you do?" to him then, and had not anything more to say just then, not anything more than to say to him, he was quite certain that such a one was a silly one. He was certain then that that one was an affectionate one satisfied then with having been running, with having been saying, "How do you do?" then, with having nothing more just then to say to him. He was certain that one, being such a one, was a silly one, and one running after every one that one saw whom that one was knowing. He was certain that one running after him and being breathless then, and saying, "How do you do?" to him then, and having just then not any other thing to say to him, was a completely silly one. He was being one, David Hersland, was being existing. And sometimes someone ran after him, and was breathless then, and tired then, and shook hands with him then, and was more tired then, and had not anything to say to him just then. Certainly had not anything to say to him just then. He was certain that that one was a silly one. He was completely certain that that one was completely a silly one. David Hersland was one certainly in a way needing to be certain that every woman was in a way a beautiful thing. Certainly not any woman was in a way a beautiful thing to him. He was completely needing that every woman is a beautiful thing. Certainly he was completely realizing that affection is a thing that is in one wanting to be seeing another one. Certainly he was not completely wanting to be seeing any woman who is existing. Certainly he was one realizing affection being in any woman completely wanting to be seeing someone. Certainly he was one completely needing realizing that any woman is a beautiful thing. He was one realizing that affection being in someone, that one is one wanting to be seeing someone. He was one needing to be completely wanting to be seeing someone. Certainly someone sometimes ran after him, and certainly asked him then how he was, and was one not having any other thing just then to say to him. He certainly was one realizing that affection is something making someone be one completely wanting to be seeing another one. Certainly this one was one running after him and being breathless then, and saying, "How do you do?" to him, and being tired then, and not having anything just then to say to him. Certainly this one was one doing this quite often. Certainly this one was one doing this thing, running after them, after some men, after some women, and saying, "How do you do?" to them, and being breathless then, and having just then not any other thing to say to any one of them. David Hersland was certainly one knowing some men and some women while he was being one being living. Certainly some men and some women knew him while he was being living. When he was quite a young one, he knew some, and some knew him. And when he was not such a young one, he knew some, and some knew him. And when he was an older one, he knew some, and some knew him. And when he was a little older still, he knew some, and some knew him. There are very many people being living. Certainly, very many come together to see something, to hear something, to do something, to see some see something, to see some hear something, to see some do something, to hear some see something, to hear some do something, to hear some hear something, to feel something, to feel some feel something, to feel some hear something, to feel some see something, to see someone do something, to hear someone do something, to feel someone do something, to do something to some, to do something to someone, to feel some do something to some, to hear some do something to someone, to see some do something to someone, to feel some doing something to some, to hear some do something to some, to see some do something to some, to see someone do something to some, to feel someone do something to some, to hear someone do something to some, to feel someone do something to someone, to see someone do something to someone, to hear someone do something to someone, to believe something, to forget something, to remember something, to like something, to hate something, to believe some, to believe someone, to like some, to like someone, to remember some, to remember someone, to forget some, to forget someone, to hate someone, to hate some, to be happy again, to be earnest, to be serious again, to be quick again, to be frightened again, to be quiet, to be angry again, to be brave again. Certainly very many are being living. Very many are knowing that very many are being living. Very many are telling about this thing that very many are being living. Certainly very many are being living. Certainly very many are very willing that very many be being living. Very often very many who are being living come together, and they are together then, and very many are very willing that very many should be doing this thing, should be coming together, and very many are not very willing that very many should come together, and very many are in some way telling about this thing, about very many coming together, and certainly very many are together, and certainly very many are being living. Certainly very many are living. Certainly very many are together. Certainly very many are telling about very many being together, about very many being living. Certainly very many are living. Certainly very many are together. Certainly very many are willing that very many are living. Certainly very many are willing that very many are together. Certainly very many are not very willing that so very many are living. Certainly very many are not willing that very many are together. Certainly very many are living. Certainly very many are together. Certainly very many are living. Certainly very many are telling about this thing, about very many being living. Certainly very many are telling about very many being together when very many are together. Certainly very many are being living. Certainly very many are very willing that very many be being living. Certainly very many are not so willing. Certainly very many are not at all willing that very many be living. Certainly very many are being living, and very many are telling about this thing, about very many being living. Certainly very many are together, and very many are telling about this thing, about very many being together. And very many are willing that very many are telling about this thing, about very many being together. And very many are not very willing, and very many are not at all willing that very many are telling about very many being together. It certainly is in some ways a very nice thing, very many being together. It certainly is in some ways not a very nice thing, very many being together. It certainly is in some ways a cheerful thing, very many being living. It certainly is in some ways not at all a cheerful thing, very many being living. David Hersland was certainly one who was all his living feeling something about this thing, about very many being living, feeling something about this thing, about very many being together. He was one, in a way, all his living, feeling something, thinking something, realizing something about this thing, about very many being together, about this thing, about very many being living. Pretty nearly all his living, very nearly in every part of his living, he was feeling something. He was thinking something. He was realizing something about very many being together, about very many being living. Certainly very many are together. Certainly very many are living. Certainly very many are telling something about this thing, about very many being living. Certainly very many are telling something about this thing, about very many being together. David Hersland was one being living, and this is now a history of his being one being living. This is to be now a history of being living, being in him, of his being one being living. Certainly very many are being living. Very many are dying. Very many are commencing existing. Very many are seriously living. Very many are not so seriously living. Very many are not so seriously living. Very many are being living. Some are saying thank you to someone. Some are not saying thank you to anyone. In a way, David Hersland was not saying thank you to anyone. In a way, David Hersland was not saying thank you to anyone. Certainly, very many are being existing. Very many are dying. Very many are commencing being existing. Certainly, David Hersland was being existing. Certainly, David Hersland was dying. Certainly, David Hersland was commencing being existing. He was commencing being existing. He was going on being existing. He was going on being existing. He was not going on being existing. If anyone is sad enough, then that one is certainly one wanting to be a sad one, is certainly one not wanting to be a sad one. If anyone is not sad enough, then that one is liking being a sad one, is not liking being a sad one. David Hersland was not sad enough, and he was liking being a sad one, and he was not liking being a sad one. He was sad enough, and he was certainly wanting then to be a sad one. He was certainly then not wanting to be one being a sad one. All his living he was a sad enough one. All his living he was one wanting to be a sad enough one. All his living he was one wanting not to be a sad enough one. All his living he was not sad enough, and he was not liking this thing, not liking not being a sad enough one. And all his living he was liking this thing, liking being a not sad enough one. Some are sad enough. Certainly they are sad enough. Some are not sad enough. Certainly they are not sad enough. Some certainly would be sad enough if they could be sad enough. Some certainly would be sad enough if they could be sad enough. Some would be sad enough if they could be sad enough. Some of such of them are sad enough. Some of such of them are not sad enough. David Hersland would not be sad enough if he could be sad enough. David Hersland was sad enough. David Hersland was not sad enough. David Hersland was pretty nearly sad enough. David Hersland could be sad enough. He could not be sad enough. He could be sad enough. He certainly was pretty nearly sad enough. He was sad enough. He was not really needing this thing, needing being sad enough. He could be sad enough. He was sad enough. He was not really needing this thing, that is, being sad enough. He was not sad enough. He was not needing that thing. He was not needing being one, not being sad enough. He was not needing being one, being sad enough, being not sad enough. He was not needing this thing. He was not needing being sad enough. He was not needing being not sad enough. He was sad enough. He was not sad enough. Some are sad enough. Some are not sad enough. David Hersland knew very many who were being living while he was being living. Very many who were being living knew David Hersland. Very many are being living. A very great many are always being living. Sadness in himself and others was certainly interesting to him in being one being living. Sadness in himself was certainly interesting to him. David Hersland was certainly interested in sadness being existing. He was interested in sadness being in him. He was interested in sadness being in everyone. He was interested in sadness being existing. When he was a young one, he was interested in sadness being existing. He was interested in sadness being in him. All his being living, he was interested in sadness being existing, in sadness being in him, in sadness being in everyone, in sadness being in anyone. All his living, he was interested in not being certain that sadness is existing. All his living, he was interested in not being certain that sadness was existing in him. All his living, he was interested in not being certain that sadness is existing in everyone. All his living, he was interested in not being certain that sadness was existing in someone. When he was a young one, he was interested in being certain that sadness was existing in him. When he was being a young one, he was interested in not being certain that sadness was existing in him. All his living, he was interested in sadness being existing. All his living, he was interested in sadness not being existing. All his living, he was not certain that any sadness is existing. All his living, he was certain that sadness is existing. He was a young one, and he was being living, and he was quite completely living then. Sometimes he was quite completely living. Certainly he was sometimes quite completely living then. Certainly he was then, when he was a young one, not certain that sadness is being existing. Certainly he was then, when he was a young one, certain that sadness is being existing. He was not a sad one, in a way then, when he was being a young one. He was not a sad one. He was a sad one, in a way then, when he was being a young one. He was a sad one. Then when he was a young one, he was interested in being not certain that sadness is existing. Then, when he was a young one, he was interested in being certain that sadness is existing. Ways of being living is something some are knowing are existing, and some are not knowing are existing. Some are knowing they are living in a way of being living. Some are not knowing they are living in a way of being living. Some are knowing they are living in a way of being living, are knowing this thing when they are young ones, when they are beginning being ones being living. David Hersland was not one of such of them. Some are never in their being living, are never knowing they are living in a way of being living. David Hersland was not one of such of them. Certainly, very many being living are not ever knowing they are being living in a way of being living. Some are knowing they are living in a way of being living. Some, when they are beginning being ones being living, are ones knowing they are living in a way of being living. David Hersland, when he was a young one, was not one knowing then that he was living in a way of being living. He was one for some time not interested in such a thing. He was one for some time not interested in ways of being living. He was one certainly not ever completely interested in any such thing, in ways of being living. He was sometime almost interested in such a thing, in ways of being living. He was not ever really completely interested in ways in being living. He was quite interested in being interested in ways of being living. Sometime he was quite interested in being interested in ways of being living. He was not one really knowing then, when he was a young one, about ways of being living. Certainly some are really knowing about this thing, about ways of being living. Certainly some are not really knowing about this thing, about ways of being living. David Hersland was being living, and sometimes he was with very many who were being living, and sometimes he was not with very many. He knew some who really knew about ways of being living. He knew some who really did not know about ways of being living. Little by little, they are not so young, those being young. Little by little, they are not so young, and they are then so young. They are then quite young. They are then young, those who are young. Little by little, they are not so young, those being young. Those being young, little by little, are not so young. They are young. They are not so young. They are then still quite young. Little by little, they are not so young. They are still then quite young. Little by little then, they are not so young. They are young then. One is in the beginning of being living. One is then going on being living. Little by little, each one is not so young. One is still then young. Little by little, one is not so young. Quickly, one is not so young. Quite quickly, one is not so young. One is then still young. One is then not any longer young. One was young, and then that one was older, and then that one was not at all a very young one, and then that one was not at all a young one, and then that one was quite not a young one. If one had been beginning knowing that one, when that one was this one being quite not a young one, that one would have been one to such a one being quite a young one, and then would have been for some time longer than quite a young one. One is a young one, a completely young one just beginning being living, and this one, little by little, is not such a young one, and is one then, to one knowing that one, not such a young one, and to one just beginning knowing that one, a completely young one. One was a young one, and this one had been one being a young enough one, so that someone could toss up that one, and one did toss up that one, did regularly toss up that one, and then this one was one that one could not toss up any longer. And this one then, the one that had been a tossed one, had then to toss himself to earn a living. And this one was then a quite young one. And this one was then, to the one that had tossed that one, a completely not a young one. A young one was one that could be tossed by that one, and this one could not be tossed by this one. And this one did not toss himself enough to be another kind of a young one who tossed himself. And he was not a young one because he could not toss himself again and again, and certainly this one was to that one, to himself inside him, completely a young one, completely not a young one. A young one is one tossing himself, and not with a rhythm, not with a regular rhythm. One who is not a young one is one tossing himself with a rhythm, some rhythm, is tossing himself with a regularity that has meaning as a repeated thing. And this is certainly the way one not being a young one is tossing himself, and the way one being a young one is not tossing himself. One who is tossing himself pretty nearly regularly would have been one who was not completely a young one, but he was completely a young one, and that was because there were older ones who had been ones tossing themselves regularly, and this one knew then that this was the way that one should toss himself, and that one then did not toss himself so then. And always when this one was tossing himself as regularly as they had been tossing themselves, they were tossing themselves more regularly, so that that one to himself then, and to everyone, was a young one, a completely young one, quite a young one, who was not tossing himself with any regular rhythm, was then a quite completely young one. Little by little they are not so young, those being young. It is certainly steadily changing, and certainly in each one they are each one a little and a little a different one, that is one being an older one being not such a young one. One is thinking, and he is thinking quite the same thing he has been thinking since he commenced thinking, and always it is a little older, a little different, and it is a very pleasant thing to some to see in anyone, to see in themselves little growing difference in them. And then it is like a map of anything. One is finding that the real thing is like the description. That is very exciting and very depressing and very contenting and very disconcerting and very expected and very astonishing. And some then are certain that it is not existing in everyone, and some are certain that it is existing in everyone. And some, in some part of their being living, are seeing changing in men and women, and in other parts of their living are not seeing changes happening. Someone quite in the middle of the middle living in that one is meeting someone who is at the ending of the beginning living in that one, and is then struck by the changing in that one, and that one is then struck by the changing in the other one, and each one is then knowing that everyone is changing some. Some are beginning seeing changing in everyone when they are in the ending of the beginning of their middle living. Some who are in the ending of the beginning of their middle living are then seeing changing existing in everyone who is being living. Some all their living are seeing changing in everyone, are feeling changing to be existing in everyone. David Hersland was realizing all his living that changing is existing in everyone, and he was not really feeling this thing, really seeing this thing, until the middle of the beginning of his middle living, and then he was loving this thing, and looking at each one, and thinking about this thing, and living in this thing, and being a little frightened by this thing, and being contented by this thing, and being convinced of this thing, and telling it to himself about each one he was knowing, and being certain that being living was a thing being existing, and being then almost completely certain of this thing. He was then one who came to be a dead one at the beginning of the middle of his middle living, and he had been one who had been almost completely fully living in changing being existing in everyone being living. He had been completely, almost completely feeling each one being an older and an older one. He had been one almost completely seeing being a young one, and being then a little and a little not such a young one. He was one certainly needing to be one realizing changing being existing. He was one completely enjoying seeing changing being existing in each one. He was one almost completely being satisfied with being living in being one seeing changing happening in each one. He was one being a young one, and then he was knowing some who were young ones, quite young ones, and not such young ones, and older ones, and quite old ones, and certainly he sometimes was feeling changing being existing. But not very much then, certainly not very much then, because he was then being a young one, and not going fast enough then in being living to be certain that anything was changing in the being in anyone. He was knowing that changing is existing. Anyone could be knowing that thing. He was not living in that thing, not at all then living in that thing. Not anyone to him was then really living in that thing. He was a completely young one then. He knew quite a number who were living then. David was a boy when he was a young one. That was a natural thing. He was a boy then. He was not a boy to himself then. He was a boy to himself then. He was one being existing to himself then. He was one not being existing to himself then. He was a boy to very many knowing him then. He was not a boy to some knowing him then. He was someone being existing to those knowing him then. Certainly he was not certain, not always certain then, that he was one being one feeling something. He was quite often quite certain that some being existing are ones being existing in feeling something. He was quite often certain that very many who are being existing are then feeling something. He was one quite clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was one sometimes quite certain he was not one ever feeling, and he was one who was quite certain that he was one who was one feeling enough to be a sad one, and not feeling enough to have feeling being a thing that was being in him. He was one certainly quite clearly feeling being existing. Certainly he was one quite clearly feeling something about some things, and he was one almost being certain that feeling is existing in some who are existing. And then he came to be one going on being living, and he came sometime to be quite certain he was very clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was one beginning living, and then he was one feeling something, and he was then one not feeling anything, and he was then a quite sad one, and he was then not at all a sad one, a quite not sad one. He was then a troubled one, and he was then troubled with this thing, with being a troubled one. And he was wondering then about anyone being a troubled one. And he was then not always certain about anything, about this thing, about being a troubled one. He was a troubled enough one. He was not then completely interested in this thing, in being a troubled one. He was quite certain that he would be sometime interested in this thing, in anyone being a troubled one. He was in a way a troubled one, and in a way he was one deciding, then quite clearly deciding, about anyone whom he knew was a troubled one. He was one quite clearly deciding about each one who was a troubled one. He was a troubled one, and in a way he was quite clearly deciding about himself then, about himself being a troubled one. And he was not then completely interested in this thing in anyone being a troubled one, in he himself being a troubled one. But he was certain that sometime he would be completely interested in this thing, completely interested in being a troubled one, completely interested in everyone being a troubled one. He was not ever completely interested in this thing, in anyone being a troubled one, in himself being a troubled one. He was sometime, and for quite some time, troubled by this thing. He was then not troubled by this thing, for certainly then he was clearly certain that anyone is a troubled one, that everyone is a troubled one, that he himself was a troubled one, and he was clearly feeling about this thing, and he was clearly thinking about this thing, and he was then not completely interested in this thing, not troubled by this thing, and he was certainly then being filled then with being certain that in some way he was one being existing, and that sometime he would be one being a dead one, and certainly everyone would certainly sometime be a dead one, and certainly everyone would be one having been existing. When he was a boy, a young one, if he had been a little different then, he might have been troubled by being troubled by anybody being troubled, by everybody being troubled. He was one who was troubled then. He knew some were troubled then. He felt quite clearly about such a thing then, about being troubled then. He was certain then that sometime he would be completely interested in this thing. He was sometime, and for quite some time, troubled by this thing. He was not completely interested in this thing, in anyone being a troubled one. He was then one beginning being living, and he was one then being one who was one. He was being one then. He was in the beginning of being living. He had been living some time then. He was a boy then. Certainly he was a boy then. He was one having been some time being living. He was being one then, being one, being living. He was being one then. He was one who had some feeling. He felt something when he was a young one. He always felt something. When he was a young one, he was certain that he would not be one having feeling. When he was a young one, he was certain that he would be one having some feeling. He was not then completely interested in this thing. Sometimes then he was almost completely interested in this thing. When he was one being a young one, he could have been one writing it down every day that he was one not having feeling, that he was one not having any feeling. When he was a young one, he could have been writing it down every day that he was wanting not going to be having feeling, not going to be having any feeling. When he was a young one, he could have been writing it down every day that he was a troubled one. He could have been writing down every day when he was a young one that he was one doing everything, having complete living in doing everything. When he was a young one, he could every day have been writing down that he was feeling, clearly feeling, something about everything, that he was feeling, clearly feeling, something about everyone. End of section 54, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, August 8, 2024. Section 55 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 55. He was quite clear in feeling what he was feeling, and he was quite clear in deciding about being existing. He was certainly then not completely interested in anyone, in he himself then being a troubled one. When he was a little older, he was clearly feeling, certainly clearly feeling something. He was clearly thinking then. He was almost then needing to be certain that sometime he would be clearly thinking about everything. He was not completely then needing to be clearly thinking about everything. He was clearly then clearly feeling something. He was then not clearly feeling something. He was not needing to be clearly feeling the thing he was not clearly feeling. He was clearly feeling something. He was almost completely living in clearly feeling that thing, the things he was clearly feeling. He was not completely living in the things he was clearly feeling. He was completely needing to be clearly thinking about the things about which he was clearly thinking. He was almost completely living in clearly thinking about the things he was clearly thinking, completely clearly thinking. When he was a young one, when he was beginning in being living, he was a very little one. That is a natural thing. He was then quite completely a little one. He was then a very little one. That is a natural thing. When he was beginning being living, he was a very little one. He was living then, and then he was a little bigger one, and he was living then, and he was still a little bigger then. When he was beginning being living, he was one who was of a kind of a one. He was living then. He was very well taken care of then, as was a natural thing. He was not ever really interested in this thing, interested in having been a very little one, a completely little one. He was quite not interested in this thing in having been a quite little one. He was interested in having been one being a bigger one. He was not ever interested in having been a completely little one. He was then, in the beginning, a completely little one, and this interested some then. This did not ever interest him. This did not very much interest anyone knowing him. He had been a very little one. Certainly he had been. This was not a thing having meaning in the being in him, and this is a thing not really needing mentioning, that he had been a completely little one. He had been then, in beginning being living, a completely little one. He certainly was not ever remembering any such thing. He certainly was not really ever finding this thing interesting. He was then a bigger one, and he a little remembered that thing, and he did not interest himself ever very much in this thing in having been a very little bigger one. He was one quite remembering this thing, having been a little bit a bigger one. He was not at all minding remembering this thing. He remembered quite clearly something of this thing. He was not ever interested in this thing. He certainly quite clearly remembered this thing, remembered having been a bigger one, and he certainly was not ever really interested in this thing in having been a bigger one. He was then a little more a bigger one, and he remembered something of this thing. He even remembered feeling some little thing, and it was a pleasant enough thing to him to remember something then, but it did not interest him. It did not ever interest him. He quite clearly remembered having been living then. he was not interested in remembering having been living then. He remembered having been clearly feeling something then. He was not ever really interested in remembering having been clearly feeling something then. He was then a bigger one then, and he remembered some things from then, and he was not ever really very much interested in any of them, in remembering any of them. In a way, he was not completely uninterested in having been living then, but really he was not completely interested in having been living then. He went on being living then. He was interested in having been going on being living then. He always was interested in having been going on being living then. He went on living then. He remembered something of that thing. He was a little interested in remembering a little something of that thing. He did sometimes write down something about having been just being living when he was a young one, when he was in the middle of his beginning living. He did then write down that he was a troubled one, and really he was not then a troubled one in the sense of being interested in that thing, in the sense of remembering anything of such a thing. It was to him later, a little later, when he was reading what he had been writing, surprising to be learning that he had been every day then, all day then, completely a troubled one. Certainly he was not remembering any such a thing. Certainly he had not been living in any such thing. Certainly he had been being a troubled one. Certainly he had not been completely interested in any such thing. Certainly he had been writing down such a thing. This certainly did astonish him then. Anyway, he was being living, and he was then deciding some things quite often, and some asked him quite often then to decide something. And certainly he was quite clearly thinking then, and he was feeling something, and feeling it clearly enough then, and he was doing things with others who were doing something, and it was a thing he did quite well. Some things he did with them he did very well. Some things he did with them he did very well. Certainly he did some things he did with some then very well, very, very well. Some of the others did some of these things very well. Some did some of them very, very well. Some did not do them so very well. He did a good many things then, and he did them with those he knew then, who knew him then, who were doing them then. Certainly he did some of them very well. He did some of them quite well. He was clearly thinking then, and clearly enough feeling then, and he was with those he knew then, and he did things together with them then, and he did some of them very well, and some of them extremely well, and some of them quite well. He was living Hersland family living then. He was knowing then those who were living near the Hersland family then. He knew quite a number of ones being living then. A good many knew him then. Certainly some, when they are young ones, are deciding some things. Certainly some, when they are being living, are deciding some things. Certainly some, when they are not young ones, are deciding some things. Some are deciding some things. Some are certain that any decision they are giving is a good one. Some are certain that not any decision is a good one. Some are certain that it is a good thing that there is not being any deciding. Some are deciding some things. Some, when they are young ones, are deciding some things. Certainly some are feeling, when someone has decided something, that someone should have decided something. That deciding should have been done. Certainly it is puzzling. Certainly some are wondering if it is not puzzling that some are certain that some are deciding some things. Some are wondering if deciding some things is a thing that makes one someone should be contradicting. Certainly some are deciding some things. Some are wondering if deciding some things is a thing that makes one someone should be considering. Certainly some, when they are young ones, are deciding some things. Certainly some, when they are not young ones, are deciding something. Some are deciding something. Some are wondering if being certain that something is something someone will sometime be deciding is something that is a thing to be doing. Some are wondering if deciding something is something that makes one be someone who really is doing something. Some certainly are wondering if some things are being decided by those deciding some things. Some are certainly uncertain whether they should have a feeling of submission when someone has decided something. Some certainly are wondering if deciding anything is giving any meaning in being one being living. Some are certainly wondering if hoping something about something being decided sometime is a thing that is a feeling in them. Some are wondering if anyone is not hoping that sometime some things will be decided. Some are certain that sometime they will not be wondering about whether deciding anything has any meaning. Certainly, some are deciding some things. Certainly some, when they are young ones, are deciding some things. Certainly some, when they are not young ones, are deciding some things. Certainly some are quite ready to have not anything be decided by anyone. Some are quite ready to have it that everything is not decided, that not anyone is deciding anything. Some are certainly quite ready that no one should decide anything. Certainly, some are quite ready for such a thing. Certainly, some are quite ready that not anyone should decide anything. Certainly, some are deciding something. Certainly, some, when they are young ones, are deciding something. David Hersland, when he was a young one, was deciding some things. That certainly was a natural thing. David Hersland, when he was not a young one, was, in a way, deciding some things. Some smell something. Some smell a good many things. Some have a very strong feeling when they are smelling something. Some smell themselves when they are smelling something. Some are certain that smelling something is something they are always doing. Some smell something more when they are young ones than when they are older ones. Some smell themselves when they smell something more when they are young ones than when they are older ones. Some more when they are older ones than when they are young ones. Some all of their living. All of their living are smelling something, are smelling themselves when they are smelling something. David Hersland was in a way not such a one. Certainly he did sometimes smell something. Certainly he did sometimes smell himself when he smelled something. Certainly some others he was knowing were very often smelling something. Some of them were quite completely interested in this thing, in smelling something. Some were quite completely interested in smelling themselves when they were smelling something. Some were not at all interested in smelling themselves when they were smelling something. David Hersland was sometimes smelling something. He was sometimes interested in smelling something. He was sometimes smelling himself when he was smelling something. He was not ever completely interested in smelling himself when he was smelling something. Some are smelling something, and then they are remembering something. Some are smelling something, and are then completely remembering something. David Hersland was sometimes smelling something, and then remembering something. He was interested enough in this thing. Some are very much interested in this thing, in remembering something when they are smelling something. Some are not really interested in smelling anything. Some are interested in not smelling anything. David Hersland was not really interested in this thing, in not smelling anything. David Hersland was a young one, and he was living then, and he was quite completely interested in this thing, in being one being living then. Almost completely interested in this thing, in being one being living. He was being living, and he was doing things then, and he was remembering then that he was going to be doing some things, and he was doing some of them, and he was not doing some of them. He was doing a good many that he remembered he was going to be doing. He did not do all of them, the things he remembered he was going to be doing. He did some things quite often as he was going to do them. He did not do some things very often, not anywhere nearly as often as he was going to do them. He did a good many things quite often. Really, a great many things quite often. He did a good many things almost as often as he was going to be doing them. He was a young one, and he was being living then, and he knew some then who were being ones being young then. He knew several of them every day then, and he was sometimes very busy knowing everything he was knowing while he was being living. Sometimes he was very completely being one knowing some, sometimes he was not very completely being one knowing some who were being living then. He knew some who were listening, and he was telling something, and these did not know they were listening, and he was not then certain they were listening, and he was then not feeling anything about this thing, and then he was thinking about this thing, thinking that he knew more than they did about everything, and certainly they should have been listening, and they were listening, and certainly they were not remembering, not ever remembering, that they had been listening, and he was remembering that they had been listening, that he had been telling something, and they had been listening. Some of such of them were young ones then when they were listening. Some who had been listening were older ones who certainly were ones remembering that they had been ones teaching him something then, and certainly they were ones remembering that they had been ones teaching then something. He was a young one, and he was being living, and he was being living a long time. That is to say, he was being a young one all the time he was living when he was not an older one. He was a young one, and he was that all the time he was a young one. That is to say, he was in the beginning of his being one being living, and was one being living then. He was one almost completely clearly thinking when he was thinking. He was one almost completely clearly arranging something so that he could be completely clearly deciding something about that thing. He was such a one in being a young one. He was, in a way, such a one in being one being living. He was, when he was a young one, clearly thinking. He was, when he was a young one, arranging something and then clearly thinking about that thing. When he was quite a young one, he was quite often thinking. When he was quite a young one, he was quite often almost completely clearly thinking about something. When he was quite a young one, he was quite often arranging something and then clearly thinking about that thing. He was, when he was quite a young one, quite often quite clearly deciding something. He was, when he was quite a young one, quite often enough, clearly enough deciding something for some. He was, when he was quite a young one, quite often thinking about something. He was, when he was quite a young one, quite often deciding some things for someone. He was, when he was quite a young one, knowing some who were living then, and some of them knew him then, and some of them knew he was deciding some things quite clearly then, and some did not know that he was deciding some things quite clearly then. Some were almost certain that he was not deciding anything then. Some certainly did know, some whom he knew then, did know that he was quite clearly deciding some things then. Some who knew him then knew he was thinking clearly then. Some of such of them knew he was deciding some things then. Some of such of them did not know he was deciding some things then. He was one knowing, then when he was a young one, knowing some who were living then, and some of them knew him then. He was living, being one being living, and knowing some who were living then, and having some who were living know him. He was being living then when he was a young one. He was being living then. And he was being one being living then, and being one doing some things, and knowing some, and having some know him. He was one being living then when he was quite a young one, and some knew him then, and he knew some then. He was one being living then, and he was being one, and some knew he was that one, the one he was then, and some did not know then that he was that one, the one he was then. He was being living then, and some knowing some then did not know then that he was one of them, one of those that one was knowing then. He was being living then, and some knowing some then did know quite well that he was one of them, one of those that one was knowing then. He was being living then when he was a young one, and certainly there were some being living then, and some knew him then, and knew him again when they saw him, and some who knew he was one being living then did not know him again when they saw him again. He was one being living, and some whom he knew then were certain that they had not ever seen him, and they had seen him, but they had not remembered that he was that one, the one they had seen. He was one being living, and he knew some who were living then, and he certainly did know then that some of them knew he was being living then. He was being living then when he was quite a young one, and some knew that he was being living then. He was being living then, and some knew that some were being living there then, and so they knew he was being living then. He was being living then, and some knew that he was being living then, and some of them knew some were being living then, and certainly he was one of them, one of those who were being living then. He was being living then when he was quite a young one, and he knew some then, some who were being living then, and some knew him then, and some knew he was being living then, and some knew some were being living then. Some know someone is not another one, and some do not know that someone is not another one. Some knew that David Hersland was not another one, and some did not know that David Hersland was not another one. Some knew that some were being living then, and some of them knew that David Hersland was one of such of them, and some of them did not know that David Hersland was one of such of them. David Hersland was being living then when he was a young one. He was being living then, and some who were being living knew that thing, knew that he was being living then. She says, "Go, go, and I go." She says, "Come, come, and I come." She says, "Come, come, and I come." She says, "Go, go, and I go." David Hersland was almost wanting to be needing to be such a one coming and one going. When he was not any longer a completely young one, he was one wanting to be needing to be such a one. He was not really wanting to be such a one. He was really not wanting. He was almost completely wanting to be such a one needing to be going and coming, one needing to be coming and going. He was one almost completely clearly thinking. He was one quite clearly feeling. He was not wanting to be such a one going and coming, one coming and going. He was almost completely wanting to be needing being such a one. In a way, he was not ever coming and going and coming. In a way, he was almost doing this thing, coming and going and coming. He was one clearly feeling in being living. He was one almost completely clearly thinking. He was one almost completely wanting to be needing being one coming and going and coming. He was one almost completely waiting to be needing this thing. He was one not needing this thing. He was almost completely wanting to be needing this thing. He was one clearly feeling in being living. He was one almost completely clearly thinking. He was not completely liking being living. He was clearly feeling in being living. He was quite completely clearly thinking in being one being living. He was quite a young one, and he was being one being living then. He was not such a very young one, and he was one being living then. He was one all his being living, in a way, wanting to be needing being one going and coming and going. He was not really wanting needing this thing when he was quite a young one. He was then not wanting to be needing this thing. He was quite a young one and was being living then. He was an older one and was being living then. Some are knowing that they are sorrowing when they are sorrowing. Some are showing this by gloominess being in them. Some are sorrowing when they are sorrowing, and are then quite certain that they would be always sorrowing if they were not once certain that gloominess is not a cheerful way of being one being existing. Some are quite certain that sorrowing, that having gloominess in them, is a thing that has meaning, is a thing that at any time there is a meaning in having, that always there is not any reason for not sorrowing, and some of such of them could be ones being gloomy ones, if they were not ones being cheerful ones. Some of such of them would be ones being gloomy ones, if they were not ones not being gloomy ones. David Hersland was in a way such a one. He was one being certain that always there was reason enough for anyone being one sorrowing, and he might have been one being a gloomy one, but he was not one being a gloomy one, and really he was not ever sorrowing. He was not ever sorrowing when he was a young one. He was sometimes almost sorrowing when he was not any longer a young one. He was not a gloomy one, and that was because he was not a gloomy one. He would have been almost a gloomy one if he had not been one not being a gloomy one. Certainly he was not a gloomy one. Certainly he was one who might have been a gloomy one if he had not been one not being a gloomy one. He was one clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was one clearly thinking, almost completely clearly thinking. He was one wanting to be needing to be feeling something, and not be clearly feeling that thing, to be almost a complete one in feeling that thing. He was one being living. He was clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was almost completely thinking about everything. He was one being living. He was one being living until he was not any longer a young one beginning being living. And then he was not any longer being living. Sometimes he was with one, sometimes he was with two, sometimes he was with three, sometimes he was with more than three. When he was a young one, sometimes he was with one, sometimes he was with two, sometimes he was with three, sometimes he was with four, sometimes he was with more than four. Sometimes there was one, and he was with that one. Sometimes there were two, and he was with one of the two of them. Sometimes there were three, and he was with two of them. Sometimes there were three, and he was with the three of them. Sometimes there were four, and he was with two of them. Sometimes he was with the four of them. Sometimes he was with three of them. Sometimes when he was a young one, he was with one. Sometimes he was with two. Sometimes he was with more than one. Sometimes he was with three. Sometimes he was with more than three. When he was not such a young one, sometimes he was with one. Sometimes he was with six. Sometimes he was with more than six. Sometimes he was with two. Sometimes he was with three. When he was not at all a very young one, sometimes he was with one. Sometimes he was with more than one. Sometimes he was with two. Sometimes he was with more than two. Sometimes he was with three. Sometimes he was with more than three. Sometimes he was with four. Sometimes he was with more than four. Sometimes he was with five. Sometimes he was with more than five. When he was in between not being any longer quite a young one and being one not being an older one, when he was at the ending of the beginning of being living, he was sometimes with three. He was sometimes then with one. He was sometimes then with another one. He was often then with one. He was often then with three. He was often then with two. He was often then with one. He was often then with another one. He was often then with another one. He was often then with six. He was often then with 10. He was often then with one. He was often then with another one. He was often then with another one. He was often then with another one. He was often then with 3. He was often then with 2. He was older then, and he was often then not with any one. He was sometimes then with 1. He was often then with more than 1. He was often then with a good many more than 1. He was sometimes then with 1. He was sometimes then with another one. He was sometimes then with another one. He was sometimes then with more than 10. He was sometimes then with more than 1. He was sometimes then with 3. He was sometimes then with 1. He was sometimes then with not any one. He was sometimes then with more than 1. David Hersland was clearly thinking about some things about which he was thinking. David Hersland was thinking about some things. He was clearly thinking about them. He was clearly thinking about them. David Hersland was thinking about things and clearly thinking about them, about the things about which he was clearly thinking. He was clearly thinking about things about which he was thinking. He was thinking clearly about them. He was deciding to think about things and to clearly think about them. He certainly decided that some other ones would think about some things, would clearly think about the things about which they were thinking. He was thinking about some things, about very many things, about anything, and he was completely living in thinking clearly about the things about which he was thinking. He was thinking clearly, and he was thinking about some things. He was thinking about anything. He was thinking about everything. He was thinking clearly about the things about which he was thinking. He was deciding about this thing, about thinking clearly about the things about which he was thinking. He was deciding about thinking clearly, about clearly thinking about the things about which he was thinking. He was deciding about some thinking clearly about things about which they were thinking. He was deciding about thinking clearly about things, about clearly thinking about the things about which thinking is being done as being existing. He was deciding that clearly thinking about the things about which there is thinking is something being existing. He was deciding this for some. He was one, and there were some, and there were more than, and he was deciding that clearly thinking about things is being existing. He was deciding this for some. He was not deciding, not really deciding for anyone, that they should not be one sorrowing. He was not deciding for himself that he should not be one sorrowing. He was not deciding about sorrowing being existing. He was not deciding about this thing. He was not deciding for anyone that anyone should not smell everything. He was not deciding about smelling things for anyone. He was not deciding about smelling things for himself. He was not deciding about his being, about his not being one smelling everything. He was not one deciding for anyone their smelling themselves in smelling anything. He was not really deciding this for anyone. He was not thinking about deciding this thing for himself. He was not deciding about this thing, about smelling oneself in smelling anything. He was really not deciding anything about this thing. He might have been one who could be one deciding something about smelling, about sorrowing. He was not one feeling anything of deciding about any such thing, about smelling, about sorrowing. He was smelling some in being living. He was not deciding anything about this thing. He was smelling himself in smelling something. He was not deciding anything about this thing. He was sorrowing some in being one being living. He was not deciding anything about this thing. Sometimes he was with one. Sometimes he was with more than one. He was not then deciding anything about sorrowing, about smelling. He was sometimes with one. He was not then deciding anything about sorrowing, anything about smelling. He was sometimes with more than one. He was not then really deciding anything about smelling, anything about sorrowing. He was clearly feeling some things. He was very clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was wanting to be needing to be feeling some things and to be clearly thinking in not clearly feeling them. He was one really not deciding about smelling, about sorrowing. A noise is something someone is hearing. Many are making noises and many are hearing noises. A noise is a great many things someone is hearing. A great deal of noise is something someone is hearing. A good deal of noise, a very great deal of noise, noise, continued noise, more noise, always some noise, always a good deal of noise. Noise is what someone is hearing. A good deal of noise, a great deal of noise. Noise is something someone is not hearing. A great deal of noise, noise, continued noise, a good deal of noise is what someone would be hearing if there were any noise, if there were a great deal of noise, if there were any noise for that one to be hearing. Someone is sometime hearing very much noise. Sometimes that one is not hearing any noise. There is sometimes not any noise for that one to be hearing. A great deal of noise is something that one is sometimes hearing. Someone is not certain that someone whom that one was certain was not a dull one is a dull one. Someone who was certain that someone was not a dull one is now certain that that one is a dull one. That one is asking if that one who was once not a dull one is not now a dull one. That one is not so certain that that one who was once not a dull one is now a dull one, is not so certain of this thing that that one can tell anyone that that one is a dull one. That one is almost certain, and that one can talk about this thing, about the one who was not a dull one being now a dull one. In a way, it is a gentle thing to be one being not any longer living. That is to say, it is a gentle thing to be one having done something, and doing that thing was not a gentle thing, not at all a gentle thing. It is a gentle thing to be one being one, not any more doing the thing that one was doing. And it is a gentle thing to tell about that thing by some other one the thing that one was doing. Doing a thing is not quite a gentle thing, and having done the thing is almost a gentle thing. And someone telling about it when that one is not ever doing a thing is a gentle thing, and discussing that thing, the thing done, is a very gentle thing. There were times when certainly David Hersland made noises and others made noises, and certainly there were times when he was interested in this thing, in noises being existing, in someone hearing noises, in his being one listening to noises which were then being existing. There were times when David Hersland was a noisy one. There were times when he was with one, and he and that one were noisy ones then. There were times when he was with more than one, and he and all of them were making noises then. There were times when he was hearing noises, and there were times when he was liking this thing, liking noises being existing. He was not ever completely needing that noises be existing. Some are completely needing that noises are existing. David Hersland was not completely needing noises being existing. David Hersland was one making noises sometime. David Hersland was hearing noises sometimes, and very often he was not hearing any noise, not hearing very much noise. David Hersland was not completely needing that noise be existing. Certainly, some are completely needing that noise is existing. Certainly, some are needing this thing, and some certainly are not needing this thing, are not needing that noise is existing. David Hersland was not completely needing this thing, not completely needing that noise is existing. David Hersland could know that he was not completely needing this thing, not needing noise to be existing. Some are knowing that they are completely needing this thing, needing that noises are existing. David Hersland was not completely needing that noises be existing. All his living, David Hersland was knowing this thing, was knowing that noises were existing. This never made him a nervous one, this, that noises are existing. This did not irritate him, this, that noises are existing. This did not disgust him, this, that noises are existing. This did not displease him, this did not arouse him, this, that noises are existing. He was not completely needing this thing, needing that noise is being existing. He could know this thing, know that he was not completely needing this thing, needing that noises are existing. Sometimes in being living, all his living, he was making noises, and sometimes then he was with one, and sometimes then he was with three, and sometimes then he was with more than three, and sometimes then he could know that he was not completely needing that noise is existing, and sometimes then he was not knowing this thing, knowing that he was not completely needing that noises are existing. And sometimes then, when he was not knowing it then, knowing that he was not completely needing that noises are existing, everyone there then knew it, that he was one not completely needing that noises be existing. And sometimes then, someone did not tell him that he was one not completely needing this thing, needing that noises are existing. And sometimes then, someone talked about this thing to some other one and to him, and certainly then he was not knowing then that he was not completely needing that noise be existing. And certainly he was one who could be knowing that he was not completely needing that noise be existing. And all his being living, he was one sometimes making noises, and all his living, he was one not completely needing that noises be existing. And all his living, he was one who could be knowing this thing, knowing that he was one not completely needing that noises be existing. And all his living, some knew this thing, knew that he was not completely needing that noises are existing. And all his living, he was sometimes making noises, and sometimes then he was with one, and sometimes then he was not with anyone, and sometimes then he was with more than one, and sometimes then he was with a good many more than one. All his living, he was not completely needing that noises be existing. He was making noises, and he was then one making some noise, and he heard then the noises that he was making, and he could know then that he was not completely needing that noises be existing. He was sometimes liking this thing, liking that sometimes noises were existing. He was not wanting to be completely needing that noises are existing. He could know that he was not completely needing that noises are existing. He was not interested in this thing, in his not completely needing that noises are existing. He was all his living sometimes making noises, sometimes with one, sometimes when alone, sometimes when with some, sometimes when there were a good many and he was with them. Certainly, he was not needing that noises are existing, not completely needing that noises are existing. Certainly, he was sometimes making noises. All his living, he was sometimes making noises. Certainly, he was not completely needing that noises are existing. Certainly, he was making noises sometimes, all his living. Certainly, anyone was knowing that he was not completely needing that noises are existing. Certainly, he could be knowing that he was not completely needing that noise is existing. David Hersland certainly was not a dull one. That is to say, he was not one who mostly everyone was finding to be one who was not interesting. He was not a dull one sometimes, and mostly always he was not a dull one. That is to say, mostly always, most of those knowing him were interested when he was being one existing for them. He was then not a dull one. He was one certainly knowing that he was not a dull one. He was not completely interested in this thing in knowing that he was not a dull one. He was completely knowing this thing, knowing that he was not a dull one. He was knowing that mostly everyone knowing him were interested in him when he was being one being existing for them. Certainly all his living he was not a dull one. Certainly all his living he was one interesting some, interesting a good many when he was being existing to them. He was all his living not a dull one. He was completely knowing this thing. All his living he was completely knowing this thing, knowing that he was not a dull one. He was not completely interested in this thing in knowing that he was not a dull one. All his living he was not completely interested in this thing in knowing that he was not a dull one, that he was not dull to most who were knowing him, that he was interesting those who were knowing that he was being existing. He was then not a dull one. Certainly some who were not dull ones are ones not being dull ones, and then they are not interesting very many who are knowing that that one is being existing. Some are ones not being dull ones, and they are ones then interesting mostly everyone who is knowing that they are being existing. And then they are not dull ones, and they are then not interesting everyone who are knowing they are being existing. Some are not being dull ones, and they are interesting everyone who is knowing they are being existing. Mostly anyone, and then they are not being dull ones, and they are interesting then some who are knowing that they are being existing. And then they are not being dull ones, and they are interesting some who are knowing they are being existing. And they are then not really dull ones, and they are then interesting some who are knowing they are being existing. They are then interesting some who are knowing they are being existing. They are not then really dull ones. They are then interesting some who are knowing they are being existing. In a way, David Hersland was such a kind of one. David Hersland was interesting some who were knowing he was being living. He was not a dull one. He was interesting some who were knowing he was being existing. He was interesting some who were knowing he was being living. He was not then really a dull one. He was not then a dull one. He was then interesting some who were knowing that he was then being existing. He was then not really a dull one. He was then interesting to some who were knowing him then. David Hersland was one who was finding some being dull ones, who was finding some not being dull ones when he was one being living. David Hersland was one not finding ones being dull ones. He was one finding some being stupid ones. He was one finding some being ones not finding any way to be ones knowing that they are the ones they are being in being living. He was one finding some being ones not ever coming to be certain that they are going on being living. He was one finding very many being ones not going to be ever beginning in keeping going in thinking. He was finding very many being living. He was finding some being not at all dull in being ones he was then knowing. He was finding very many being ones very likely to be ones not going to be interesting sometime. He was one finding very many being quite stupid in being ones going on being living. He was one finding very many not being dull in being ones he was being knowing when they were being living. He was one finding some going to be ones beginning being ones thinking. He was one finding very many who were almost beginning being ones thinking. He was one finding very many who were not ones thinking what they were beginning to be thinking. He was one finding very many who were not thinking. He was one finding very many who were not clearly thinking. He was one finding some who were not interesting. He was one finding very many who were interesting when he was knowing them when they were being living. Someone is doing something. Some have done something. What they have done, and they worked then, and they did a thing, and certainly it was a complete thing, quite a complete thing, and it was not so gently a complete thing as it is when some other ones are seeing it a completed thing. Someone has done something. It is a completed thing, a quite complete thing. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It is all done. It is a complete thing. It was done by someone. The one that did that thing began it and went on with it and finished it. It is a complete thing. Anyone can see it, and everyone is certain that it is a complete thing. And some are certain that it is a complete thing, and some are feeling it to be a complete thing, and they are telling about it as being existing, a complete thing. And certainly it is a complete thing, and certainly then it is in a way a gentle thing. That is to say, a gently complete thing. That is to say, a thing that is a complete thing, and some are certain of this thing. A thing is a complete thing, and then certainly, if some come to know that of it, it is a gentle thing. For certainly if anyone can come to be certain that a thing is a complete thing, that thing is something that everyone is gently seeing. Certainly, then some are saying they are not looking at it, and these then are not gently seeing anything. These are seeing a complete thing, but certainly not everyone can be seeing that as a complete thing. When anyone, that is everyone, that is some, that is mostly anyone, can see something as a complete thing, that thing has come to be a gently complete thing, a thing that can be gently seen as a complete thing, and anything that is a complete thing will be sometimes seen gently, seen as a complete thing, and certainly then some will then be looking at some other thing. David Hersland was not gently seeing anything as a complete thing. He was looking at some things that mostly anyone could see then as a complete thing, and he was then not really seeing it as a complete thing, and so he was not seeing it gently as a complete thing. Really, he was not seeing the things which have been made by someone and are complete things. He certainly was looking at some of them, at a good many of them, and he was certain they were complete things. And he was almost seeing them gently, completely, as gently complete things. And he was almost not looking at them. He was almost looking at the things that are complete things, that someone was then making as a complete thing, as complete things. And he was not completely then seeing such a thing, seeing such things as complete things. Really then, in a way, he was not completely seeing complete things as complete things, not really completely seeing complete things as complete things, not really seeing a complete thing as a complete thing. And so he was almost seeing a complete thing, a thing anyone then could gently be seeing as a complete thing. He was almost gently seeing that thing as a complete thing. And he was almost seeing a thing, a complete thing someone was then making, as a complete thing. He was almost then seeing such a thing as a complete thing. David Hersland was being living, and he was then not any longer being living. He was one being living, and then being living, and then he was not any longer one, he was not then being one being living. Naturally, some knew David Hersland had a brother and a sister, and a father and a mother. Naturally, some were certain that he was in Hersland family living. He was like them, of course he was like them. Why should he be unlike them when he had been living with them, and had come out of them, and had heard them, and had seen them? He did some things in the way they did things. He did some things in the way some of them did some things. Some do not like to do things in the way they do things. that is, in the way some other ones do things. Some are very earnest in this thing. Some are very eager in this thing. Some are often telling about this thing, about not doing some things in the way some of the ones related to them by blood connection are doing such things. David Hersland was not one of such of them. He mostly was not thinking himself being one, doing a thing in the way some other one was doing a thing. And sometimes it was a pleasant thing to him to be connected with every other one by such a thing, by doing things in a way he was noticing other ones had been doing. Sometimes it was a pleasant thing to him to know then that everything means something, that he was a part of every one who was a part of him. And sometimes he had very much family feeling in him. Sometimes he had quite enough family feeling in him. Very often he had not very much family feeling in him. Very often he was naturally not having any family feeling. End of section 55, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, August 12, 2024. Section 56 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 56. Very naturally, some were certain that he was not one interested in that thing, in family feeling. Very naturally, some were remembering that he was one not living in any family living. Naturally, some were knowing that he was living in a family living. Naturally, some were thinking of him as being in Hersland family living. Some were understanding family living and were understanding that he was not in any family living. Some were understanding family living and were understanding that he was in a family living. Some were understanding the Hersland family living and were understanding that he was not living in the Hersland family living. Some were understanding the Hersland family living and were understanding that he was living in Hersland family living. Some were understanding that he was liking his father and his mother and his brother and his sister. Some were understanding that he was admiring his mother and his father and his brother and his sister. He was understanding that he was liking his father and his mother and his brother and his sister. He was understanding that he was not liking his father and his mother and his sister and his brother. He was understanding that he was not admiring his father and his mother and his sister and his brother. He was understanding that he was admiring his father and his mother and his brother and his sister. Some were knowing that he had living a brother and a sister and a father and a mother. Some were not knowing that he had living a brother and a sister and a mother and a father. He was being living every day. In a way, he was needing to be certain that he was being living every day he was being living. He was being living every day he was being living. He was being living every day until he was not being living, which was at the ending of the beginning of the middle of being living. He was being living every day. In a way, he was needing knowing every day that he was being living every day. When he was beginning being living, he was being living every day. In a way, he was knowing then every day that he was being living. He was being living every day when he was beginning being living. In a way, he was knowing that then. He was such a one. He went on being living, and he was knowing this thing, knowing he was being living every day. In a way, he was knowing this thing every day, all of his being living. When he was beginning being living, he was knowing this thing, knowing every day that he was being living. All his living, he was knowing this thing, knowing every day that he was being living. In a way, he was knowing this thing every day. He was, every day, knowing he was being living. He was being living every day. He was knowing it every day. He was knowing it all his living every day. He was knowing it when he was beginning being living. He was knowing it then, in a way, every day. It can be known, this thing, it can be known in a way every day that one is being living. It can be known every day. It can be known all day. It can be known all of living every day. It can be known all of living all day, every day, that one is being living. David Hersland was knowing this thing every day, that he was being living. All of his living, he was knowing this thing every day. In a way, all his living, he knew it every day. All his living, every day, he knew he was being living. He was being living every day. He knew it every day. All of his living, he knew it every day. He was being living every day. In a way, he knew every day, he knew he was being living. He was being living every day. He knew every day, he knew he was being living. In a way, he knew it every day. He was being living every day. Every day he knew, in a way, that he was being living. He knew every day that he was being living that day. He was being living every day, all of his being living. He was dead when he was at the ending of the beginning of being in middle living. He was dead by then. He was dead and buried by then. He was not being living beyond the ending of the beginning of being in the middle of being living. He was dead by then. He was not any longer living then. He was living every day when he was being living. He was knowing every day that he was being living that day. He was not knowing all day that he was living that day every day. He was not knowing it all day that he was being living that day. He was knowing every day part of the day that he was being living then. He was not knowing every day, mostly all day, that he was being living that day. He was knowing part of the day every day that he was being living that day. He was knowing that he was being living every day. He was being living every day. He was knowing he was being living every day. He was knowing it every day that he was being living that day. He was being living every day. He was, and really he was not succeeding. He was knowing every day that he would know each day what he was meaning by being one being living that day. He was being living every day. He was knowing every day that he was being living that day. He was knowing every day that he would know that day what he was meaning by being living that day. He was being living every day. He would be knowing every day what he was meaning by being living that day, and he was knowing every day that he was being living that day. Every day he was knowing he was being living that day. He was being living every day. He was knowing every day that he was being living on that day. He was knowing every day that he was being living. He would know that he was meaning being one being living every day. He would be one being living every day, and knowing every day he was being living that day, and would be knowing every day the meaning in being living that day. He was being living every day. He was every day knowing he was being living. He was every day knowing he was knowing the meaning of being living that day. He was not succeeding. He was being living. He was being living, and that was being existing by knowing the meaning of being existing on that day. He was being living until the end of the beginning of middle living. He was succeeding in being living until the end of the beginning of being in middle living. He was being living every day. He was knowing every day that he was being living that day. He was being living every day. He was knowing every day that he was being living that day. He was being living every day when he was in the beginning of being living. He was knowing then every day that he was being living that day. He was living every day when he was at the ending of the beginning of being living. He was knowing then every day that he was being living that day. He was being living every day when he was in the middle of the beginning of being living. He was knowing then every day that he was living that day. He was living every day all of his being living. He was knowing every day that he was being living that day. Every day all of his being living. He was being living every day all of the beginning of being living. He was knowing every day that he was being living that day, all of his beginning being living. He was being living every day all of his being living. He was knowing every day that he was being living, all of his living. He was being living every day through the beginning of the middle of being living. He was knowing then every day that he was being living that day. He was being living every day all of his being living. He was knowing he was being living every day all of his being living. Sometime he was feeling something. Sometime he was eating something. Sometime he was thinking something. In his daily living, he was thinking, he was eating, he was feeling. Anyone could be such a one. He was such a one. Not anyone could be such a one. He was almost not eating anything. He was thinking something. He was feeling something. He had need of this thing of being one eating something, of being one almost not eating anything. He had need of these things of being one eating something, of being one almost not eating anything. Eating one thing is a way of living for some. Deciding to be eating one thing is a way of living for some. Deciding anything about eating is a way of living for some. Eating one thing, deciding to eat one thing is all being living for some. David Hersland was one deciding about eating something. David Hersland was one sometimes deciding to be eating only one thing. Deciding about eating one thing, deciding about eating one thing, eating something, was not all of living for him. He was then one living all his living, that is to say, until he was not any longer living, until he was one who had been living, who was then one not any longer living. Every day that he was living, he was one being himself inside him. He was one doing something. He was one going to be doing something. He was one knowing some. He was one some were knowing. Every day he was being living, he was not being one being himself inside him to himself then, as he was some other time in being living. Every day he was being living, he was pretty nearly being to himself inside him what he was to himself inside him the other times in his being living. He was himself inside him. Pretty nearly every day he was himself to himself inside him. Pretty nearly every day he was being himself inside him to himself then, and being in a way different from being to himself inside him from the way he was any other day, and being pretty nearly the same to himself inside him that day as every other day. He was, every day he was being living, he was being to himself inside him pretty nearly the same, and quite not at all the same, and certainly he was being pretty nearly the same. Certainly he was pretty nearly the same. Certainly he was not at all the same, quite not the same. Every day he was knowing someone, knowing some, and every day someone, some, were knowing him. To some he was always pretty nearly the same. To some he was the same one day as another day. To some he was not the same one day as another day. Some were certain he was the same every day. Some were certain he was not the same every day. He was the same every day. He was pretty nearly the same to himself inside him every day, and this is not a description of him. This is certainly not a description of him, that he was the same every day, that he was to himself pretty nearly the same every day. David Hersland lived as long as he was living, and he certainly sometimes was quite certain that he needed to be completely expressing the feeling that certainly there was not any succeeding in being living, that certainly it was enough not to have been ever living, that it would have been enough to have not been one coming to be living, that having been living, being living, had not in any way any meaning. He certainly sometimes in being living was needing to have some way of completely feeling such a thing, and certainly sometimes in being living he came almost completely to be feeling this thing, to be completely feeling that it would have been enough not to have come to be one being living. He certainly sometimes in being living came to be almost completely feeling that being living could not have in any way any meaning. He was sometimes needing to have some way of expressing such a thing, and sometimes he did in some way express such a thing. He certainly did in some way sometimes express such a thing. He did sometimes almost completely feel such a thing. He did sometimes in some way express such a thing. He certainly did sometimes in some way express such a thing. David Hersland was living, and all the time he was not certain that he was not feeling something that certainly not anyone, and in a way he was certain of this thing, not anyone was really feeling. And then he was not certain. Certainly some were really feeling something, and that was then a thing that was completely making it that something is existing, and some are being living in being doing something, and that is making being living something that has, in a way, a possibility in meaning, and in a way then, it does not make any difference really of anything, does not make really everything in any complete way a different thing, and certainly then there is not any way of having anything a different thing, since the different thing, if it is a different thing, is completely a different thing, and if it is not a different thing, then it is not a completely different thing. And certainly then David Hersland was not then feeling anything that was a completely different thing. And certainly then he was completely interested and completely not interested in any such thing. He certainly was one almost completely interested in a different thing. He certainly was one almost completely not interested in a completely different thing. He was almost completely interested in feeling a different thing. He was pretty nearly not at all interested in feeling a different thing. He was almost completely interested in feeling any completely different thing. He certainly was almost completely interested in not having completely been feeling something. He certainly was almost completely interested in some having almost completely felt something. He went on living, and not a very long time, that is to say, he was living to the ending of the beginning of middle living. And certainly he was then such a one, having been such a one almost completely interested in feeling a completely different thing, one almost completely interested in not having been feeling a completely different thing, one almost completely interested in anyone feeling a completely different thing, one almost not interested in feeling any different thing, one almost completely not interested in anyone completely feeling any one thing, one almost completely interested in not completely feeling anything, one almost completely interested in not feeling any different thing. In a way, he was quite certain that not anyone not coming to be loving him could be coming to be completely listening to him. In a way, he was quite certain that not anyone was coming to be loving him. In a way, he was not certain of this thing. In a way, someone was coming to be loving him, and certainly then was listening to him, and certainly then he was knowing this thing, knowing that this one was listening to him, and in a way then he was certain that this one in a way was coming to loving him, and certainly then this one was not ever completely that thing, and in a way he was certain of this thing, certain that this one was not coming to be completely that thing, one loving him. Certainly some were quite completely listening to him, and certainly he was knowing this thing, knowing they were quite completely listening to him, and he knew too that someone coming to be loving him would be coming completely to listen to him. And certainly in a way he was certain that not anyone had been completely coming to be loving him, and certainly some were almost completely doing this thing, loving him. And certainly some were quite completely listening to him, certainly quite completely listening to him. In a way someone came to be loving him, and certainly was listening to him. And he certainly did know that if anyone was coming completely to love him, such a one would come to completely listen to him. And in a way he was certain that not anyone was doing any such thing, coming to completely love him. And he was not certain that someone would not come to be doing this thing, coming to be completely loving him. And certainly someone coming to be completely loving him would be completely listening to him, to all of him. He was being living from the beginning of being living to the ending of the beginning of middle living. Certainly some were quite completely listening to him. Certainly some were quite completely listening to him. David Hersland was certainly one thinking. He certainly was one knowing this thing. If he was thinking and knowing this thing, and he was thinking and knowing this thing, knowing he was thinking, if he was thinking about something, in a way, he was thinking about anything. He was thinking and he was knowing this thing. He was knowing he was thinking. He was thinking about something. In a way, he was thinking about anything. Certainly, if in a way he was thinking about anything and he was knowing this thing, he was knowing that he could be thinking about anything. He was thinking about anything. He was knowing this thing. He was knowing that he was thinking about anything. He was thinking about something. He was knowing this thing, knowing that he was thinking about something. He was knowing that he was thinking about something. He was knowing that he was thinking. He was knowing that he was thinking about anything. If he was thinking about something, really thinking about something, and knowing this thing, knowing that he was thinking about something, he was knowing that he was thinking. He was one knowing about thinking. He was one completely thinking about thinking. Certainly then he was knowing that he was one thinking about anything. He was knowing that he was thinking about anything. He was one completely knowing about thinking. He was one knowing that he was one thinking. He was knowing that he was one thinking about anything, and certainly he was doing this thing. He was thinking about anything. He was certain of this thing, that he was one thinking, and certainly he was one thinking. He was one certain about this thing, that he was thinking about something, and certainly he was doing this thing. He was thinking about something. He was one certain that he was thinking about anything, and certainly he was doing this thing. He was thinking about anything. In a way, then, he was one being completely interesting, one thinking about something, one thinking about anything. Certainly, then, he was one thinking, really thinking. He was one really thinking about something. He was one really thinking about anything. In a way, then, he was completely interesting. In a way, then, he was not completely interesting. He certainly was doing this thing. He certainly was really thinking. He certainly was knowing this thing, knowing that he was really thinking. He certainly was one completely knowing about thinking, about really thinking. In a way, then, he was not completely interesting. In a way, then, he was not completely thinking. In a way, he was completely thinking about something. In a way, he was not completely thinking about anything. He was really thinking. He was really thinking about something. He was really thinking about anything. He was completely knowing about thinking. He was not completely interesting. He certainly was completely thinking about something. He certainly was really completely thinking. He certainly was not really completely thinking about anything. He was completely knowing about thinking. He was completely thinking. He was really completely thinking. He was completely thinking about something. He was completely thinking about anything. Certainly he was not completely interesting in being one completely thinking. He was one being living, and certainly he was completely thinking, and he was completely thinking about anything, and he was completely thinking about something. Certainly he was completely thinking about anything. About that he was completely thinking. He was thinking about anything. He was one, and he was knowing that thing, knowing that he was one. He was one wanting to be knowing that thing, that he was one. He was one, and he was almost always knowing that thing, knowing that he was one. He was needing this thing, needing knowing that he was one, and he certainly was one. And he certainly was almost always knowing that thing, knowing that he was one. He was needing this thing, needing that he was knowing this thing, knowing that he was one. He was not always knowing that he was needing this thing, needing knowing that he was one. He was very often knowing this thing, knowing that he was needing knowing that he was one. He was not often telling this thing, telling that he was knowing he was one. He was sometimes telling this thing, telling that he was knowing that he was one. He was quite certain of this thing, that he was one. He was sometimes telling this thing, telling that he was one. He was sometimes wanting to be needing another one. He was sometimes needing another one. He was often enough wanting to be needing another one. He was sometimes almost needing another one. He was not often telling about this thing, about almost needing another one. He was almost certain about this thing. Sometimes he was almost certain about this thing, about almost needing another one. He certainly was often enough wanting to be completely needing another one. He was not completely needing this thing, needing another one. Sometimes he was almost needing another one. He was sometimes quite completely wanting to be needing another one. He was quite a young one, and then he was knowing this thing, knowing that he was one. He was always knowing this thing, knowing that he was one. He was at the ending of his being living, knowing this thing, knowing that he was one. He was then sometimes wanting to be needing another one. He was then not needing another one. He certainly was sometimes almost completely wanting to be needing another one. He was sometimes almost needing another one. There were several of them, and they were quite different each one from any other one of them. And he was sometimes wanting to be needing one, and he was sometimes almost needing one, and he was not ever completely needing one, ever completely needing anyone. He was one. He was very often not telling anything about that thing, about being one. He was not ever telling anyone he was almost needing telling about his being one. He was one. He was very often not telling about this thing. He was very often knowing this thing. He was almost always knowing this thing, that he was one. He was very often not telling about this thing, about being one. He was not telling about this thing, about being one, to anyone he was almost needing, to anyone he was wanting to be needing. Some like to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. Some do not like to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. Some love to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. Some do not love to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. Some hate to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. Some like sometimes to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. David Hersland sometimes liked to enjoy things the way he used to enjoy them. He enjoyed things, and then sometimes he would like to enjoy things the way he used to enjoy them. He and some others sometimes enjoyed things. Some of them liked to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. He sometimes liked to enjoy things the way he used to enjoy them. Some, and he was one of them, enjoyed things. Some of them later would have liked to enjoy things the way they used to enjoy them. He sometimes would have liked to enjoy things the way he used to enjoy them. There were some, and he was one who enjoyed things. They enjoyed them, and they did them, and they all did them, and they all enjoyed them, and they all told about this thing, about enjoying them, and they all later sometimes would have liked to enjoy things the way they had enjoyed them. They all enjoyed things. They all of them enjoyed things and did them then. Some of them sometimes enjoyed them more than others of them. Some of them told about enjoying more than others of them. David Hersland told about enjoying them, about enjoying the things. He told about this after there were not so many of them enjoying them, and he was then going on enjoying them, and some were then going on enjoying them, and some were then telling about enjoying them the way they used to be enjoying them. David Hersland was enjoying the things then, and was telling then about enjoying them the way they used to be enjoying them. And some of them then were wanting to be enjoying things the way they used to be enjoying them, and some were then not wanting that they were, all of them, enjoying them, the things, the way they used to be enjoying them. David Hersland was sometimes then, and not with all of them, wanting to be enjoying the things the way they used to be enjoying them. Some of them were then telling about enjoying the things the way they used to be enjoying them. David Hersland was then sometimes telling about enjoying them the way they used to be enjoying, and sometimes he was telling this to some of them, sometimes to one of them, sometimes to all of them. He was, when he was at the ending of beginning living, he was with some, and all of them were enjoying some things then. They were all of them then going to be sometime wanting to be enjoying some things the way they were enjoying them then. They were all of them in a way living some in this thing and going to be sometime wanting to be enjoying some things in the way they were enjoying them then. David Hersland was not living in that thing, in going to be wanting to be enjoying something in the way they all of them were enjoying it then. In a way, he was not then with them in living some in this thing, in going to be sometime wanting to be enjoying something in the way they were enjoying something then. In a way, he was not enjoying then with them. He was being one then not living, not at all living, in going to be sometime wanting to be enjoying something in the way they were enjoying something then. And later he was wanting to be enjoying something the way they had been enjoying something then, and he was sometimes telling about this thing, beginning this thing with one, with more than one, who had been ones enjoying themselves then, and in a way it was a different thing in him then, as he had not been at all living, when they had been enjoying something. He had not been at all living in going to be sometimes wanting to be enjoying something the way they were enjoying it then. He was then enjoying some things with them, with some who were enjoying things. Then when he was at the ending of beginning living, and he was then not enjoying with them living some in going to be ones sometime wanting to be enjoying things the way they were enjoying them then. In a way then, he was not enjoying things then in being one, being with some, all of whom were enjoying things then. Certainly later he was telling one of them, some of them, that they would then be enjoying something, and in a way then they were enjoying something. And certainly then to him then they were enjoying something in the way they had been enjoying something when they had been enjoying something. And to the other one then, and to the others then, they were not doing that thing. They were not enjoying that thing the way they had been enjoying something when they had been enjoying something. And not any of them were talking about that thing. And David Hersland then sometimes was talking about that thing, talking about it to someone, sometimes talking about it to some. Later he was enjoying some things with another one who had not been then enjoying some things when the others had been enjoying some things. He was enjoying some things with this one. This one was enjoying some things with him then. He was not then enjoying things the way he had been enjoying them. He certainly then was not interested in that thing, in enjoying things the way he had enjoyed them. He was loving one then, and he was in a way telling this thing, telling it to her, and others were knowing it then, and in a way it was not interesting to her. And he was not really telling it to her then, and certainly anyone could be certain that he was telling then something about that thing, about loving the one he was loving then, and she could be certain of this thing, that he was telling that thing, telling that he was loving. He certainly was loving one then, and certainly some were then almost certain of that thing, that he was loving that one, and she was almost certain of that thing, that he was loving her then, and it was an interesting thing then to her, and it was an interesting thing then to them, and not anyone, not she, not he, not they, were then completely interested in that thing, and certainly they were not any of them not liking it then. Some of them then were not liking it, and they did not come to like it, that he was loving, and loving the one he was loving. And certainly then he went on, and certainly then everyone was telling something about this thing, every one of them, about his loving the one he was loving then. And certainly anyone could know that he and the one he was loving were ones who were not coming to be completely interested in that thing, in his loving her, and some were then certain of this thing, and some were then not certain of this thing, and he was not then certain of this thing, and she was not then certain of this thing. When he was loving this one, and this one was one he was loving, he was showing this one this thing, showing this one that he was loving this one. He went on showing this one this thing, that he was loving this one, and this one was one knowing he was showing this thing, showing he was loving this one. And they were then going on in this thing, and this then was not completely interesting to anyone. David Hersland was one feeling something, and certainly he was one clearly thinking, completely clearly thinking, and he was one clearly feeling, and he was one not completely clearly feeling, and he was clearly feeling, and he was needing to be one completely clearly thinking, and he was clearly feeling, and he was not completely clearly feeling. He was living until the ending of the beginning of middle living. Each one is one. David Hersland was completely remembering this thing, remembering that each one is one. He was knowing some, and he was almost completely remembering that each one is one. He was completely remembering this thing, that each one is one. He was then loving one of them, and he was then completely remembering that each one is one. He was always almost completely remembering that each one is one. He certainly was almost completely remembering that each one is one. Always, all his living, he was almost completely remembering this thing, that each one is one. Each one is one. He was, all his living, pretty nearly completely remembering this thing. He was certain of this thing, that each one is one. He was, all his living, completely certain of this thing, that each one is one. He was, all his living, almost completely remembering this thing, remembering that each one is one. He was, very often, completely remembering this thing, that each one is one. He was loving one then at the ending of beginning being living, and he was then almost completely remembering that each one is one. He was then always almost completely remembering this thing. Anyone could be almost certain that he was almost completely remembering that each one is one, that he was always then almost completely remembering that each one is one. He was one who could be certain that someone could do something for someone. Sometimes he was certain that he could do something for someone. Sometimes he was beginning to do something for someone. Sometimes he was certain that he could do something more for someone. Sometimes he was certain that he could not do anything more for that one. He was doing something for someone. He was giving advice to someone, and he was giving it strongly enough to that one so that he was doing something for that one. He was certain that he could do something more for that one. He was doing something then for that one. He could come to be certain that he could not do anything more for that one. He could come to be certain that he could come to be doing something more for that one. He certainly was interested in giving advice strongly enough to someone so that it would do something for that one. He certainly was interested in this thing. He was not interested in giving advice strongly enough to everyone. He was interested in giving advice strongly enough to some. He was sometimes certain that he could do something more than for them. He was sometimes certain that he could again give advice strongly enough to do something for them. He was sometimes certain that he could not do anything more for them. He was sometimes certain that not any advice could be given strongly enough to do anything for them. He was sometimes certain that not anyone could give advice strongly enough to anyone. He was sometimes certain that not anyone should give advice strongly enough to anyone. He was very often certain that he had given advice strongly enough to someone and that he could do something more for that one. He was sometimes certain that he would be giving advice strongly enough to someone, and he was sometimes certain then that he would do something more than for that one, and he was sometimes certain then giving advice strongly enough could be done. He was not in any way wanting to give advice strongly enough to everyone. He was not wanting to give advice strongly enough to some. He was wanting to give advice strongly enough to one, and then he was not going on with this thing. He was not then going on with giving advice strongly enough to that one. He was then not wanting to give advice strongly enough to that one. He was giving advice strongly enough to some. He was giving advice strongly enough to anyone he was advising. He was not needing to give advice strongly enough to everyone. He was giving advice strongly enough to the one that he was for some time wanting to give advice to strongly enough. He was not needing to give advice strongly enough to anyone. He did give advice strongly enough to some. He did not need to do this thing to give advice strongly enough to some. He was one certainly understanding something. He was one certainly having a way of understanding something. He was one using a way of understanding something in understanding anything. He was one in a way understanding anyone. He was one using a way of understanding something in understanding anyone. He was sometimes quite certain of this thing, that he would be understanding anyone. Some were quite certain of this thing, that he would be understanding anyone. In a way, he came to be certain of this thing, that he would be understanding anyone, and he came to be certain, in a way, that he was not understanding some. He was certain that he would be understanding anyone in the way he was understanding something. And then certainly he was not going on in this thing, in understanding anyone. He was then going on in understanding something. He certainly then would give advice strongly enough to some. He was not needing to be one being living. He was not needing to be giving advice strongly enough to anyone. He was needing to be one being living. He was needing to be one understanding something. He was needing to be going to be using the way of understanding something to understand anything. He was not completely needing to be one being living. He was not completely needing to be one understanding everything. He was almost completely needing to be one being living. He was almost completely needing to be going to be using the way he was understanding something to understand everything. He was knowing some who were being ones at the end of the beginning of being living when he was at the end of the beginning being living. In a way, he was one with them. In many ways, he was not one with them. He was one with them in being one of them, in being one completely understanding something. He was one with some of them, in being one of them, in being one understanding something, in being one going to be using understanding something to understanding everything. He was one with some of them in being one of them, in being one understanding something, in being one using the way of understanding something to be understanding everything, in wanting to be one needing to be completely loving one. He was not of them in being one toward whom each one of them had a completely different feeling, and were telling some other one about such a thing, about the different feeling each one had about him. He was not one of them, in being one who was not completely interesting to any of them, in being one wanting to be completely loving someone. He was almost completely one of them, when there were not all of them being then them. He was completely one of them, when there were some of them being then all of them. He was one almost completely wanting to be loving one then, who would be then almost a completely beautiful one to him then. He was completely understanding something then. He was completely clearly thinking then, entirely completely clearly thinking then. He was clearly feeling then, quite completely clearly feeling then. David Hersland was almost knowing which one of those with whom he was then being one being living, which ones were feeling that he was being one then who was one of them. He was then almost knowing that thing. He was then almost completely not certain that any of them, of those he was knowing then, were ones who would be knowing that he was almost knowing which ones were ones who were feeling that he was one of them then. When Hersland was at the ending of beginning being living, he was then being with some who were ones being living then, almost completely being living then, in being ones being living then, being some being living then. He was then almost knowing that some of them could come to be ones being certain that he was one of them. He was then one coming to be certain that some of them would come to be completely certain that he was one of them. He came then to be completely certain that one of them, that two of them, were completely certain that he was one of them. He was knowing this thing then. He was not completely feeling this thing then. He was quite certain of this thing. He was wanting to be completely needing this thing then, that one of them, that two of them, were certain that he was one of them. He was not being living in this thing in any of them being certain that he was one of them. He was not being living in this thing. He was almost completely wanting to be needing this thing, that any of them, that one of them, that two of them, that some of them, were quite certain that he was one of them. They were then all of them quite completely living in their being one of all of them. They were, all of them, living very well then in this thing, living quite well in this thing, going on living just then quite well in this thing. They were, all of them, being ones at the ending of beginning living then. There were some then who were other ones, and they were then knowing David Hersland, and David Hersland was knowing them. And they were each of them, they and he, they were each of them being ones quite being living then. They were all of them at the ending of beginning being living then. There were some of them who were being ones being living then, and knowing David Hersland then, and he was knowing them then, and they were all of them being living then. There were some then knowing everyone, and everyone was knowing them, and these were not at the ending of their beginning living then. They were at the ending of the middle of their middle living then. There were some of those who were being living in being ones being living then, and in all of them being living. There were some who were being living then in being one knowing some other ones, and one of the other ones then for such of them was David Hersland, and David Hersland was knowing them then, and sometimes then David Hersland was knowing that he was knowing them, and they were all, he and they being ones then living in being living then, in all being living there then, and sometimes then he was certain enough of this thing, and sometimes then he was quite wanting to be completely wanting to be needing this thing, and sometimes then he was one being living, and the others were being living then, and they all, he and they, were being living then, and that was all there was to any such thing, that they were all being living then. This was very often all there was to him, in all of them being living then, this, that each one of them, they and he, were being living then. Some of those being living were needing to be completely expressing the feeling that there is a good deal of succeeding in being living. Some of those being living, and who were being living then, were not needing then to be expressing anything about succeeding in living being existing. Some of them, of those being then all of them, at the ending of beginning living, were needing to be expressing that succeeding in living is not being existing. Some of them were not then needing to be expressing this thing, that succeeding in living is not existing. Some of them did not need then to be expressing that succeeding in living is existing. Some of them then were expressing that not succeeding in living is being existing, that there is existing, not succeeding in living. Some were then expressing that there is existing, succeeding in living. Some of them were then going to be expressing that succeeding in living is not existing. Some of them were needing then to be going to be expressing that there is not existing, succeeding in living. David Hersland was not expressing then that succeeding in living is not existing. David Hersland was not then needing to be going to be expressing that there is existing, not succeeding in living. He was not expressing then that there is existing, succeeding in living. He was not then completely not expressing that there is existing, succeeding in living. He was almost needing then to be going to be expressing that there is existing, succeeding in living. He was not completely needing then, going to be expressing that there is existing, succeeding in living. He was completely then clearly feeling anything, almost completely clearly feeling anything. He was then almost completely clearly feeling something. He was then almost completely clearly then feeling some things. He was not completely clearly feeling everything. He was almost completely clearly feeling anything. He was almost completely clearly feeling everything. He was almost completely clearly feeling something. He was almost completely clearly feeling some things. He was almost completely clearly feeling everything. He was completely clearly thinking. He was completely doing that thing. He was completely clearly thinking. He was not completely needing being one, going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was almost needing being one, going to be doing some other thing sometime. When he was one, being one at the ending of beginning being living, he was almost needing being one, going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was one then, not really needing to be one wanting to be doing some other thing sometime. He was then not really interested in that thing, in going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was not then really interested in anyone being one going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was interested enough to be mentioning such a thing as going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was enough interested to be mentioning that some are going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was almost really interested in some going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was not really interested in anyone going to be doing some other thing sometime. End of section 56. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, August 14th, 2024. Section 57 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 57. He was very often discussing such a thing, someone going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was quite interested in being one thinking clearly about this thing, about his going to be sometime doing some other thing, about anyone's sometime going to be doing some other thing, about sometime going to be doing some other thing, about someone going to be sometime doing some other thing. He was almost completely clearly feeling something then. Almost completely feeling something then. He knew then that some were really completely interested in being one going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was quite interested then. Quite really interested then. He was not really interested then. He was feeling, almost completely clearly feeling something then. And he was then one almost really interested in anyone being one going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was seriously enough interested in that thing then, almost completely seriously interested in that thing then, in anyone going to be sometime doing some other thing. He was not completely interested in that thing, in anyone going to be doing some other thing sometime. He was quite clearly feeling then about himself being one going to be sometime doing some other thing. He was almost completely clearly feeling something about this thing, about being one going to be sometime doing something, some other thing. They were all of them going on being living. He was going on being living then. He was not then completely interested in that thing, in being one going on being living. He was completely interested in something then. He was completely interested then in being one, being interested in something. He was completely feeling this then, completely feeling being one, being living, being interested in something, being interested in all being living. He was not completely interested in all living. He was completely interested in living, being, existing. He could be certain that someone was one different from any other one. He could be certain that any one was different from any other one. He could be certain that someone was different from any other one. He could go on being certain that any one was different from any other one. He could go on being certain that someone was different from any other one. He was quite certain that someone was different from any other one. He mentioned that thing. He did not go on being certain that someone was different from any other one. He was not completely certain. He was not going on and being completely certain that someone was different from any other one. He was almost certain that anyone was different from any other one. He was going on being almost certain that anyone was different from any other one. He was almost completely clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was extraordinarily completely clearly expressing what he was almost completely clearly feeling. He was one working in being one almost completely clearly feeling what he was feeling. He was one working, he was one needing to be clearly working. He was one needing to be completely clearly working. He was one needing to be certain that he was one being living. He was one needing to be completely clearly working to be certain that he was one being living. He was one needing to be working, clearly working. He was one needing to be clearly working, and he was working to be certain that he was one being living. He was working at this thing, clearly working at this thing, completely clearly working at this thing, working at being certain that he was one being living. He was not really needing to be completely certain of this thing, certain that he was one being living. He was completely clearly working at this thing, working at being certain that he was one being living. He was not one needing this thing, needing being certain that he was one being living. He was not one really needing to be certain of this thing, certain of being one being living. He was not one completely needing to be certain of this thing, certain of being one being living. He was almost completely feeling being one being living. He was almost completely clearly feeling being one being living. He was almost completely feeling being one being living. He was almost completely clearly feeling being one being living. He was almost completely clearly feeling in being one being living. He was one almost completely clearly feeling about needing being one being living, about not needing being one being living, about knowing being one being living, about being certain of being one being living, about not being certain of being one being living. He was almost completely clearly feeling something. He was almost completely clearly feeling everything of any such thing. He was almost completely clearly feeling that someone was different from any other one. He was almost completely clearly feeling such a thing. He was clearly mentioning this thing, that someone was different from any other one. He was not completely certain of this thing, that someone was different from any other one. He was mentioning being certain that someone was different from any other one. He was not completely certain of this thing, that someone was different from any other one. He was almost completely clearly feeling something about this thing, about someone being different from any other one. He went on being living until the ending of the beginning of middle living. Some being living when David Hersland was being living were expecting that sometime he could be certain that something would be happening, and that then that thing would be happening. Some who were living when David Hersland was living were not certain that when he came to be certain that something would be happening, that it would not be happening. When he came to be certain that something would be happening, sometimes something would be happening. He sometimes came to be certain that something would be happening, and sometimes then something would be happening. He was not completely needing this thing, needing being certain that something would be happening. He was not completely needing that thing, being certain that something would be happening, and having then that thing happening. He was not completely needing this thing. He was interested in this thing sometimes, almost completely interested in this thing. He was sometimes almost completely interested in being certain that something would be happening. He was sometimes almost completely interested in being certain that something was going to be happening, and then that thing was happening. He was almost completely clearly feeling being one being living. He was almost completely clearly feeling being one going on being living. He was not completely needing this thing, being one going on being living. He was almost completely needing the thing, being one being living. Some are ones needing being one succeeding in living. Some are ones not needing being one succeeding in living. David Hersland was such a one. He was one needing being one succeeding in living. He was one not needing being one succeeding in living. If he had gone on in being living, he would not have been one succeeding in living. He would not have been one needing being one succeeding in living. If he had been one going on in being living, he might have been succeeding in living. He might have been one succeeding in living if he had been one going on being living, and then he would not have been needing being one succeeding in living. He was not going on being living after the ending of the beginning of middle living. He was not being living after the ending of the beginning of middle living. He would not be one commencing again and again to be one being living. He would not be one commencing being living. He was one being living every day, and always he was one needing to be understanding this thing, understanding being one being living. He was one completely clearly thinking. He was one completely clearly thinking about something. He was one almost completely clearly feeling. He would not be one commencing again and again being one being living. He was not one commencing again and again being one being living. He was one being living. He was one almost completely needing to be understanding this thing, understanding being one being living. He was one being living every day. He was one understanding this thing, understanding every day being living that day. He was one completely needing being one understanding every day being living that day. He was one completely clearly thinking. He was one completely clearly thinking about something. He was one almost completely clearly thinking about anything. He was one completely clearly thinking about everything. He could be certain that not anyone would be thinking more completely about something than he was thinking about something. He could be certain that not anyone could be thinking more completely clearly about something than he was thinking about something. He could be completely certain of this thing. He was interested in anyone thinking as completely, more completely about something than he was thinking about something. He was not completely interested in that thing. He could be certain that not anyone was thinking more completely about something than he was thinking about something. He was not needing being one coming to be certain that he was one needing some other one. He was not needing being one coming to be certain that he was not needing some other one. He was almost wanting to be one needing to be certain to be one needing another one. He was not needing to be one being certainly needing another one. He was not completely needing anything. He was completely clearly thinking. He was almost completely needing being certain that he was being living. It was not any use being one going on being living for David Hersland when he was not being one needing to be being living. He was not completely needing being living. He was not completely wanting needing being living. He was almost completely deciding being living. He was almost completely deciding this thing. He was not feeling anything about this thing, about not completely needing being living. He was not feeling anything at all about this thing. He was almost completely deciding something about this thing, about being one, being living. He was not completely deciding about this thing, about being one, being living. He was almost completely deciding about this thing, about being one, being living. Being one, being living is being one, in a way, being interested in that thing. Anyone can be, in a way, such a one being living. Some are not, in a way, such a one being interested, in a way, in being one, being living. Some are being ones, being living, and are, in a way, not ones interested in being living. Some are being ones, being living, and are not interested in such a thing, in being living. And they are ones being living, and they would not mention that thing to anyone, that anyone should come to be one being living. Some are ones being living, and they are not interested in that thing, in a way not at all interested in that thing, and they are not mentioning that thing to anyone, that they are, in a way, not at all interested in being one being living. Some who are being living are not interested in that thing, in being one being living. They are, some of them, not mentioning anything about such a thing, about anyone being one being living. They are, some of them, not mentioning anything about their being not interested at all in that thing, in being one being living. In a way, very many are being living and are being then not interested in that thing, not quite interested in that thing, and they are not mentioning that thing. They are not mentioning being not quite interested in being one being living. Very many are being living. Very many are very often almost not quite interested in that thing, and they are almost not mentioning that thing, not mentioning being almost not quite interested in that thing, in being one being living. There are very many being living. There are very many who are quite often not interested in that thing, in being living, and are not mentioning anything about being interested, about not being interested in that thing. There are very many being living and are not interested in that thing, in being living, and are not at all mentioning such a thing, mentioning anything about being not interested in being one being living. Someone can be certain that they have remembered something. Someone can come to be certain that they have remembered something, and they are sure that they are not remembering what was really happening. Some can come to be certain of this thing, can come to be certain that they are remembering something, and that that thing was not the thing that happened, the thing they are remembering. Some can come then to be not at all interested in that thing. They go on remembering, and they go on being certain that the thing they are remembering is not a thing that happened, and they are not at all interested in that thing, and they certainly are going on being one being living. David Hersland, in Being Living, was one living until the ending of the beginning of middle living. He was not interested in this thing, in being one not living longer than the ending of the beginning of middle living. He was not really interested in this thing, in being living only to the end of the beginning of middle living. He was not really interested in that thing. Why should anyone not be certain that David Hersland was being living? Why should anyone not be certain of this thing? David Hersland was being living. Not everyone was certain of this thing. Some are certain of this thing. Some were not certain of this thing. He was not completely living in anyone being, in anyone not being certain of this thing. He was being living, and some were not certain of this thing that he was being living. And some were certain of this thing that he was being living. He was being living. Anyone could almost be certain of this thing, certain that he was being living. Some could be certain of this thing, certain that he was being living. He was quietly enough doing that thing, being one, being living. He was quietly enough being one, being living. It was astonishing that he was so quietly doing that thing, being one, being living. He was quite quietly doing that thing, being one, being living. Certainly not everyone was certain of this thing, that he was quietly doing that thing, being one, being living. Not everyone was certain that he was one quietly doing, being one, being living. Some were certain that he was not so quietly doing this thing, being one, being living. Some were certain that he was not quietly doing this thing, being one, being living. He was quietly doing this thing, quietly being one, being living. This was a thing that might have been astonishing, that he was quietly doing the thing. Quietly being one, being living is a thing that might be astonishing to anyone. Anyone might be certain that he was not quietly doing that, not quietly being one, being living. Some were certain that he was quietly doing this thing, doing being one, being living. A quite gentle one, a quite quiet one, anyone was certain of this thing, that this one was a quite quiet one, a quite gentle one. This one, who was a quite quiet one, was one whom he was knowing some, and he was always being one, needing to be completely wanting to be certain that this one, that someone, that almost anyone, was one who was being existing, and making something then be a thing leading to something, which was then a thing failing being a complete thing, a whole one then, and then not needing being anything, not having been a beautiful thing. He was a quietly enough one, being living, and he was then teaching anyone any other thing. He was teaching some then. He was very nearly completely teaching some. He was being one then, whom some, who were quite quietly being living then, were following then, and all of them, any one of them, were very quietly being one, being living then, almost being one, being living. He was being one whom not any one of some was remembering being one, being quietly enough one, being living. He was certainly then telling about any one, being one needing something, and he was almost completely then being one who ought to have been one completely telling this thing, and not being quietly doing this thing. And he was not quietly doing this thing. He was almost doing this thing. He was one any one of some could be remembering as having been completely telling something to anyone, as not having been at all quite quietly enough doing this thing, completely telling anyone something. He was one not quietly enough doing that thing, being one, being living, to be satisfying some who were being living, and these were then not needing that thing, not completely needing that anyone was one quite quietly, being one, being living. These were not needing that anyone, that everyone, was one being quietly doing that thing, quietly being one, being living. These were quite not needing that thing, needing that anyone be one quite quietly, be one being living. He was not satisfying these then. He was not then to them, being one quite quietly being living. He was being one then, not quite quietly being one being living. He was that to them. There was one who was quite certain that he was not at all such a one quietly doing this thing, quietly being one being living. This one knew him, knew David Hersland then, and was quite certain that David Hersland never was and never could have been one quietly doing that thing, quietly being one being living. And this one was always remembering this thing, and he never forgot this thing. And anyone knowing David Hersland was completely liking this, liking that this one never forgot that thing, that David Hersland never was, that David Hersland never could have been one quietly doing such a thing, quietly being one being living. David Hersland was not quite quietly enough being one being living. That was certain. Some were almost completely certain of this thing. He was quite quietly being living. That was certain. Anyone might have been almost certain of this thing. He was quite quietly enough being one being living. Not anyone could be remembering this thing. Not anyone was ever remembering any such thing. Some were sometimes almost remembering this thing. He could not have been one quietly doing the thing, quietly being one being living. Some were always certain of this thing, always remembering this thing. He was almost quietly being one being living. Anyone could be certain enough of this thing. Some were always certain enough of this thing, were remembering enough of this thing. He was quietly enough being one being living, and not anyone was completely certain of this thing. He was one who was almost not needing having been one at all being living, in being one having been quietly enough, in having been not quietly enough being living. He was one whom almost not anyone was really needing being remembering. Some were almost needing remembering his being one being living. Not anyone was needing remembering any kind of living he ever had been doing, any quietness, any not quietness enough there could be in his having been one being living. He had been one being living. He was being living. He was living. He was being living, and he was always being one then, always being one being living then. He was always being one being living, and anyone could remember such a thing, remember he was being living. Anyone could have remembered that he had been one being living. Some remembered that he had been one being living. Anyone could remember something of such a thing, of his being living. He came to know everyone Alfred Hersland was knowing. Alfred Hersland was married then. David came to know all of them, all of those who were knowing Alfred then. Almost all those who were knowing Alfred then. He had been knowing others. He was still knowing some of them. He was not then knowing some of them. He had been knowing very many whom Alfred would naturally not have been knowing. He was knowing some whom Mrs. Alfred Hersland came to be knowing. He was knowing George Dehning then. George Dehning was knowing him then. David Hersland had been knowing some whom George Dehning was not knowing. He was knowing some whom George Dehning was knowing. He was knowing very many whom George Dehning was knowing. He had been knowing some whom George Dehning had not been knowing. He had known some whom George Dehning had not been knowing. He was still knowing some of them. He was not knowing all of them. He was knowing then very many that Alfred Hersland was knowing. He went on then knowing some whom Alfred Hersland was not knowing, whom George Dehning was not knowing. He was not knowing then every one he had been knowing. He was knowing some of them then. Julia Hersland was knowing then very many he was knowing. He was knowing then every one she was knowing. He was knowing very many then. He had been knowing very many. He did not ever completely forget that his sister and his father were living. He always remembered that they were living. In a way, he was always remembering this thing. He did not forget that his brother Alfred was living. He did not really forget this thing. He remembered that his sister and his father were living. In a way, he he was always remembering this thing. In a way, he did not at all forget this thing, that they were being living. He had been knowing some, and all of them had been knowing him. He had been knowing some, who were all of them knowing each other then. He was knowing some who were not knowing anyone who was knowing him. He was knowing some who were telling some other ones about knowing him. He was knowing some who were telling him about the thing, about knowing him. He came to know almost anyone who knew Julia Hersland. He came to know very many who were knowing Alfred Hersland. He came to know everyone whom George Dehning was knowing. He was knowing quite a number then. He had been knowing quite a number, and he was going on knowing some of them. Some of them were not going on knowing him. Some were and were not going on knowing him. Some were telling about knowing him. Some who were not going on knowing him. Some were not telling about him. Some who were not going on knowing him. He had been knowing some. He had been knowing quite a number being living then. He had been knowing some who were all of them knowing other ones who were ones knowing him then. He was knowing some then who were not knowing any other ones who were knowing him then. He went on knowing some of such of them. He went on sometimes knowing some of such of them. He went on almost all of his being living knowing some of them. He did not go on knowing some of them. George Dehning came to know a good many that David Hersland was knowing. He came to know something of almost all of them. David Hersland came to know all whom George Dehning was knowing. He did not come to know all who were and had been knowing George Dehning. David Hersland came to know almost every one Julia Hersland was knowing. He came to know very many whom Alfred Hersland was knowing and who were knowing him. He had come to be not telling about enjoying things with those with whom he had been enjoying things. He had come not to tell anyone about having been one enjoying things with some. He had come to be knowing others then, others who were not hearing anything about his having been enjoying things with others. Those with whom he had been enjoying things were then being living. Some of them were quite certain that he had not been one enjoying things with them. Some of them were completely remembering that he had been one enjoying things with some of them. Some of them were not mentioning to others of them that he had been enjoying things with some of them. He had been enjoying things with some of them. He remembered with one of them that he had been enjoying things with some of them. He remembered with some of them that he had been enjoying things with all of them. Some of them remembered with him that he had been enjoying things with some of them. He was not then telling any more, not any more thinking of telling anything about having been one enjoying things with some of them. He was not telling one any more anything about anything. He was not then thinking of mentioning anything to any one of them. He was then knowing one of them, two of them, a few of them. He was sometimes then meeting any of them. They were all then being living. He was then being living. He was then not thinking of telling anyone anything about having been enjoying things with all of them, with any of them. He was knowing some then. He was being living then, and explaining that thing, explaining being living, to one then, to a few then. He was being living then, and almost completely then mentioning that thing, mentioning being living. He was then interested in this thing. He was interested in almost completely mentioning that he was being living. He was completely explaining this thing to one, and he was completely wondering then whether that one would be one coming to be completely needing that thing, completely needing his completely telling that he was being living. He was completely wondering then whether that one was one who would go on being one, completely needing that being living was a thing that one was having completely mentioned by him. He was almost completely wanting to be completely interested in this thing, in that one coming to be one completely needing, understanding, living, being, existing. He was then knowing George Dehning. He was then later knowing very many he had not been knowing. He was then later not completely knowing any he had been pretty nearly completely knowing. He was not a sad one. He was not at all a sad one. He had not been a sad one. He was not going to be a sad one. He was not a sad one. He was not at all a sad one. He never came to be a sad one. He was not a sad one. He was not at all a sad one. He was one not interested in the thing, in being a sad one, in not being a sad one. He was not at all a sad one. He was not a sad one. He came to know George Dehning and Julia Hersland, and he came to know very many they were knowing. He came to know some who knew them. He was not at all a sad one. He went on knowing them, and in a way he always knew them until he was one who was not being living. He was not at all a sad one. He was not a sad one. He was not interested in this thing, in being not a sad one. He was being living. He was remembering all the Hersland family who were being living then. He was remembering that his father and his sister were being living. He was then knowing Alfred Hersland, and knowing some who knew him then, and some whom he knew then. He was knowing Alfred Hersland very well then. He was always knowing him very well. He was always completely remembering all of him, all of Alfred Hersland. He was remembering, completely remembering, that his sister and his father were being living. He was knowing Julia Hersland then, and knowing almost everyone she was knowing then. He was knowing George Dehning then, and knowing everyone George Dehning was knowing then. David Hersland was not a sad one. He was not at all a sad one. He was always remembering all of Alfred Hersland. He was not remembering all of George Dehning. He came to remembering almost all of Julia Hersland. He was completely remembering that his sister and his father were being existing. He was not at all a sad one. He was not a sad one. He was completely convincing Julia Hersland, completely convincing everyone of his being one being living, and being one doing this thing, and not being a sad one. He was completely convincing Julia Hersland, and she was one feeling this thing, feeling he was being living, feeling he was one, and not at all a sad one. George Dehning was living enough in David Hersland being one being living. He was living just enough in this thing. He was listening enough to this thing, to anyone knowing that David Hersland was being living, was being one who was being living. Alfred Hersland was not living in David Hersland being one being living. He was liking the David Hersland was being one being living. He was quite pleasantly liking this thing, almost completely pleasantly liking that David Hersland was being one being living. David Hersland was knowing then everyone that George Dehning was knowing then. He was knowing then mostly everyone Julia Hersland was knowing then. There were a number then who knew Julia Hersland, whom David Hersland was not remembering then. David Hersland knew some whom Alfred Hersland was knowing then. David Hersland was convincing then Julia Hersland, and he was coming to be completely doing this thing, and she was being living then, almost completely being living then, being one understanding this thing, understanding having David Hersland being completely convincing. He was one who could be completely convincing, and he could be completely explaining this thing, explaining that he was completely convincing, explaining that Julia Hersland was completely needing this thing, explaining this clearly, completely clearly to Julia Hersland then. He was completely then, completely understanding needing to be completely convincing to Julia Hersland. He was completely understanding being completely convincing to Julia Hersland then. He and she were coming to be completely understanding this thing. He went on with the thing. He went on being completely convincing to her. And it was a thing that they were almost pleasantly doing. And he was one completely, clearly understanding, being completely convincing. He was talking about something in being one, being completely convincing. Being completely convincing in being one, completely, clearly understanding, thinking, being, existing. He was one doing this thing in anything. He was one almost completely clearly feeling, completely clearly understanding that thinking is existing. He was one doing this thing in everything. Almost completely clearly feeling he was doing this thing in everything. Completely clearly understanding that thinking is existing. He was being completely convincing. He was telling something in being this thing, in being completely convincing. He was not determined in this thing that thinking is existing. He was not determined in this thing. He was not repeating this thing that thinking is existing. He was not repeating this thing. He was naturally completely certain of this thing that thinking is existing. He was not telling that he was naturally certain of this thing that thinking is existing. He was not completely using this thing that he was completely understanding that thinking is existing. He was not completely using this thing. He was not stern in this thing that thinking is existing. He was quick enough with this thing that he was completely understanding that thinking is existing. He was steady enough with this thing that thinking is existing. He was completely natural in this thing that he was completely understanding that thinking is existing. He was almost completely using this thing that thinking is existing. He was completely using that he was completely understanding that thinking is existing. He was naturally completely using this thing that thinking is existing. End of section 57, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, August 16, 2024.